Chapter 375, Thick-Skinned. An expression of humiliation and fury appeared instantly on Lang Junkai's face. He was a respected young master, but someone actually pointed a finger at his nose and demanded him to get lost. How could he possibly bear with that? But still, could he beat Gong Ledian? Young Master Gong, this matter has nothing to do with you. Please do not interfere on account of young Master Lu. He decided that he still had to persist for a moment longer. The young Master Lu he was talking about was the grandson of that alchemist that the Lang clan depended on. He, too, was the descendant of a low-level Earth-grade alchemist, and had equal standing with Gong Ledian. The Lang clan was a vassal clan of the Lu clan, and he, Lang Junkai, was naturally the lackey of the young master of the Lu clan. Even if Lu Yuan was standing in front of me, I would tell him to get lost too, so who do you think you are? Gong Ledian said disdainfully, then waved his hand again and said, if you still don't get lost, you may not be able to leave so easily later on. Lang Junkai was defiant, his fists gripped tightly, but ultimately he still decided to give in and said, fine, I'll leave. Please let those people hanging outside go. Gong Ledian could not help but turn to look at Ling Han, and did not make the decision without his input. Ling Han could not help but smile. Although Gong Ledian was also a profligate young master, he knew the ways of the world. Otherwise he would not have needed to ask for Ling Han's input, but simply issue the command. He smiled slightly and said, if you want to take them away you can. 100 origin crystals each. You. Lang Junkai was outraged. 100 origin crystals for each? Why don't you go and commit a burglary then? You can pay if you want to. Ling Han paid no more attention to him and continued his meal. Hee hee. Gong Ledian could not help but laugh. When his eyes swept over Ling Han, he finally began to take the latter seriously. The kind of person he hated the most was one without any backbone. There were too many people by his side who liked to flatter him and curry his favor. As such, he was naturally very admiring of Ling Han's character. A vein popped on Lang Junkai's forehead. He had sent out 40-odd people this time, and if he were to pay the ransom for every single one of them, that would come up to a total of over 4,000 origin crystals. It wasn't that he could not afford it, but this would make his heart ache. It's too much, he said, shaking his head. Is it? Ling Han began counting on his fingers. One person can produce 10+ origin crystals a year, so about 10 years would be enough. Lang Junkai almost leaped up in his outrage. There were only 7 people in the spiritual ocean tier here. How could the others, who were in the gushing spring tier, produce origin crystals? Don't bargain with me. If you want to take them, leave the origin crystals behind. If not, get lost. Ling Han gave a flick of his hand. Lang Junkai's eyes were spitting fire, but he only thought that Ling Han had gotten Gong Lishan's support and that was the reason for his absolute courage now, and the tragic thing was that he indeed did not dare trifle with Gong Ledian. His face turned green, then pale, then back again multiple times. Lang Junkai finally waved his hand and scattered a large number of origin crystals on the table. He then exclaimed, release them immediately. Untie them yourself, Ling Han said. Lang Junkai almost exploded from his fury. He glared venomously at Ling Han for a while before finally turning around and leaving to let those underlings of his down. He swore to himself that this matter would not end so easily. He indeed could not beat Gong Ledian, but there was still young Master Lu. Ha 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 ha. Gong Ledian laughed loudly, raised his cup towards Ling Han and said with a smile, Brother Ling, I'll offer you a toast. I definitely want to befriend a friend like you. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, I will have to give the matter some consideration. Gong Ledian pretended to be displeased, delivered a friendly punch to Ling Han's chest and said, You're really not fun. Hee hee, these ingredients? After so much talk, his nature as a born foodie began to flame up again. Hunyo instantly became stingy. She stretched out her 2 slender arms to protect the table and exclaimed, All Nyos. All of them laughed. When the human kebabs had been let down, other customers soon continuously streamed into the restaurant. However, every single dish of the 8 treasures needed 1 origin crystal. All of them were here for that, but the majority would only order 1 and eat to their heart's content. After all, there were not many people as obnoxiously wealthy as Gong Ledian. Even so, the restaurant still earned a considerable profit. The daily income of the restaurant was about 500 to 600 origin crystals. Otherwise, it would not have attracted the covetous eyes of Lang Junkai. As a foodie, Gong Ledian was very stubborn. He kept pestering Ling Han and wanted him to agree to deliver the ingredients at any cost. However, there were indeed not many demonic beasts inside the Black Tower. Ling Han was not the type that would soften just because someone begged him, and so naturally just ignored him. As a result, Gong Ledian would come practically every day and continuously launch a verbal barrage on Ling Han's ears. Additionally, he would, without any reservations at all, join them for meals. His skin was really thick enough to make one shiver. Come. I'll bring you out today to increase your knowledge. On the fourth day, it seemed that Gong Ledian finally realized he had a conscience, and actually came over before mealtime. He grabbed Ling Han and left. Knowledge about what? Ling Han asked, smiling. You'll know when we get there, Gong Ledian said mysteriously. The extreme Yang city was a very big place, and they would of course not use any kind of movement technique within the city. Thus, after about an hour, they finally arrived at a small lake. The leaves of the willow trees on the banks hung over the lake, and there were gazebos, platforms, towers, and pavilions, casting beautiful reflections on the water. The scenery here was extremely beautiful. Gong Ledian brought Ling Han to a courtyard by the lake. There were 2 old servants standing guard at the door. When they saw Gong Ledian approach, they immediately lowered in a bow and said, "Young Master Gong has arrived." Gong Ledian nodded and asked, "Has the feast begun?" "We're still waiting for a few important guests, so it has not begun yet," one of the old servants answered. Great. Gong Ledian let out a breath of relief, and with a wave of his hand, signaled Ling Han to follow him before he entered into the courtyard. The courtyard was very big. Upon entry there was a huge garden, the lake on the left side. The water glistened, making for a beautiful scene. On the grass by the lake, there were already multiple banquet tables arranged. At this time, quite a number of people were already seated. What gathering is this? Ling Han asked. There are a considerable number of people from the North region's Prodigy role here today. Firstly, to gain some knowledge, and secondly, some have come back from the deep mountains and great streams, bringing with them spiritual herbs or ancient relics that have a high commercial value, Gong Ledian said. Ling Han nodded. Then this kind of gathering was really worth coming to. Perhaps he could even find out some news about the remaining 2 main medicinal ingredients. He asked, "What is the North region's Prodigy role?" You don't even know about that? Gong Ledian looked utterly surprised. What kind of secluded, remote corner did you actually come from? The North region's Prodigy role records all the young elites of the North region under 30 years old. A total of 100 people can be recorded on the roll. Ling Han gave an "oh," and said, "This is really the first time I've heard of it. Tell me about it then, what geniuses are on the roll?" "I'll take this." Gong Ledian turned his hand over, and out of nowhere, a book appeared. Spatial Ring. The extreme Yang city was the extreme Yang city indeed. Even a profligate young master like this was qualified to wear a spatial ring. Ling Han took the book from him and glanced at it. The words "North region's Prodigy role" were written on the cover. The whole book was designed very finely. The brim was inlaid with gold and the letters were stamped with gold. It was designed to look as luxurious as possible. He flipped it open and looked at it. The words, "Edited by Spirit Treasures Pavilion," were written on the first page. Right, the Spirit Treasures Pavilion really had a hand in a lot of things. "This book is worth 1 origin crystal," Gong Ledian said from the side. How black-hearted. Chapter 376, North Region's Prodigy Role. Reverie Undersh. The things Forget Not sold were certainly expensive, but at least they were genuine. After these booklets were compiled, it could easily be copied, so how could it still sell for so much? Ling Han flipped through it casually. The book was about 100 pages, but only 100 people could make the North region's Prodigy role. Was it necessary to introduce them with such a thick booklet? He flipped to the second page and saw something written on top. Yukuan Song Male. Current age 29 years old, 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier from the Great Sorrow sect. Ranked number 1 on the Prodigy roll 2 years ago. Battle prowess estimated to be at 17 stars. Current number 1 of the North region's Prodigy roll. Not bad, not bad. A 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier at 29 years old. At least, in Ling Han's former life, that was considered a genius amongst geniuses. However, martial arts in his previous lifetime were far from enjoying the prosperity that they did know. At least they couldn't be compared to his current lifetime. Thus, strong young cultivators that appeared in this lifetime were nothing special as the environment was different. Ling Han continued reading. Some of his great deeds were written since the Prodigy battle, such as when he defeated or killed a certain somebody. The information was very detailed, and the final aggregation obtained an estimate of 17 stars battle prowess, reaching the number 1 on the Prodigy roll. It was no wonder this book could sell for 1 origin crystal. The information was certainly quite detailed, revealing most of Yu Kuan-sang's trump cards. It included what spirit tool he used, what abilities he had, what techniques he was skilled in, and even what layer he reached. When was this book compiled? Ling Han asked Gong Ledian. It's published at the beginning of every year. It's definitely the one with the most demand in North Region's martial arts circle, Gong Ledian immediately said. 1 origin crystal really isn't expensive. This is published in limited numbers, and if you don't have sufficient status, people won't even pay attention to you if even you had a handful of origin crystal. Ling Han nodded. No wonder he had never heard of such a thing in the Rain Country. Prodigy battles occur once every 3 years. This is the most direct ranking battle. Afterwards, it will be slightly adjusted according to the battle records of those who make the ranks. However, after 30 years of age, one can't make it into the roll anymore, Gong Ledian said with some anticipation. When it's the end of the year, 27 people will go off the roll. I'm not sure if I can squeeze in even if it's the last place. Ha ha ha. A mocking laugh resounded. A purple-clothed youngster walked over, wearing a smile of disdain. Gong Ledian, what sort of pipe dream are you having? You want to squeeze into the Prodigy role with your abilities? Then can't pigs be called experts? Lion Han didn't recognize this person, but he recognized Lang Jun Kai, who followed behind the purple-clothed youngster with a sinister expression. Obviously, this purple-clothed youngster was most likely the Lu family's great young master, Lu Yuan. Otherwise, those with a normal status didn't have the right to provoke Gong Ledian. As expected, Gong Ledian immediately jumped up and shouted, Lu Yuan, you want to fight? Lu Yuan snorted and said, this young master won't stoop to using violence on you. I'll say it now, have the person beside you obediently kowtow an apology, and this young master won't harbor grievances or else, hem. What are you snorting so mysteriously for? You think this young master is afraid of you? Gong Ledian was immediately pissed off. This is my brother, and if you dare touch a single hair on him, this young master will tear down your, listen to the Rain Pavilion. Lu Yuan's gaze showed coldness as he said, then just wait and see. No one can slap one of my people and still live perfectly fine. Ling Han swept a glance over and said, are you threatening me? Haha, threatening you? Are you fit to be? Lu Qi said in disdain. As he saw it, only Gong Ledian had the right to threaten him and look him straight in the eye. As for Ling Han, he could kill him by just extending a finger. Haha, the atmosphere seems to be a bit intense. Another youngster alked over and said while laughing, give me some face and stop fighting, alright? In deference for Master Rong, of course. Lu Yuan laughed and gave Ling Han and Gong Ledian a vicious gaze before turning to walk over to the banquet by the river. Lang Jun Kai was only just in a lion's hide, giving Ling Han a glare before following to leave. After the youngster surnamed Rong mediated, he smiled at Gong Ledian and turned to leave as well. He's called Rong Gao Min, currently ranked 94th on the Prodigy roll. Gong Ledian said full of admiration. 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier can rank 94th, I guess it's not hard to make it onto the roll, Ling Han said, smiling. Gong Ledian instantly rolled his eyes, snatched the booklet from Ling Han's hands, flipped to a page at the very end and pointed as he said, see for yourself just how strong he is. Ling Han swept a glance. It wrote, Rong Gao Min, male, current age 25 years old, 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, from the extreme Yang sect, Rong family, ranked 97th on the Prodigy roll 2 years ago, battle prowess estimated to be 16 stars, currently ranked 94th on North Region's Prodigy roll. 2 years had passed so he'd improved. Next, Luo Lai's battle achievements in the 2 years were listed, proving that he was qualified to sit on the 94th seat. Surprising, right? Battle prowess of 16 stars. He can suppress people with thin arms and legs like us with one finger. Gong Ledian said full of admiration just how many youngsters yearned and pursued being listed on North Region's Prodigy roll. Unfortunately, only 100 people could make it into the ranks every 3 years. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, you are you, I am I, don't mix us together. This was the honest truth. He really didn't care about 16 stars battle prowess. Gong Ledian rolled his eyes at him and pulled him over to the banquet seats. The table was small and only 4 people could be seated by it. It was mostly 2 to 3 people per table, and very rarely were all 4 seats occupied. Ling Han continued to flip through North Region's Prodigy roll. He wanted to see a few of the prodigies he'd heard about. Lu Yang, Zhu Xuan Er, Zuyuda, and so on. He rummaged through and found Lu Yang's name on the 12th page. Lu Yang, male, current age 24 years old, 3rd layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, from the Beast Emperor sect, ranked 17th on the Prodigy roll 2 years ago. Battle prowess is estimated to be 12 stars, but on top of his beast pet, Frost-Clouded Leopard, his aggregated battle prowess reaches 13 stars. Currently ranks 9th on the North Region's Prodigy roll. Ling Han was a bit shocked. Yuan Luin, who was first, was already in the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, but the tier of the 9th place dropped to 3rd layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. Another look at the last place, only the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. In other words, the higher the ranking, the greater the difference in strength was, and the lower the ranking, the closer the ranked one's strength. However, at the year-end Prodigy battle, Yuan Luin and the top 8 would be unable to attend due to their age, so the tier of the new first place would drop by a lot. Only 4 months' time, no matter how freakish Lu Yang was, he wouldn't be able to charge into 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. He was still young after all. Ling Han turned a few more pages and saw Zhu Xuan Er's name. This name was actually much more resounding compared to Lu Yang and Zuyuda, because the person was a girl that even Gong Ledian would talk about again and again from time to time. Chapter 377, Counting Prodigies. Reverie Undersh. Zhu Xuan Er, female, current age 21 years old, 2nd layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, from the Half Moon sect, ranked 76th in the Prodigy battle 2 years ago, but broke through to the spiritual pedestal tier 1 year later. This year she even advanced into the 2nd layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. It can be imagined that her ability will advance further in next year's Prodigy gathering, reaching the 3rd or even the 4th layer. Estimated battle prowess is 12 stars, currently ranks 13th on North Region's Prodigy roll. Ling Han paused and nodded. Zhu Xuan Er was proved worthy of being called a genius. This cultivation progress was somewhat surprising. In other words, she broke through to the spiritual pedestal tier at 20 years old, and after she entered the spiritual pedestal tier, she could increase 2 layers in a year. It was considerably surprising. He continued turning the pages. Zuyuda ranked 19th, while Limitless Sex triplets were 67th, 68th, and 69th, but the evaluation said that because the 3 were 1, if they joined hands, their battle prowess could reach the 33rd place. 2 of the 7 sons of Ao family also made it into the ranks. It was Ao Xinglai who ranked 78th and Ao Wu Wei who ranked 89th. Calculating based on this ranking, he could probably only place 40th or so. However, there were still 4 months before the end of the year, and with Ling Han's progress, he could at least reach the 8th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. His rank would naturally far exceed the 40s. Besides, this was the most normal speed, and if he could receive extra natural treasures, then it was hard to tell his 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier or even the spiritual pedestal tier itself weren't out of consideration. Whatever, should I even get in on the action on such a thing like playing house? It's not like there's any benefit. Ling Han shook his head. With his identity as a former Heaven Tier warrior, competing against a few small youngsters was embarrassing to begin with. Not to mention that there wasn't much time, and he might not even attain number 1. That would be truly embarrassing. Today, quite a few beauties from the extreme Yang city came. Gong Ledian looked to the left and right. Look, that's Jianghu Xian, Jiang family's eldest daughter. There is also Di Tinglan, Di family's 3rd daughter over there. Gong Sun family's 7th daughter is here too. Gong Sun Lan Hui, beautiful and pure like an orchid. Ling Han looked following his finger, and as expected, Di Tinglan, Jiang Yuxian and Gong Sun Lan Hui were all extremely beautiful, not losing at all to even Lu Yutong and Li Xichan. Stunning beauty, outstanding martial arts talent, and noble birth made these 3 girls resplendent stars that many pursued. It could be seen that many young men were circling around the 3 girls, hoping to attract their attention. Sadly their standards are too high, or else this young master could introduce you to them. Gong Ledian nudged at Ling Han's waist. Ling Han laughed briefly and said, I politely decline. True, your Lu Yutong is also a great beauty, not losing to any of them, Gong Ledian said. Ling Han only laughed, thinking Gong Ledian hadn't seen a true beauty. In his former lifetime, Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden was called the world's #1 beauty, far from what Lu Yutong and Jiang Yuxian could compare to. Unfortunately she was a bit barbaric, but otherwise he really could take her as a wife. Ling Han hurriedly shook off the chills. He actually thought of taking a barbaric woman like Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden as a wife. Did he get some screw loose? Zhong Ziwei is here, someone suddenly shouted, which immediately made more than half of the people stand up. Ling Han immediately flipped through his memories. This was the 54th rank on the North Region's Prodigy roll. His battle prowess reached 18 stars, and he could fight surpassing 9 stars. This was extremely shocking. On the entire Prodigy roll, there was only one person who could battle surpassing 10 stars, Zhu Xuan Er. The rest of the Prodigies could only surpass 9 stars. However, surpassing 9 stars at the spiritual pedestal tier and surpassing 9 stars at the spiritual ocean tier were completely different concepts. The higher the tier, the harder it was to fight surpassing one's own tier. Zhong Ziwei could surpass 9 stars, but once he broke to the spiritual pedestal tier, he might drop to 8 stars or even 7 stars. Those like Sword Emperor and Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden who could still fight surpassing 10 stars were truly the geniuses amongst geniuses, the most exceptional freaks. From this point, Zhu Xuan Er certainly had amazing talent. No wonder she was sought after by sects in the middle state. It's Zhong Ziwei. Gong Ledian immediately revealed an excited expression. 54th on the Prodigy roll, and the most impressive thing about him is that he doesn't come from a large sect but from a small family, yet he was able to squeeze into the Prodigy roll with his own efforts. He's my idol. In a short while, everyone crowded around a slender youngster. Even the 3 beauties revolved around him, each one blossoming with a beautiful smile, displaying their stunning looks without restraint. Zhong Ziwei ranked 54th on North Region's Prodigy roll and could be said to be one of the brightest stars in the North Region. As long as he didn't die, he would definitely become an important person in the North Region. People would definitely pay close attention to such a person, competing to be on friendly terms with him. I'm truly envious. Gong Ledian looked with a burning gaze. He really wanted to become a person that received the attention of millions. Although he was a wealthy second generation with countless people that bootlicked him, that was all because of the family behind him and not because of he himself. As a youngster full of pride, he thirsted for respect attained by his own abilities. Lu Qiyuan went to greet Zhong Ziwei as well, raising a glass to Zhong Ziwei. Considering Lu Qiyuan's background, Zhong Ziwei was rather modest. The two were having a great conversation, but it was too far and Ling Han couldn't hear what they were saying. The banquet continued, many people on the Prodigy roll arriving one after another. Since once in 3 years Prodigy battle was starting in a little more than 4 months and the location was just happened to be the extreme Yang city, many people already came over. Even several experts on the roll came, but none were ranked higher than Zhong Ziwei, so there wasn't such a large commotion on their arrival as previously. Coming so early was firstly to avoid delays on the way and missing out on the grand gathering, and secondly to trade with large amounts of young experts gathered together. They could exchange spirit medicine, treasures and whatnot, some of which might be of great use. Today's banquet stemmed from this purpose. After the few high-ranked experts spoke of their recent adventures, the treasure exchange segment was carried out. Everyone stood up, introducing their treasure and the type of treasure they needed to exchange for to everyone else. It was sort of like an auction with all sorts of things like arts, techniques, medicinal pills, and some things that had unclear origins, ancient things found in historic ruins, some of which were even older than the time of Ling Han's previous life. Some treasures were substantially precious. Zhong Ziwei took out a stock of 600-year-old gold silk 1000-spark fruit, a 4th-tier spirit fruit that could increase spiritual ocean tier cultivation by a great fold. Since Zhong Ziwei had already reached the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, he only needed to solidify his cultivation at the moment and did not need to increase his cultivation or use the fruit. However, there were too many people who hadn't reached the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, so it triggered an intense competition over it. Chapter 378, Exchanging Spirit Fruits. Reverie Undersh. Ling Han was also very interested. He was now at the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, far from the peak stage spiritual ocean tier. So, gold silk 1000-spark fruit was especially suited for him, enough to increase him by 2 tiers. So at the end of the year he would be at the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and possibly even the spiritual pedestal tier. After all, once his cultivation of spirit power sufficed, the large tier barrier practically didn't even exist. However, Ling Han wasn't interested in contention of ranks amongst the younger generation as he was way past the age of having the desire to prevail over others. Unless there were treasures that could interest him, of course. However, as a person with a high sense of self-respect, he still hoped to become the strongest. Even if he differed several ages from those in the top ranks on the Prodigy roll, he had strong roots that allowed him to be compared with them, so he wouldn't want to lose either. Everyone took out things they thought were precious for the exchange, but Zhong Ziwei kept shaking his head in refusal as none met his expectations. Ling Han stood up and said, "Brother Zhong, I have a bottle of medicinal pills, not sure if you'd be interested." "Brother Zhong?" Everyone looked at Ling Han in unison, revealing an expression of ridicule. What a joke. A mere nobody at T4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier dared to call an expert on the Prodigy rank a brother? How truly defiant. Did a prodigy like Zhong Ziwei not have the ability to break into the spiritual pedestal tier? No, he didn't break through not because he couldn't, but because he wanted to compact his cultivation in the spiritual ocean tier till it was extremely solidified in order to charge into higher tiers in the future. Amongst the young prodigies nowadays, which one of them didn't have grand ambitions? Martial arts were in a prosperous age, and elites emerged one after another from various paths, breaking the lowest age of breakthrough of a certain tier as the amount of top elites grew more and more. Which youngster didn't want to squeeze into the pinnacle of martial arts, guiding people and their paths? Several bottles of medicinal pills? Would Zhong Ziwei lack medicinal pills? What sort of medicinal pill could someone at the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier offer? It was said that forces in the middle state offered him an olive branch, although they might not be a super large force like Heavensword sect. It was definitely astounding. Hey, don't you speak carelessly. Gong Ledian hurriedly pulled on the corner of Ling Han's clothes, feeling that everyone's disdainful gazes were brought over to him. It was truly an undeserved misfortune. Ling Han only smiled at him and didn't explain. Zhong Ziwei didn't show ridicule on his face, but said indifferently, "This little brother, what sort of medicinal pill are you using to trade?" Ling Han took out a bottle of Restore Origin pill and tossed it over. After Zhong Ziwei caught it and opened the bottle's stopper, as the medicinal smell drifted outwards, his indifferent expression vanished all of a sudden. He cried out, "Restore Origin pill." "What Restore Origin pill?" People cried out one after another, their gazes instantly burning with desire. For normal people, the Restore Origin pill was not only not a spirit medicine, but also a hindrance. This couldn't improve one's cultivation and contrarily, it could lower one's cultivation. Restore Origin pill's purpose was to hammer at the foundation, making it extremely solid. Undoubtedly, it would shorten original foundation, and more effort was needed to repair it to the original state. With regards to normal people, they didn't need to compact their foundation, only rapidly advancing in tier. However, for prodigies they strived for perfection, endeavoring to cultivate every tier to perfection. They could be unmatched in the same tier and have the ability to soar into the highest tiers, but once they reached a certain height with an unstable foundation, the tall building would immediately tilt and collapse. There were so many of those at the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, so why were there only a few dozen that could squeeze into the prodigy role? It was precisely because their tiers were solidified to an astounding degree, granting them battle prowess far surpassing their own tier. Someone in the 1st layer of the spiritual ocean tier didn't need to care much about planting a firm foundation, so they could only battle surpassing 2 stars. At the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, prodigies started to compact their foundations in preparation for the future, so while their tier remained unchanged, their stars of battle prowess skyrocketed. It wouldn't be strange for them to battle surpassing 3 stars or even 4 stars. Thus, there were so many of those at the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier on the prodigy roll, and their battle prowess was varied greatly. Zhong Ziwei had reached peak stage of the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier half a year ago and had been suppressing his cultivation since then to compact his foundation, striving to break through to the spiritual pedestal tier at a state of perfection. With this one move, he could possess prowess surpassing 2 stars and even 3 stars. If he had Restore Origin pill in 4 months' time, which was enough to compact his tier to perfection, then with his talent, breaking through to the spiritual pedestal tier was no problem at all. He already had the ability to break through and had just been suppressing it all along. When the time came, he would soar into the sky, squeezing into top 30 and even top 20. He hurriedly took a closer look, and when he saw that there were actually 20 Restore Origin pills, he was instantly elated. Even the hand he held the bottle with somewhat trembled. It wasn't like he had never seen or eaten a Restore Origin pill, so he immediately discovered that they were genuine and very high in quality, but just how high, he could not be certain as he wasn't an alchemy master. I'll trade. Zhong Ziwei made a prompt decision. A prodigy like him definitely had the inherent quality of being decisive. An irresolute and hesitant person couldn't possibly come this far. Ling Han smiled with raised eyebrows. He knew that a prodigy like Zhong Ziwei most valued medicinal pills like the Restore Origin pill. Sadly, yellow dragon fruits were hard to find, and the stock he had at hand was almost all used up. Fortunately, after receiving this gold silk thousand spark fruit, he didn't have other great aspirations at the spiritual ocean tier. After he reached the spiritual pedestal tier, Restore Origin pill couldn't possibly be exchanged for the treasures of the world that he needed, so it didn't affect him much. Zhong Ziwei tossed over the gold silk thousand spark fruit, which Ling Han stored in the Black Tower. The two were all smiles as if nothing had happened, showing their extremely strong self-control. If it were normal people, they'd definitely leave in a hurry once they received a treasure. Fairy Zhu is here. Fairy Zhu is here. It was only a small commotion at the start, but it immediately stirred up everyone present. Even Gong Ledian stood up abruptly and said, "Where's Fairy Zhu? Where's Fairy Zhu?" Fairy Zhu? Was that Zhu Xuan Er? Ling Han was somewhat surprised. Was this girl's charm really that great? He saw that even Zhong Ziwei completely lost self-control. His expression was filled with craze, without a shred of appearance, an expert and no different from other people. To be able to make Zhong Ziwei, who had such strong self-control, sink so deeply, it could be imagined just how great Zhu Xuan Er's charm was. At this moment, even Ling Han was somewhat curious in what way was this Zhu Xuan Er so beautiful that she could charm everyone in the north and even interest the prodigy of the Heaven Sword sect in the middle state. The entire place was in uproar as everyone gushed out to greet Fairy Zhu. After 10 whole minutes, a white-clothed girl walked from within the crowd. A white gauze covered her face and her appearance couldn't be seen at all, but her graceful bearing made people refreshed. Chapter 379, Zhu Xuan Er. Reverie underscored this white-clothed girl was like a celestial fairy. Each step showed her grace and beauty. She was dignified, calm, and virtuous, but her physique was truly alluring and her legs slender and long, enough to reach the waist of someone of the same height. The longer a female's legs, the more alluring the physique. The ratio of her body was absolutely perfect, such that simply her walking stimulated endless daydreaming. She had a slim and willowy waist, yet her buttocks jutted out, revealing an amazing curve and emitting a luscious bearing. Her breasts weren't extremely large but could fill an entire hand, and her pink neck was like jade, elegant like a swan's. Her dark hair was like waterfall, tied up by a white silk ribbon. She had no adornments on her entire body, yet it made people feel that this was the most perfect decision, since no matter what adornments were worn on her body, it would only make her appear tacky. Ling Han was astonished. As expected, this girl didn't need to reveal her looks at all to make people feel that she was like a fairy from the heavens, the most beautiful in all of time. The only other woman that ever made him feel this way was Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden. However, he had seen Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden's appearance, and it certainly fitted her perfect physique. From appearance alone, Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden was definitely the most beautiful woman in the world, so beautiful that it felt like she shouldn't have appeared in the mortal world. But, AI. Ling Han sighed. That woman had to be so rude, coming over from time to time and taking random things. Reasoning with her would result in her threatening gaze, and his 4 disciples were beaten up terribly one after another. Speaking of reverence, Ling Han could pat his chest and say that his 4 disciples were definitely more obedient toward Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden than him. You say no, but your eyes are pretty honest. Now you know that Fairy Zhu is unmatched in her generation, right? Gong Lishan's voice sounded beside Ling Han's ear and awakened him from his reminiscence. Ling Han simply smiled and didn't try to explain. He still thought that if his abilities surpassed Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden's, then marrying a wife like her wouldn't be too bad, it'd be pleasant to the eyes. However, strength was a necessary safeguard, or else she'd suppress him and maybe at night, he'd be the one lying on the bottom. Once Zhu Xuan Er arrived, she immediately became the center of attention. It was like she was born a goddess and everyone else would pale before her. Her graceful bearing was too alluring, such that others couldn't even be envious. No matter male or female, they all looked at her with a fanatical gaze as if they would all be willing to plunge into raging fire and boiling water after one word of command from her. Ling Han was shocked on the inside. They were too fanatical, would definitely not do such a thing. Xuan Er is very happy to be able to see all of you young prodigies. A toast to everyone. Zhu Xuan Er held up her wine bowl. Instantly, people revealed expressions of being overwhelmed by flattery and honor, hurriedly holding up their wine bowls as well. As Zhu Xuan Er lifted up the edge of her white gauze, revealing a snow-white chin and dark red lips, people were as if they'd been drugged. Some spurted blood from their nose, and some even fainted from excitement. Everyone drank the wine with one gulp. Having received a toast from Zhu Xuan Er, they felt that this life was completely worth it even if they died. Ling Han was felt a slight undulation within. Although he hadn't seen Zhu Xuan Er's complete appearance, just from looking at her chin and her small lips, a beautiful image could be outlined inside people's minds from those exceedingly beautiful proportions. It was just the tip of the iceberg, yet Ling Han was certain that Zhu Xuan Er's beauty was far beyond Lu Yutong and the other girls, even qualifying to compare against Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden. However, it was impossible to sway Ling Han. It couldn't be helped. He saw Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden almost every day. She did things that made him very gloomy, so he couldn't like her even if he wanted to. With such a preventive measure, so what if Zhu Xuan Er was the second Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden? After Zhu Xuan Er proposed a toast, she lowered the white gauze, instantly making everyone feel an intense reluctance. They felt depressed as if they'd been gouged and had lost the thing they loved the most. She opened her mouth and said, "Xuan Er wants to buy a medicinal ingredient. If no one has it, then news on the medicinal ingredient will do as well. Xuan Er will repay you greatly." "Fairy Zhu, speak as you will." "Yes, to be able to serve Fairy Zhu, that's our honor. Through raging fire and boiling waters, 10,000 deaths won't stop us." Everyone shouted one after another, even a few girls looked fanatical. There was no emotion on Zhu Xuan Er's delicate face. She said, "The ingredient Xuan Er wants is a 7th-tier medicinal grass called Crimson Red Chilling Ice Grass." "Crimson Red Chilling Ice Grass? What's that?" "Never heard of it." Many people immediately shook their heads, but Ling Han was momentarily startled, because Crimson Red Chilling Ice Grass was one of the two main ingredients he needed. He never would have thought he'd come into conflict with Zhu Xuan Er. If the two were to compete, it could be imagined that countless of people would definitely resent him. Whatever, so what if she was exceptionally beautiful? She couldn't even compare to a single hair on this master. "Fairy Zhu, I know where the Crimson Red Chilling Ice Grass is." A youngster stood up very excitedly. Without pressing, the youngster spilled it all out. 3 months ago, when I just left the Dark Demon Forest, I soon heard someone speak of the Crimson Red Chilling Ice Grass, which should be in the depths of the forest. Hiss. Everyone gasped in astonishment. The Dark Demon Forest was one of the more notorious vicious places with flower blossom tier beasts in its depths. Normally, no one dared to enter the depths. "Fairy Zhu, the Dark Demon Forest is too dangerous, it would better to go in 2 years. "Nonsense, Fairy Zhu needs Crimson Red Chilling Ice Grass to save someone, can she wait for 2 years? So you want Fairy Zhu to risk entering the Dark Demon Forest? She'll lose her life." "Indeed, in 2 more years maybe Fairy Zhu can advance into the Flower Blossom tier, she won't have to be afraid by then." Ling Han was moved. The Dark Demon Forest actually had the Crimson Red Chilling Ice Grass. He was ordered to harvest 7 stalks of the Fiery Sun Grass and had no intention of doing so, but by the looks of it now, it seemed like fate was driving him there, mysterious and inexorable. Looks like he'd have to go to the Dark Demon Forest. Zhu Xuan Er was somewhat worried at first that it would bring trouble when the person spoke openly about the location of the Crimson Red Chilling Ice Grass. Thinking again, how many people dared to enter the Dark Demon Forest anyways? She thanked that person and promised that if they'd encountered a trouble, they'd be very welcome to go to the Half Moon sect to find her. Since she was in a rush to find the Crimson Red Chilling Ice Grass, she soon said goodbye and left. Once she left, the atmosphere instantly dropped drastically, and people no longer had the mood to stay. Not to mention, quite a few people already traded for the treasure they desired. Soon they started bidding farewell one after another. Ling Han was very satisfied with this trip. He not only obtained Gold Silk Thousand Spark Fruit, but also obtained news on Crimson Red Chilling Ice Grass. He returned to refine Gold Silk Thousand Spark Fruit. Chapter 380, Bone Forming Pill. Reverie understood was inappropriate to always live at an inn. Since Ling Han had opened 2 stores in Jianghu City to seize endless streams of origin crystals, Ling Han had already set out to purchase a house. However, in the short amount of time, he hadn't found a suitable one. Lu Yutong and Li Xichan were very picky with the quality of the residence. but if it were up to Ling Han, as long as the place was clean, wasn't living anywhere all the same. So they still stayed temporarily at the inn. After returning to the inn, Ling Han immediately flashed into the Black Tower. Improving cultivation obviously came first. He took in the gold silk 1000 spark fruit and burst 100 pieces of origin crystal in passing. Instantly, inexhaustible origin power wrapped around him and continuous streams of power poured into his body, as if kneading. The spirit fruit's medicinal effect was exhibited. Ling Han used his body as a furnace to fuse the medicinal effects, and cooperating with the power origin crystals provided, his cultivation immediately began to skyrocket. 2 spiritual oceans, one yin and one yang, spinning in opposite directions, began to expand under the stacked effects of medicinal and origin power. It would be fast if placed on anyone else, but Ling Han's spiritual oceans were far larger than that of normal spiritual ocean tier warriors, so it appeared extremely slow. Ling Han estimated that this fruit could at most increase his cultivation by 1 small tier, and this was due to the large amount of origin power that he could expend. Otherwise, if it aided him in advancing half a small tier, that would already be considered good. Why were his spiritual oceans overly large, and he even had 2, one yin and one yang? 2 spiritual oceans kept moving against each other like a millstone, constantly polishing his origin power. The result of this was the complete removal of flaws in his origin power, making it more concentrated. People usually started solidifying their cultivation after they reached the peak stage of the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, but Ling Han carried it out constantly, so his tier was extremely stable. However, this meant that his advancement was very slow. Even if he was slow, he was still faster than normal people by 10 times. After all, he was the Grandmaster of Alchemy and didn't lack origin crystals. After a day and a night, Ling Han completely refined and absorbed the medicinal power of the spirit fruit, and his cultivation reached the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, 1 step closer to the 9th layer. He circled around inside the Black Tower and pulled out several stalks of spirit grass, deciding to refine a few high-tier medicinal pills for auction. The profits from the tavern and the medicine store were small but steady, but if he really wanted to get rich overnight, then he could only refine high-tier medicinal pills for auction. However, Spirit Treasure's Pavilion didn't hold auctions every day, so Ling Han only decided to refine pills a few days after he'd arrived. Spirit Treasure's Pavilion's next large-scale auction was in 10 days. Ling Han refined a low-level earth-grade medicinal pill, bone-forming pill. This medicinal pill was for the flower blossom tier cultivators. After one took the bone-forming pill, one's bones would be reconstructed, advancing towards a tougher state. This was very practical because when 2 flower blossom tier warriors attacked each other, even if one did not lose out on origin power, their bones could break due to lack of durability. When one's bones were shattered, it affected one's strength, so how embarrassing would that be? So the tougher one refined one's physique, then the higher one could reach in the future. This was the same thing as compacting one's cultivation, but from a different approach. Only those in the flower blossom tier could take bone-forming pill because they surpassed the mortal level and blossomed a heavenly flower on their spiritual pedestal, giving them an endless stream of vitality. For anyone else, it would be courting death. Ling Han smiled satisfyingly. For this bone-forming pill, he didn't plan on accepting 1-star origin crystals, but 2 stars or 3-star she would soon advance into the spiritual pedestal tier and the effect of 1-star origin crystals would drop substantially. The profits from the tavern and the medicine store were enough to provide Lu Yutong and the others with resources to cultivate. Ling Han headed to the Spirit Treasure's Pavilion. After he took out bone-forming pill, it immediately stirred the higher-ups of the Spirit Treasure's Pavilion. Such a medicinal pill was too high in grade, and for caution's sake, they especially invited a Earth-grade alchemy master for appraisal. Coincidentally, the alchemist was surnamed Lu, and named Ji Tongha just so happened to be Lu Qiyuan's grandfather. This Earth-grade alchemist was already 70 years old, and his cultivation was still at the spiritual pedestal tier, unable to surpass the mortal limit. Otherwise, for a 300-year lifespan, 70 years old was the prime of one's life. There was still hope he was an Earth-grade alchemist after all. The resources in his grasp were extremely shocking, and perhaps he could refine some sort of spirit pill that would support him in charging into the flower blossom tier. Seeing the bone-forming pill, the old man was very shocked. This was a low-level earth-grade medicinal pill which was something he could refine, but after opening the pill bottle, the old man was suddenly startled, revealing an extremely excited look and staying silent for a long while. Master Lu, a person from the Spirit Treasures Pavilion called out lightly. Lu Jitong was finally woken up and said, "The quality of this bottle of bone-forming pill is too high, making this old man involuntarily sucked into a reverie." "How high?" the person from the Spirit Treasures Pavilion asked. Since bone-forming pill was too important, the one put in charge was a flower blossom tier elite. However, in front of an earth-grade alchemist he appeared quite modest. This flower blossom tier elite was called Li Fei Qin. 13 stars, even 14 stars in quality. Lu Jitong pondered, making an evaluation. Li Fei Qin instantly gasped in astonishment. His eyes burned with desire. He was a flower blossom tier warrior, so he obviously needed bone-forming pills. The quality of 13 stars or even 14 stars gave him an urge to seize it. "Young man, this medicinal is refined by an elder from your sect?" Lu Jitong looked at Ling Han. He definitely had to get acquainted with the alchemist who made it. In corroborating with each other, he might be able to improve upon his techniques. If it were him, the refined bone-forming pill would be at most 6 stars in quality. Ling Han cracked a smile and said, "If I said I was the one who refined it, would you guys believe it?" Ha 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 ha. Lu Jitong and Li Fei Qing laughed at the same time. This was a colossal joke. A 17-year-old, a low-level earth-grade medicinal pill, and 13 stars in quality were things that couldn't be placed together. Ling Han laughed as well, and then took out a golden badge along with the identification crystal. Upon activating it, information on his identity was displayed. Lu Jitong and Li Fei Qing's laughter stopped abruptly. "You're that Ling Han?" Lu Jitong cried out. Several months ago, when Ling Han was authenticated as an earth-grade alchemist, the news spread to North Pill Pavilion. There was only one word in their minds: impossible. A 17-year-old youngster actually refined an earth-grade medicinal pill? What a bad joke. However, there were 3 earth-grade alchemists who jointly guaranteed, and so they could only believe it even if there were still suspicions. They never would have thought that the youngest earth-grade alchemist in history would actually appear. Ling Han nodded and said, "I'm that Ling Han." Lu Jitong had no more doubts. There were only so many earth-grade alchemists in the North region. He could count these people with his fingers alone. And to refine a 13 stars bone-forming pill, only a high-level earth-grade alchemist could do it. These people were even rarer, countable with a single palm, and each one of them was worshipped in the North Pill Pavilion as they were diligently attempting to reach the heaven grade. Who would be so bored as to refine bone-forming pill? Moreover, these 3 bone-forming pills were very fresh, still carrying the smell like they were fresh out of the furnace. Evidently, it couldn't be a work of a high-level earth-grade alchemy master in their early years. Chapter 381. Causing a Disturbance Again. Reverie Unders, I've long heard of Master Ling's name, and seeing you today, there's no doubt of your great reputation. This old man is impressed. Lu Jitong immediately cupped his hands, appearing very polite. Although they were both low-level earth-grade alchemists, didn't being able to refine a 13 stars bone-forming pill mean that Ling Han's alchemy ability was far more than just low-level earth-grade? He was probably limited by cultivation, and the ultimate power of his flame couldn't increase further, so he could only stop at this level. Such an alchemy genius would definitely become a grandmaster in the future. Master Ling. Li Fei Qing cupped his hands in salutation. His martial arts tier completely crushed Ling Han's and Lu Jitong's, but the two's achievements in alchemy were shocking, enough to be on equal footing with him and even taking a slight edge. Who made the standing of alchemists beyond the norm? Ling Han laughed and said, "Please don't reveal information about me being here." He didn't want to be eyed by the Thousand Corpse sect. It was unknown how long this sect existed underground, and its strength could be extremely terrifying. Of course. Lu Jitong and Li Fei Qing both nodded, asking nothing. Since Ling Han's identity was certain and the quality of the bone-forming pill was approved by Lu Jitong, the Spirit Treasures Pavilion naturally had no more doubts, placing the 3 bone-forming pills as the highlight in the next auction. "Master Ling, can we sit down some time and discuss alchemy?" Lu Jitong said. "Sure." Ling Han nodded. "I opened a tavern, let's just head over there." He revealed his identity, so he had the intention of becoming acquainted with Lu Jitong. "It's up to Master Ling." Lu Jitong hurriedly nodded. For him, where he ate obviously didn't matter, the point was to discuss alchemy with Ling Han. Ling Han could refine a 13 stars bone-forming pill, so he naturally far surpassed him in alchemy techniques. If he didn't take advantage of the opportunity to ask for advice, then he would be truly stupid. The two came to forget not. Ling Han had the kitchen staff prepare food, slaughtering a second-tier beast, a mysterious fragrant deer that grew up from eating 100-year-old ginseng. Simply boiling thoroughly with water, the delicious taste of it could make people's teeth fall. As expected, after Lu Jitong had a taste, he cared no longer for his old face and couldn't stop with his chopsticks, forgetting to ask Ling Han for advice on alchemy. Knowing that Ling Han came, Lu Yutong and the others came over. Ling Han introduced them one by one. Everyone sat down and ate. Hunyou's enormous appetite naturally shocked Lu Jitong. The old man even felt an impending crisis, fearing that he wouldn't beat Hunyou in snatching the food. After they were half full, Lu Jitong finally remembered the proper business, hurriedly consulting Ling Han on alchemy techniques. Ling Han spoke casually. Every word from the Grandmaster of Alchemy was naturally like a gem. Very soon, Lu Jitong forgot his identity, and involuntarily stood up respectfully by Ling Han's side like an alchemy boy in his teens, listening to the teachings of his respected teacher. In Lu Jitong's eyes, Ling Han's status was raised infinitely, even surpassing the 5 high-level Earth-grade alchemists a heaven-grade master. He has heard those 5 express their views on alchemy, but compared to Ling Han, none of them understood it as deeply. The difference was almost like heaven and earth. Could this one be the reincarnation of the Grandmaster of Alchemy? Or else how did a mere 17-year-old have such a shocking understanding on alchemy? Don't say he actually guessed right. Peng 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 peng. At this moment clamor came from below, making Ling Han stop. Lu Jitong was deeply absorbed, as if a brand new door was slowly opening up to him that would allow him to become a middle-level alchemy master. Limited by cultivation, he couldn't refine medium-level medicinal pill at the moment, but as long as he advanced into the flower blossom tier, everything would come easily. That was just like Ling Han, who had the martial arts comprehension of the heaven tier in the previous life and now only needed to accumulate cultivation. Once he had enough cultivation, he would smoothly advance. He was instantly infuriated and his killing intent spread. He wished he could immediately tear the person who interrupted Master Ling into 10,000 pieces. "I'll have a look," Zhu Wujiao said promptly, turning to leave the room. Zhu Wujiao arrived at the bottom floor. 2 youngsters were standing in the lobby. They brought a dozen underlings who were chasing out the customers. Every one of them looked malicious, and even the store staff didn't dare step forward to stop. Zhu Wujiao only recognized one of the 2 youngsters, Lang Junkai. If Ling Han were to come, he would recognize the other person, Lu Qi Yuan, who was Lang Junkai's master. Lang Junkai was obviously not resigned. He had planned on taking over Forget Not, which was equivalent to possessing a gold mountain. He never thought that not only would he not get the gold mountain, but he also would be extorted for 4,000 origin crystals. He knew Ling Han had Gong Ledian as support, and couldn't resist him, so he found Lu Qi Yuan. With a little instigation, Lu Qi Yuan was moved. A gold mountain, who wouldn't want to take over it? Lang Junkai was afraid of Gong Ledian, but was he afraid? Of course not. Then go for it. This time, he fetched a spiritual pedestal tier elite that was worshipped in the family. With such an elite's backing, he wouldn't be afraid of forcibly making Ling Han lower his head. "Go, get your boss out here to greet young Master Lu," Lang Junkai said coldly, feeling extremely annoyed inside. This gold mountain was his, should have been his, but Lu Qi Yuan already made a move, so he could only get the leftover soup, and there was definitely no share for him with the beauties. If he could even get one portion of the profit, it would be something worth thanking the heavens for. Lu Qi Yuan was not a generous person, and besides, Lang Junkai expended no effort on this matter. Zhu Wujiao walked down the stairs and said, "You guys are not welcome here, get lost." "Haha, since when did mere gushing spring tier warriors dare to be so arrogant?" Lang Junkai sneered. "Let me tell you, it's useless no matter who comes here today because young Master Lu is here," he said, full of confidence. In the entire Extreme Yang City, there were only so many spoiled second generations that could not give face to Lu Qi Yuan, and Ling Han wasn't one of them. Unless Le Gong Tian was willing to protect Ling Han at all cost, he wouldn't be able to stop Lu Qi Yuan either. After all, Gong Ledian couldn't possibly always stay at Forget Not, right? Zhu Wujiao was elated. He knew the identity of Lu Jitong, who was Lu Qi Yuan's grandfather and Lu family's pillar. However, old man Lu was standing quietly by Ling Han's side right now, obedient like Ling Han's alchemy apprentice. The more unbridled Lu Qi Yuan was now, the more tragically he would be crying later. He had no intention of warning them and said slowly, "Young Master Lu? Hee, the extreme Yang city's hidden talent. It's better to be a bit more modest. You really make people laugh their heads off. A mere gushing spring-tier cultivator dares to lecture this young master? Take him down." Lu Yuan gave a stern look and a spiritual ocean-tier martial artist immediately jumped out, trying to grasp Zhu Wujiao. This was naturally very easy, and Zhu Wujiao immediately fell into the opponent's hands. "Slap him," Lu Yuan said coldly. Pa, that spiritual ocean-tier warrior immediately started lashing at Zhu Wujiao's face. Zhu Wujiao simply clenched his teeth and didn't beg for mercy, nor did he call for help. He was set on getting Lu Yuan in trouble because Lu Yuan definitely wouldn't be heavily reprimanded from creating a disturbance. However, if he were to get beaten up terribly, would Lu Tong punish Lu Yuan lightly? He always felt ashamed and uneasy, not being able to relieve Ling Han's worries and troubles. So when he encountered things like this, he would rather suffer and get Lu Yuan in trouble. Chapter 382, Rammed into a Wall. Reverie A mere gushing spring-tier warrior dares to be impudent in front of this young master? Watch how this young master will take care of you. Lu Yuan was extremely angry. Before Ling Han was rude to him, and now Ling Han's subordinates also dared to be rude to him, making him beyond furious. When did the young master of the Lu family have so little face? Zhu Wujiao laughed loudly and said, "Lu Yuan, don't you regret it?" "Regret? Ah, damn brat, you dare to threaten this young master?" Lu Yuan laughed out of anger and looked towards Lang Junkai. Lang Junkai sneered and said, "The owner's mad, so is the slave. It seems they have no clue of young Master Lu's identity." He looked towards Zhu Wujiao and said, "Listen, young Master Lu's grandfather is an earth-grade alchemist, Master Lu. Brat, do you know what an earth-grade alchemist represents? Fiercer than flower blossom tier elites, even mighty spiritual infant tier cultivators need to be courteous to him. Kneel down and yell Ling Han is a bastard, and this young master will forgive you." Lu Yuan laughed. He came today to embarrass Ling Han to the point where Ling Han would hand over the tavern submissively. "All right." Zhu Wujiao agreed unreservedly. Lu Yuan and Lang Junkai were both startled. How come he submitted so quickly? Wasn't this guy quite haughty earlier? Could it be that he was scared when he finally knew Lu Yuan's identity? "Then start," Lu Yuan said. He was puzzled, but it was enough as long as he could embarrass Ling Han. Being betrayed by a subordinate had to feel quite awful, right? Zhu Wujiao took a deep breath, about to yell. "Kneel," Lang Junkai hurriedly said, about to charge forward and knock Zhu Wujiao down. "Forget it." Lu Yuan blocked with his hand. "Lu Yuan is a bastard. Lu Yuan is a bastard. Lu Yuan is a bastard." Zhu Wujiao shouted, his voice rumbling and echoing ceaselessly. "You want to die?" Lu Yuan and Lang Junkai glared at the same time, looking very furious. This brat dared to trick them. "You're dead. Dead for sure." Lang Junkai bellowed. "Kill him." These subordinates hesitated. It didn't matter when they killed in self-defense, but killing on one's own accord was another matter. The extreme Yang city had its own rules, and killing people in public was a serious crime which no one would rashly violate. Therefore, no matter how much they beat Zhu Wujiao, it didn't matter, but killing, they couldn't do so in front of so many people. "Take him back," Lu Yuan said coldly. Killing him in the Lu family, who would dare to demand his release? Even if they came, he only needed to say perfunctorily, "He's already been released, who knows where he's gone to," and that would do. Lang Junkai immediately understood and signaled with his eyes to the subordinate on the side as he said, "Take him." "Who dares to use force?" A voice seething with anger called out, sounding very old. "Which bastard is it now?" Lang Junkai said impatiently, one person after another. Was there no end? "Grandfather," Lu Yuan said with a quiver, appearing extremely nervous. Lang Junkai instantly felt a chill from his head all the way to his feet. "Grandfather?" Lu Yuan only had one grandfather, and that was the alchemist Lu Tonga, low-level earth-grade alchemist. He actually called him a bastard. For that alone he could be executed 100 times. Insulting an earth-grade alchemist. His legs immediately went soft. Kneeling down he said, "This lowly one didn't insult the master intentionally, please forgive me, Master Lu." Lu Jitong didn't even glance at Lang Junkai and stared only at his grandson, revealing a both disappointed and furious expression. He had just been listening respectfully to Ling Han instruct on alchemy but was interrupted midway, which infuriated him. However, he never would have thought that the one causing trouble was his grandson, making him feel exceedingly ashamed. The kindness of guidance had with it the friendship of being half a teacher, yet his grandson came Ling Han's place to make a show of force, making him so angry and ashamed that he wanted to die. He always thought his grandson was respectful, but now he knew that it was all just appearances for him to see. Foul beast. His entire body trembled as he pointed at Yuan, taking a sudden large stride forward and pa he slapped forcefully 4 consecutive times, making Yuan's 2 cheeks bulge greatly. Yuan felt wronged and said, "Grandfather, why did you hit me?" "Hit you? This old man will beat you to death." Lu Jitong said coldly, raising his right hand up high again. "Grandfather." Yuan hurriedly threw himself to Lu Jitong's feet, tears and snot flowing out. He knew Lu Jitong's personality. It definitely wasn't a joke when Lu Jitong said he was going to kill someone. "I'm your only grandson, Lu family's only son for generations, and if I die, Lu family will have no future generations." Lang Junkai almost fainted. Even Lu Yuan was going to be beaten to death, so what would be his end? Lu Jitong raised his hand high up, but couldn't smack downwards all this time. Lu Yuan was certainly Lu family's only son. "Jitong, forget it." Ling Han walked down from the floor above. "You." Seeing this, Lu Yuan wanted to climb up from the ground. "Pa." Lu Jitong immediately gave him a slap and scolded, "You? What you call him master?" "A master." Lu Yuan's eyeballs almost jutted out. This was only a 17 to 18-year-old youngster who was much younger than him. He was actually some master? Lu Jitong threw another slap, startling him once again. He wasn't stupid, could he not have realized by now? "Master?" he hurriedly called out obediently. Ling Han paid no attention, looking at Zhu Wujiao. He said, "Wujiao, who did it?" "Him and him." Zhu Wujiao immediately pointed at Lu Yuan and Lang Junkai. Ling Han nodded and said, "Jitong, your grandson is a bit arrogant." Embarrassed, Lu Jitong nodded, and immediately slapped Lu Yuan again without holding back, truly like a beating to death. Lu Yuan wanted to escape, but someone in the spiritual ocean tier couldn't possibly be a spiritual pedestal tier cultivator's opponent, so he could only keep getting beat. When Lu Yuan was almost beaten to death, Ling Han intervened and blocked Lu Jitong. He said, "No need for death penalty." "Thank you, master." Lu Jitong hurriedly said, joy filling his face. With Ling Han's talent, Ling Han would definitely become a heaven-grade alchemist. If Ling Han were to really bear a grudge, then the whole family would suffer. Now Ling Han clearly stopped pursuing the matter, so Lu Jitong was naturally relieved. Lang Junkai was covered with a cold sweat like rain. Lu Yuan was beaten half to death. What about him? Ling Han's gaze moved over as if looking at a dead man. Young Master Ling, forgive me once. Forgive me once." Lang Junkai said quaveringly. He now knew why Lu Yutong, Zhu Wujiao and the others had such confidence, not because they were country bumpkins, arrogant and ignorant, but because their trump card was shockingly powerful. "Master Ling, leave this child up to me," Lu Jitong said, face full of killing intent. He had to give Ling Han some justice, didn't he? He obviously was unwilling to kill his grandson, so he could only find the other culprit. Chapter 383, Aid the Fight. Reverie Undersh. Don't assume that Lu Jitong was a benign person. On the contrary, to be able to sit in his position, how could he be a person faint of heart? Not only did he execute Lang Junkai, the old man also gave the Lang family an empty criminal charge, killing all their elites while the leftover women, children and old were exiled from the extreme Yang city. He was truly vicious and merciless, almost destroying the Lang family. The old man certainly had reason to be enraged. Lu Yuan originally wouldn't have come into conflict with Ling Han, and it was completely instigated by Lang Junkai. If he weren't there that day, then what end would Lu Yuan have met? This was almost equivalent to hatred of killing his grandson, so the old man naturally didn't hold back when he acted. With one day's effort, the Lang family vanished completely from the extreme Yang city, demonstrating the amazing capacity of an Earth-grade alchemist. Ling Han was also an Earth-grade alchemist, which meant that if he revealed his identity, he could receive the same standing and power as Lu Jitong. However, the Thousand Corpse sect was a hidden threat and Ling Han didn't want to reveal his identity so quickly, so he circled around, pulling in Lu Jitong. An Earth-grade alchemist as a supporter for the tavern and medicine store meant he didn't need to have any future worries. He was heading to the Dark Demon Forest next. Lu Yutong and the others naturally had to help him manage the store with an Earth-grade alchemist as support. He was naturally relieved. Otherwise, why would he intentionally bring Lu Jitong under his control? Ling Han made some arrangements. He didn't plan on bringing anyone on the trip to the Dark Demon Forest, but when Hunyou found out, she immediately threw a fit, following him no matter what. Thinking of the little girl's speed, Ling Han knew he couldn't get rid of her, so he nodded in agreement. However, before he even left, he received an invitation to a banquet from the Spirit Treasures Pavilion. Ling Han thought it was a matter concerning the auctioning of the bone-forming pill, which involved his profits, so there naturally wasn't much to consider. Readily agreed. Hunyou was most mischievous, following him to the banquet no matter what. Arriving at the Spirit Treasures Pavilion, he and Hunyou were brought to an elegant private courtyard. There was a square table set in the atrium of the courtyard, with two girls already seated there. One of them was in all white and even had white gauze covering her face. Her skin was like snow. It was indistinguishable as to whether it was the white clothes or her skin. Her hair was like clouds, dangling like a waterfall. Zhu Xuan Er. Ling Han was slightly startled. Did he guess wrong and this banquet wasn't for the bone-forming pill? Another girl was roughly 21 or 22 years old. Clad in a long skirt, her body was fiery with stunning curves. Her complexion was extremely beautiful, her flaming red lips filled with seductive air. Seeing Ling Han walk over holding Hunyou's hand, the red-clothed girl stood up abruptly and laughed. "Young Master Ling, please." Zhu Xuan Er stood up as well, but didn't speak, simply rising half out of her seat to greet Ling Han. "Young Master Ling, this young lady is surnamed Yin and named Lan," the red-clothed beauty introduced herself. "This one is Lady Zhu Xuan Er. Sister Zhu, this here is Ling Han, young Master Ling, but he has another more shocking identity, an Earth-grade alchemist." And? Zhu Xuan Er was really shocked. Ling Han looked not even 20 years old. Which Earth-grade alchemist wasn't an old man or old lady in the 50s or 60s? Hunyou looked at Zhu Xuan Er for a while and immediately revealed an expression as if guarding her food, climbing onto Ling Han's neck and saying, "Ling Han is Niu's." She expressed her sovereignty towards Zhu Xuan Er and completely ignored Yin Lan, clearly thinking that this girl wouldn't be of threat to her. Zhu Xuan Er had always been easygoing. Whether people liked her or disliked her, she wouldn't take it to heart. However, a 5 to 6-year-old little girl looked full of jealousy and challenged her, making her feel somewhat awkward. "Ha ha ha ha." Yin Lan laughed exaggeratingly, wantonly and with exceeding charm. She was naturally charming and didn't need to make a display of it. Each and every move of hers was filled with charm. After she cast an enchanting glance at Ling Han, she said, "Sister Zhu, you've been regarded as a rival." Zhu Xuan Er looked at Hunyou again, revealing astounded expression, because she found that she couldn't see through Hunyou at all. However, thinking again, a 5 to 6-year-old little girl wouldn't have awakened a spirit base, so she naturally had no cultivation. She couldn't see through Hunyou, because Hunyou wasn't a martial artist at all. Thinking so, she felt at ease. Ling Han sat down while Hunyou knelt on his lap, looking at Zhu Xuan Er provocatively. The little girl truly saw Zhu Xuan Er as a rival. She had never been this serious in front of Lu Yutong and Li Xichan. "Lady Yin, why did you invite me here?" Ling Han said. "First drink and eat, we can talk over the meal." Yin Hong smiled. "Can young Master Ling still feel bored with two beauties like us as company?" Ling Han held the wine bowl and simply smiled slightly, unmoved by her exceeding charm, and said, "What is Lady Yin's position at the Spirit Treasures Pavilion?" She invited him in Spirit Treasures Pavilion's name. "My father is Yin Shang, the Pavilion Master of North Region's Spirit Treasures Pavilion," Yin Hong said casually. This was very surprising. The Spirit Treasures Pavilion and the Alchemist Society were leviathans in the vast lands. Even if it was just a sub-branch in the North Region, the power they grasped was still surprising, not inferior to the sect masters of sect like the Winter Moon sect. He never would have thought that Yin Shang's daughter was actually so young. When did the old man have this daughter? Yin Hong went on, "I have a favor to ask of young Master Ling." Ling Han couldn't help but laugh and said, "Lady Yin's the young mistress of the headquarters of North Region Spirit Treasures Pavilion, Is there something that you can't do and need my help with? Yin Hong sighed faintly and said, every 5 years the Spirit Treasures Pavilion will gather at the main branch and have a contest in alchemy, formations and martial arts. However, only those under 30 years old can attend. The purpose is to select those who are worth investing in, and rate the managers of the 4 large sub-branches. Hearing her words, Ling Han already guessed her intentions, but he didn't interject, simply listening quietly. The North Region's sub-branch has continued to be the last in the past 100 to 1,000 years. Yin Hong knitted her willowy brows, appearing extremely displeased. However, I truly don't think that there are no prodigies in the North Region. So, I plan on inviting young Master Ling as a welcome guest of the headquarters in the North Region to battle for us, traveling with me to the Middle State at the end of next year. Traveling to the Middle State? Ling Han had an epiphany. He certainly had the thought of going to the Middle State, but he had to take care of a few things: cure his father's spirit base, save his mother, and kill Ao Feng. After that, he could feel at ease and head off to Middle State. After all, the secret Zhu Xuan buried was in the Middle State. He looked at Zhu Xuan Er and said, I am the alchemy representative and Lady Zhu is for martial arts. Then where's the formation representative? It's me. Yin Hong patted her chest, instantly causing a shocking ripple. Chapter 384, Provisos. Reverie Undersh. Ling Han was astounded and said, Lady Yin is skilled in formations? He dabbled in formations in his previous life and learned mainly to break through all sorts of historic sites. Focused on unraveling formations, his formation-setting abilities weren't strong. However, it was said that in the ancient times, formations were a large branch that was on par with martial arts and alchemy. Several millennia ago, the status of formation masters was no lower than alchemy masters. A break-off in alchemy occurred millennia ago, but alchemy was almost completely destroyed in Ling Han's previous life. He never would have thought he would witness a person cultivating formations, which made Ling Han quite shocked. Haha, you look down on me? Thinking that all I know is to give charming winks? Yin Hong said, carefree and not at all ashamed. This was simply her personality. Her charming face with her natural seductiveness were quite impressive, but it couldn't be helped she had a manly personality, speaking whatever she thought and knowing not what restraint was. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, Lady Yin is very interesting, I propose you a toast. Hee, I don't get drunk in 1,000 bowls. If young Master Ling wants to get me drunk and plot some bad things, then you'll only be disappointed. Yin Hong gladly drank the bowl of wine in a gulp, surprisingly bold. Ling Han couldn't help but feel a bit ill at ease. This woman was too straightforward. Did she not fear of making other people feel awkward? Young Master Ling is already a low-level earth-grade alchemist at such a young age. No one can compare even in the Middle State. So, we can firmly take down the 30 points in alchemy. Sister Zhu's strength can't count as the finest in the Middle State, but fortunately, we still have half a year's time, enough for Sister Zhu to improve by several layers. I will fully assist her, making Sister Zhu reach at least the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. Of course, if she can break through to the flower blossom tier, all the better, then we would at least get 30 points out of the 40 in martial arts. Yin Hong paused, then went on, I'm a formation genius, the 30 points in this stage, taking 25 points definitely won't be hard. So the total points out of the 3 stages can reach above 85. The first place last time was only 85 points, so we have high hopes of taking first, she said, filled with confidence. Ling Han shrugged and said, Lady Yin, it's all your own wishful thinking. I don't recall accepting? Being able to fight alongside a woman of unmatched beauty like Sister Zhu, is young master still unwilling? Yin Hong said, pretending to be surprised. Ling Han simply laughed and said no more. Sly little fox. Yin Hong criticized as she spread her hands out, asking, all right, put forward whatever request do you have. We of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion have money and all sorts of treasures. As long as it doesn't exceed our bottom line, I am in the position to give it to you. Ling Han waved his hands dismissively and said, no need to gift it. I want a spirit grass, and it's best if you can get it by the end of the year. Origin crystals are not a problem, I can pay accordingly. Yin Hong instantly clapped her hands and said with a smile, as expected of an earth-grade alchemist, rich and imposing, not even taking advantage of me given such a great chance. Zhu Xuan Er's tolerance was bit surprising. She remained unmoved no matter how Yin Hong teased her, as if a true fairy from the heavens. How could she be moved by mortal matters? Yin Hong went on, what spirit grass does young Master Ling need? 9-leaf black Ganoderma, Ling Han said. 7th tier spirit grass shouldn't be a problem for the spirit treasures pavilion, right? Yin Hong's beautiful face twitched. She said exaggeratingly, hey, that's a 7th tier spirit grass, even spiritual infant tier warriors would be moved. Our strongest cultivators in the North region are only in the spiritual infant tier, you have the nerve to say that it shouldn't be a problem? Ling Han shrugged and said, even if there is a problem, that's Lady Yin's problem. I've set forth my condition. As long as Lady Yin can bring me the 9-leaf black Ganoderma, I'll accept and attend the battle for the Spirit Treasures Pavilion. Besides, I can take a step back. The 9-leaf Ganoderma doesn't have to reach maturity, but if it's not mature enough, I want a living one. Yin Hong looked at Ling Han with a strange gaze. The insinuation behind his words was somewhat shocking. It didn't matter if the medicine wasn't mature enough as long as it was alive. Could Ling Han possibly have a way of fostering spirit grass that could speed up its growth? This thought flashed by, but Yin Hong immediately shook her head. There was no way. From 6th tier onwards, all spirit grass and trees were like martial artists, surpassing mortals, and absolutely couldn't be fostered in a normal medicinal garden. Keeping it alive was quite difficult, not to mention speeding up its growth. She pondered, then said, all right, leave this matter to me. But even if I can really get it, the value of a 7th tier spirit grass is extremely shocking. Hopefully young Master Ling would be prepared. Ling Han cracked a smile. No matter. At the worst, I'll jet refine some more medicinal pills. Yin Hong suddenly became speechless. The best group of moneymakers in the world were alchemists, and one outstanding alchemist. The ones who had high pill-forming rate had terrifying money-making abilities. One batch of ingredients refined into medicinal pills was 10 times the profit, and they wouldn't have worry about not selling because of the large scale of martial artists. Since everyone's agreed, come let's drink. Yin Hong said extremely boldly. Looking only at her appearance, one couldn't possibly think that such a charming lady was actually so manly in character. The four began to eat. Hunyeo immediately stuck her tongue. The things here were too unpalatable. She took out the dried meats that had already been prepared from her spatial ring and began munching on it. The smell spread and instantly attracted Yin Hong's gaze. Her saliva almost drooled out. Even Zhu Xuan Er couldn't help but swallow her saliva. In front of such delicacies, even fairies turned into mortals. Pretty little girl, give sister a piece, Yin Hong said unabashedly. Hunyeo was stingy, glaring vigilantly at Yin Hong. Food was her life. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, Nyo, don't be stingy, give the two sisters a taste. Hearing Ling Han say so, Hunyeo reluctantly separated 2 small pieces and handed them over. Moreover, the piece that she gave to Zhu Xuan Er was clearly a whole lot smaller. It was clear just how unhappy she was to see Zhu Xuan Er. Yin Hong wouldn't be embarrassed. She immediately started to eat the dried meat. With a taste of it, she was enraptured, and her entire body began to tremble. The snacks for Hunyeo weren't made from normal meat, but from the beasts fostered inside the Black Tower. There were very little, even Ling Han didn't eat it often. The taste was not only fresh but also greatly beneficial to martial artists. After all, these beasts 800-year-old ginseng and Ganoderma all day, and it would be weird if it weren't rich in nutrition. Young Master Ling, how do you sell these meats? Set a price, I'll even sell my body. Yin Hong said. "385 Formation Master. Reverie under. Pooh." Ling Han instantly spurted out a mouthful of wine. This woman was so bold that it was a bit unbearable. Only a pervert like Gu Fenghua could match her. Hearing Yin Hong say such a thing, Zhu Xuan Er couldn't cover up her curiosity and picked up that small piece of meat on the table. She lifted the white gauze slightly, revealing her exceedingly beautiful red lips, and opened her mouth slowly. Her pearly white teeth were as if exquisite sculptures, stunningly beautiful. She placed the meat in her mouth and lowered the white gauze, chewing slowly. It instantly made one feel ceaseless regret, hoping to see it one more time. She didn't act as exaggerated as Yin Hong, but her gaze revealed extraordinary splendor from shock. Such delicacy was once in a lifetime, making her feel the urge to have another taste no matter the cost. She was Zhu Xuan Er after all, and soon suppressed the urge and looked even-tempered once again. Rather than enjoyment, she still had a grave responsibility. "Sister Zhu, you should just marry young Master Ling." Yin Hong's could help but speak teasingly. "Look, Young Master Ling is only 17 years old and is already a low-level Earth-grade alchemist. At this rate, he'll be a Heaven-grade alchemist around 30 years old, and you can just find him to refine the pill. Besides, following him, there'll be such delicious food to eat your entire life will be worth it. She laughed mischievously, looked flatteringly at Ling Han and said, Young Master Ling, look, I got you a wife, why don't you give me some more of that dried meat? Those words instantly provoked two people, Zhu Xuan Er and Hun Yo. Not so much Zhu Xuan Er was an adult after with self-control, but her gaze became somewhat cold. Hun Yo had a hot temper. She immediately dove out from Ling Han's embrace, and Xiao, her small figure, flashed and appeared before Yin Hong, waving her claws toward Yin Hong's chest. Hiss. The two girls were completely shocked. Hun Yo was actually an elite? She was extremely strange. Even Ling Han, who possessed a shred of heaven-tier divine consciousness, could no longer see through her at all, let alone the two girls. A spiritual ocean-tier expert suddenly attacked, and Yin Hong was absolutely unguarded. Chilla, the clothes on her chest were instantly torn open. However, soon following, a white light flickered and formed a screen of light, blocking Hun Yo's little hands. Nyo, stop! Ling Han hurriedly shouted. Hun Yo then flipped and landed back into Ling Han's embrace. Still in a bad mood, she scowled at Yin Hong. The white light on Yin Hong's chest dispersed, and because the clothes were torn, her snow-white skin could be seen indistinctly. However, what was surprising was that there were the vein-like lines on her skin just like a tattoo. Formation marks. Ling Han had heaven-tier experience. His eyes immediately lit up, focusing his gaze on it. Formations were already waning and almost lost in his previous lifetime. Only coming across it when he visited historic sites, Ling Han only knew how to solve them, and the only formation he could set was a warning formation. However, in the ancient times, formation was lined up against martial arts and alchemy. Once formation masters attacked, they could trap tens and hundreds of martial artists of the same tier. The power of it was definitely there. He was very interested in formations, but placed all his energy on alchemy and had no time to delve into formations. Additionally, there were no formation masters he could ask for guidance and no formation scrolls were left from the ancient times, so how could he learn it? Never would he have thought that he would really encounter a formation master. As expected of the blossoming of a prosperous martial arts age, not only were there freaks Rong Huanxian, Yen Tianzhao, Ma Duobao, and Hun Yo, but also the formation masters that long disappeared reappeared. Your eyes are so fixed on me? Why don't I take off my clothes and let you look to your heart's content? Yin Hong said, clenching her teeth. Although she had a faint smile, she emitted a dangerous presence. Ling Han didn't withdraw his gaze. He was not at all interested in Yin Hong's body, only looking at the formations on her body. He had seen quite a few formations in his previous life, but seeing formations that were carved on the body was a first. Formations, it's certainly a pretty good thing, Ling Han said. If you don't mind, take off your clothes and let me study it carefully. Get lost. Yin Hong hurriedly covered her chest and ran into the building to change into new clothes. Zhu Xuan Er looked extremely surprised at Hun Yo. She couldn't see through Hun Yo, thinking that Hun Yo didn't cultivate at all. She never expected to judge so wrongly. Hun Yo not only awaked a spirit base, but also was a spiritual ocean tier cultivator. A 5 to 6 year old at the spiritual ocean tier, what did this mean? In comparison, her cultivation was not worth mentioning. The difference was way too large. In the martial arts world, all those below the flower blossom tier were nobody's mortals. However, it could be said that the preceding 5 tiers were relatively easy to attain, and no matter how young a spiritual pedestal tier warrior was, it wouldn't be strange. However, a 5 to 6 year old at the spiritual ocean tier. How could she not be shocked? Hun Yo's senses were extremely amazing. She immediately discovered Zhu Xuan Er's gaze, then made a face at her, displaying intense enmity. Ling Han laughed and said, Lady Zhu, what do you need crimson red chilling ice grass for? Zhu Xuan Er was momentarily starlit and said, So you were there that day. She paused for a moment then went on, I needed to refine a heaven-grade medicinal pill, and crimson red chilling ice grass is one of the supplemental ingredients. Crimson red chilling ice grass could only act as supplemental ingredient. Well, that was a heaven-grade medicinal pill. Ling Han felt it strange and said, I heard your teacher has been possessed by the devil, but I think that medium-level or at most high-level earth-grade medicinal pill can take care of it, no need for the heaven-grade ones. If another person were to say these words, Zhu Xuan Er would definitely ignore them. However, Ling Han was a low-level Earth-grade alchemist. Regarding actual status, he was far above her. Even the sect master of the Winter Moon sect would show respect when seeing Ling Han. She said, "My teacher received a Dao injury, and it can't be cured without a heaven-grade medicinal pill." Ling Han felt it even stranger and said, "Your master's is at most a spiritual infant-tier cultivator, so how could he possibly receive a Dao injury?" Dao injury, also known as injury of the Great Dao, was a backlash injury received when fathoming the power of heaven and earth. Only the Shattering Void tier warriors had the right to fathom heaven and earth, so naturally only they could receive Dao injuries. Other than that, the Shattering Void tier martial arts could invoke the power of heaven, and earth enemies inflicted by it would also suffer a Dao injury. The problem was, if a Shattering Void tier warrior attacked, could someone with the strength of the spiritual infant tier only receive an injury? More probably they should have died several hundred times. Zhu Xuan Er shook her head and didn't answer. Obviously, this matter involved a secret. They simply had an intimate talk as mere acquaintances, so how could she reveal the bottom of it so easily? Ling Han didn't ask any further, but obviously he and Zhu Xuan Er would be competing against each other for that crimson-red chilling ice grass. "Sorry, but I also need the crimson-red chilling ice grass," he said. Zhu Xuan Er immediately revealed a fierce enmity. This was the life-saving medicine for her teacher. Besides, the reason why she accepted to battle for Yin Hong was because Yin Hong promised to help her find the other main ingredients and head to the middle state to request a heaven-grade alchemist to refine the pill. Chapter 386. Exchange for Formations. Reverie Undersh. Hunyo revealed a vicious expression as well. Zhu Xuan Er dared to direct killing intent at Ling Han, making the little girl instantly enter a battle stance. Her small figure sprung tightly, already prepared to attack. Ling Han pressed his hand on Hunyo's shoulder, stopping her from being rash, and said, "Let me guess, there are 4 types of heaven-grade medicinal pills that can cure Dao injuries, but only Hidden Tiger Heavenly Luck Pill needs crimson-red chilling ice grass." Zhu Xuan Er's pupils immediately narrowed. Ling Han was right, and she was collecting ingredients precisely to refine Hidden Tiger Heavenly Luck Pill. Ling Han nodded, confirming his thoughts with her reaction, and went on, "The Hidden Tiger Heavenly Luck Pill's main ingredients are 9 Dao Sound Heaven Fruit, for Elephant Heaven Wolf Grass, and Extreme Dark Dragon Emperor Fruit. The main ingredients can't be replaced, but the supplemental ingredients can." "You're saying all this just to make me not compete with you for the crimson red chilling ice grass?" Zhu Xuan Er immediately saw through Ling Han's intentions. Ling Han laughed and said, "That's right. I'm not afraid of you, but seeing that we'll be fighting side by side in the future, I'm giving you an advice and a notice you won't be able to get it. However, you don't have to worry even if you don't get crimson red chilling ice grass, since the supplemental medicines can be exchanged." "Master Ling, even if the crimson red chilling ice grass can be exchanged, just how many 7-tier spirit grasses are there in the world?" Zhu Xuan Er replied with a question. "This crimson red chilling ice grass. I'm determined to have it." Ling Han shrugged his shoulders and said, "Then it'll be a match of our abilities. However, when I snatch it, don't snivel." Zhu Xuan Er instantly wanted to roll her eyes. She wasn't a child and wouldn't snivel. She was a bit irritated inside. This was the first time she encountered someone who didn't care for her charm, making it somewhat hard for her to adapt. The second of course was Hunyo with enmity all across her face, as if she would fight with her over Ling Han. Even if Ling Han was a heaven-grade alchemist, she would at most ask him to refine pills. As for liking him? Impossible. Someone she would like should be a martial arts genius, and not a blockhead that only knew to refine pills. "Yo, seems you guys were having a great talk. Did I come back at the wrong time?" Yin Hong walked over, swinging her plump buttocks. With her naturally slender and supple waist, once she started walking, she was exceedingly seductive, which couldn't be concealed at all. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "Not at all. Lady Yin, do you have any secret scrolls on formations that you can lend me for reference?" Yin Hong rolled her eyes at Ling Han right away and said, "What do you think secret scrolls on formations are? You think I would let you use it for reference just because you said so?" "I can exchange using arts and techniques of a similar level," Ling Han said with justification. He didn't need to spend his thoughts on alchemy in his lifetime, and already had experience in martial arts, simply treading over it again, so he had large amounts of time left over. Using it to learn formations was just right. He saw the power of Yin Hong's formations, which was even able to block Hunyo's attack. This was quite out of the ordinary, which made him deeply interested. Besides, he would definitely enter all sorts of historic sites in the future, and if he was highly accomplished in formations, it would be extremely helpful. Moreover, the treasure troves and medicinal gardens of every sect were protected by formations. Blood-sucking origin gold could open the locks, but couldn't deal with formations. Yin Hong laughed mischievously and said, "All right, if you can bring high-level arts or techniques, then I'll exchange with you." "Sure." Ling Han had no intention of staying any longer and immediately said goodbye. He returned to pick some arts and skills to exchange for a few formations to study. It gave him something to do before he ventured into the dark demon forest. He left with Hunyo, and the courtyard was suddenly left with Zhu Xuan Er and Yin Hong. "Ha, this guy is truly a weirdo. Ignoring my charm isn't a big deal, but even ignoring you? Could he be a eunuch?" Yin Hong said, baffled. Zhu Xuan Er instantly turned red all across the face and said, "Sister Hong, you're shooting your mouth off again." So the two girls already knew each other. It wasn't strange. Zhu Xuan Er sought to find the materials for refining the hidden tiger heavenly luck pill, and the fastest way was through the spirit treasures pavilion. So Zhu Xuan Er and Yin Hong knowing each other was naturally very normal. However, you can really consider it. This guy truly has the possibility of becoming a heaven-grade alchemist before 30 years old. That would be equivalent to a mighty shattering void-tier warrior, and with his help, finding those main ingredients would be much easier. Otherwise, a 9th-tier spirit grass, a spiritual pedestal tier cultivator like you can't possibly obtain it. Yin Hong said again. Zhu Xuan Er sighed. The supplemental medicines were not a problem, but the 3 main medicines would really drive her to death. And what did she have? Unmatched looks. Would she have to exchange for them with her body? After Ling Han returned to the inn, he immediately entered the Black Tower, searching through his mind for suitable arts and techniques. Inside the Black Tower he was almost omnipotent. Reviving the dead was obviously undoable. Hundreds of charcoal pens moved and sheets of silk paper floated in the air. With a zhi there were several rows of writing on the silk papers. With only one night's effort, Ling Han already wrote 100 volumes of arts and techniques. Should be enough. He smiled slightly and left the tower, heading to the Spirit Treasures Pavilion again. "Young Master Ling, you've returned so quickly? Is it because you still want to see Sister Zhu?" Unfortunately, she left early in the morning and headed to the Dark Demon Forest, Yin Hong said with a smile. Ling also smiled and said, "I came here just to see Lady Yin. What's to see about me? I'm not even 1/100th the beauty of Sister Zhu. I have some arts and techniques. Have a look and see how many formations it can exchange for." Ling Han threw out the 10 volumes of arts and techniques. Yin Hong no longer jested, picking up an art and swept a glance, instantly revealing a shocked expression. She said, "Earth-grade art." She continued to pick up other books to read, and her charming face continued to change colors. These were not only earth-grade arts, but also those of different elements, suited for people of all sorts of spirit bases, which was very hard to come by. Young Master Ling is truly a person of extraordinary talent. She sighed in exclamation. Ling Han laughed and said, "Some people asked me to refine pills but couldn't pay the price, so they could only use arts to make up the numbers." This was the truth, but also things that happened in his previous life. For example, he demanded the 3 styles of black origin and wore Elephant Fist from Sword Emperor and Nalan Tuesday. Since young Master Ling is so straightforward, then it would be rude of me to keep hiding things. Yin Hong wiped the table with her right hand, and instantly 3 ancient records appeared. These books were definitely not made of normal materials, as the books each emitted an ancient presence. Ling Han picked them up to read. Written separately on the 3 books were Formation Basics Introduction, Formation Basics Introduction, and Formation Basics Introduction. He shook his head and said, "Lady Yin, I've taken out 10 Earth-grade arts, yet you give me 3 books on Formation Basics." Yin Hong giggled, throwing out another book and said, "I'll add this, Small Heavenly Origin Spirit Snake Formation, but no more, or else I'd rather not exchange." "That's more like it." Ling Han picked up the book, Small Heavenly Origin Spirit Snake Formation, revealing a smile. Chapter 387, Studying Formations. Reverie Undersh. Although Ling Han wrote several hundred books on arts and techniques, he had no intention of giving out them all. The 3 formation basics and on top of that one branch of formation was enough to study intensively for a while. So he decided to leave and head to the dark demon forest. Bringing Hunyo, he hired a carriage since the journey would take over 10 days. It was better to hire a carriage to serve as transport. Inside the carriage, Hunyo relished and nibbled on the dried meat while Ling Han took out the formation basics and began flipping through it. Very soon he revealed an odd expression. Martial arts were a process of cultivating oneself, viewing the human body as a large treasure and excavating the endless potential within. There was a saying in the martial arts world, "One man, one world." It meant that when martial arts were cultivated to the extreme, a martial artist oneself could become an enormous world, possessing supreme power. Formations were exactly the opposite. This path revered the natural power of heaven and earth. It purported to be borrowing the power of heaven and earth and changing it for personal use. Therefore, the key was how to borrow the power of heaven and earth. A medium was needed to borrow the power of heaven and earth, called the formation's eye. A formation's eye could appear in all shapes and forms, such as a sword, a saber, or a flag. However, not just any sword, rock, or flag could serve as the formation's eye. There were still very strict requirements. First, the material's quality, and second, the formation patterns carved on it. The one who compiled this book on formations liked to use flags as the formation's eye, and called them formation flags. Formation flags were like martial arts, separated into 10 tiers, and formations arrayed by different tiers of formation flags had differing powers. High-tier formation flags could be used to array low-tier formations, but not the other way around. High-level formations had to be set by high-tier formation flags. Otherwise, the formation flags couldn't possibly endure the power of heaven and earth drawn in, instantly exploding. Thus, effective tools were necessary for the successful execution of a job. Only by finding the suitable materials and making them into formation flags or using other formations could one begin to discuss how to array the formation. Ling Han was eager to give it a try. When they passed by a large city, he spent 30,000 origin crystals and bought a chunk of purple-veined gold, which was an extremely high cost for about 1 pound. This was a 5th-tier cast metal which could be forged into spiritual ocean tier-level spirit tools. Of course it would be expensive. Thankfully, it was only a little over 1 pound, not enough to be formed into a sword, saber, or other weapons, or else 30,000 origin crystals wouldn't be enough. Ling Han immediately entered the Black Tower. Inside he could summon raging flames and easily melt the chunk of precious gold into 7 small metal poles. Since he lacked the materials, he didn't make it into a formation flag. It was more important to carve the formation patterns, and as for what form the formation's eye had, it made no difference. This was the first step. The second step was to carve formation patterns on the metal poles. This was the most crucial step. Formation patterns drew in the power of heaven and earth, so the effects were completely different based on the element of the formation pattern and the type of formation arrayed. Ling Han forged 7 metal rods fastidiously based on small heavenly origin spirit snake formation. Once he carved the formation patterns onto it, it could become a true formation's eye. He would then be able to spread it beside him and the formation would become complete by itself, having both defensive and offensive effects. The problem was, how would he carve the formation patterns onto the poles? This wasn't drawing, completed just by following the design. Formations could draw in the power of heaven and earth because it was a sort of understanding, like martial intent. You either understood it or you didn't. There was no third option. If he wanted to brand the formation patterns onto metal, he first had to understand the formation. Therefore, the people who understood it deeply were high-level formation masters, and the people who understood it superficially were low-level formation masters. Ling Han studied all sorts of formations in his previous life. Of course, he studied how to overcome them, in other words, the loopholes in the formations. This could be referenced, not to mention that he possessed the divine sense and martial arts comprehension of the heaven tier. Turning around to study low-level formations was truly too easy. He kept exclaiming from realizations, advancing fiercely on formations. 5 days later, he threw aside the 3 formation basics introduction books and picked up a rock, carving formation patterns on it. Every formation pattern had to be carved in one go, completed without a pause. If it weren't smooth, it would affect the activation of heaven and earth's power. One could make at most 3 pauses in drawing the formation's eye, or else it would be worthless. For a 4th-tier formation's eye, the minimum of formation patterns carved was 9 and the maximum was 15, all of which had to be squeezed onto a small metal rod. Small heavenly origin spirit snake formation needed to use 7 formations eyes to arrange, each limited to 15 formation patterns. Amongst 4th level formations it could be considered of high quality, and speaking from this point Yin Hong was quite fair. Ling Han began to carve formation patterns. After he carved 15 formation patterns on a rock, he carefully examined it, finding that at least 8 were wrong. Moreover, those that weren't wrong had several pauses. It was all right, he didn't count on becoming a formation master all of a sudden. He'd progress slowly. On the 11th day since departing from the extreme Yang city, Ling Han finally arrived at the outskirts of the dark demon forest. The coachman was unwilling to go further, and after Ling Han came off the carriage, the former immediately whipped the horse and left in a hurry. This was an extremely chaotic place. No single force occupied it, but of all places this place was rich in spirit grass, attracting large amounts of forces to enter and harvest medicine. Under the massive profitability, conflicts broke out, often spilling blood and killing were more than ordinary occurrences. The dark demon forest had no hegemon, but there were 4 relatively strong forces. Since they developed from within the dark demon forest, they were like the local tyrants, and even large forces like the Winter Moon sect and the Beast Emperor sect wouldn't provoke them. These 4 forces were Blood Lighthouse, Heavenly Silkworm Court, Devour Bone Court, and Gust Demon Clan, all of which were said to have Flower Blossom tier elites backing them up. Other than the large forces, there were many medium and small-scale forces that sought survival in the crevices, even desiring to replace the 4 large forces. It was rumored that many medium-scale forces even received the support of a grand sect like Winter Moon sect, but whether it was real or fake no one could say clearly. The 4 large forces had many campsites open to the public within the dark demon forest. These sites were equivalent to ramparts, providing protection for martial artists that gathered medicine. However, they were definitely not philanthropists. Those who wanted to enter the campsite had to pay money, which of course meant origin crystals, which could also be replaced with spirit grasses and tool refining materials. In the campsite no one was to use force. This was the most basic rule. Once outside you could fight till heads flew wildly and it wouldn't matter. Ling Han walked arbitrarily as all his thoughts were on formations. After studying for 10 days he had a strong interest in formations, which, when combined with martial arts, could unleash an incredible effect. In reality, formations were closely tied with every martial artist. The simplest example would be spirit tools, which actually belonged to the area of formations. Branding one's martial intent on it was the most coarse formation pattern. However, if actual formations patterns were branded on a spirit tool, combining the two, the power unleashed was naturally stronger. Fellow brother, if you're alone, why not join us? He walked slowly and was soon passed by a team when one of the members offered him an olive branch. Chapter 388, Targeted. Reverie ed/n. Watch out, this is chapter 390, so if it ends up published right after 387, know that 388 and 389 come after this one. Maybe we'll be able to fix it or it'll fix itself, but I'm leaving you folks a heads up in case that doesn't happen. The conditions in the stronghold were harsh, there weren't any good lodgings. It was simply a room made of bamboo, and not to mention the terrible soundproofing effects, there was even a crack where others could peep through. Ling Han didn't really care since it was only for 2 nights anyways. After he left, the news of him being a foolishly rich person spread and everyone wanted to receive treasure ginsengs as reward, heading out to inquire one after another. There wasn't much hope within the stronghold and everyone knew of Ling Han's bounty, so some went to the next stronghold to check out the situation. However, some people harbored killing intent as well, waiting for Ling Han to leave the stronghold so that they could kill him and seize his goods. He was only a youngster at the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, how strong could he be? He looked like a delicate flower grown inside a greenhouse, and his battle prowess was probably not even 4 stars. At night, a medicinal harvesting team of 20 entered the stronghold. It was exactly the party with the red-clothed woman whom Ling Han came into conflict with. They came to the northwestern corner of the stronghold. The harvesters crammed into one large bamboo room and the guards also crammed into one, but the red-clothed woman entered a single-person bamboo room, where a 30-year-old man already waited for her. Wan Qing. The man heard knocking and when he saw the red-clothed woman, he couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. His eyes burned with desire as he pulled her into his embrace, unable to restrain from getting fresh. Naughty, haven't you touched enough? So impatient. The red-clothed woman, Ding Wanqing, swung her hips, teasing the other person. The man was also surnamed Ding Ding Gaoyang. He was from the same family as Ding Wanqing. However, their bloodlines were extremely distant, far beyond 5 generations of ancestors, so they weren't forbidden from marriage. However, Ding Gaoyang already had a wife, so the two were obviously carrying on an affair. The two ultimately didn't have their happy time. After all, the soundproofing was terrible, and Ding Wanqing wasn't a chicken with no sense of shame. Brother Gaoyang, have you seen a youngster about 17 or 18, half a head taller than me, with very white skin like a young master in the stronghold today? Ding Wanqing lay in Ding Gaoyang's embrace and began to ask about Ling Han. She was slapped, which was something could absolutely not tolerate. How do you know him? Ding Gaoyang naturally knew the bounty Ling Han issued in the day and immediately connected the two people together. He really is here? Ding Wanqing instantly revealed an ominous glint. Don't rush, tell me everything from start to end, Ding Gaoyang hurriedly said. He knew Ling Han possessed great wealth. As long as Ling Han stayed in the safety area, Ling Han could stir up great commotion. Ding Wanqing spoke about what happened in the day. She naturally put all the blame on Ling Han, saying how domineering he was without mentioning at all how cheap her mouth was. After she finished talking, Ding Gaoyang couldn't help but snort and said, "What a daring brat, hitting my little sister Wanqing. Brother Gaoenag, you have to do me justice," Ding Wanqing said in a sweet voice. Ding Gaoyang nodded and immediately went on, "This matter needs to be considered at length. This youngster knocked 7 of your guards flying. Such battle prowess is extremely terrifying, even I can only be ashamed of being inferior." "Then what do we do? Am I just going to take that slap for nothing?" Ding Wanwing almost threw a tantrum. Ding Gaoyang hugged her tightly and said, "Don't worry, I'll ask a spiritual pedestal tier elite to attack. Taking him down would be more than enough. Even if that fails, my brother is training out here. He placed 66th on the previous term's Prodigy roll and is now at the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. I'll immediately have someone contact him and have him come over. If clan brother Yuan Xan steps in, then there'll be absolutely no chance of failure," Ding Wanqing said. In reality, wasn't it for a great tree like Yuan Xan that she got in bed with Ding Gaoyang? This was the most remarkable clansman in the history of the Ding family. He was now only 37 years old but already at the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. Ding Gaoyang laughed coldly. Ling Han was probably a descendant of some alchemist family. That was why he had so many treasure ginsengs on him and reached the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier at such a young age. However, this was the dark demon. Forestall backgrounds were useless here. The things on this kid were all his. Ling Han stayed for a night. On the second day, he continued to seek information on the Dark Demon Forest. The reason why the Dark Demon Forest had such a name was firstly because the environment here was very gloomy, with dark hanging over for many years, and secondly because there was dark fog everywhere, making the entire forest appear gloomier. That fog was like demonic chi affecting the hearts of people and beasts. There were many cases of people going mad after spending too long in them. And thus came the name of the Dark Demon Forest. Demonic chi enveloped the entire forest, but the further from the middle of the forest, the less dense the demonic chi was. The effects on living things were minuscule, but it still had its effects, making people and beasts more bellicose. At the core area of the forest, the demonic chi was terrifying, easily turning a person into a lunatic. However, if one didn't have enough strength, one couldn't possibly enter the depths and would have long been torn to shreds by crazy yet strong beasts. It could be said that the most scary thing in the Dark Demon Forest wasn't a martial artist or a beast, but the demonic chi. Ling Han didn't fear it as he had the Black Tower. At that time, even Azura Demon Emperor's demonic chi could easily be cleansed. The demonic chi here should be far inferior. Anyways, with Black Tower at hand, he was very much at ease. When it was noon, someone came to visit Ling Han. It was a 30-year-old man who didn't announce his surname. Ling Han, of course, thought it was nothing out of the ordinary. The man told him of a location that extremely conformed with his requirements of the cold and the heat's intertwinement. After Ling Han paid 10 treasure ginsengs, he decided to set out. He knew his wealth attracted the covetous eyes of many, but he didn't care. The strongest cultivator outside the stronghold was only at the 1st layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. Now, the 1st layer of the spiritual pedestal tier really wasn't much in Ling Han's eyes. He wouldn't even need to use his trump card to kill an expert at such a level. Ling Han departed. Once he left, half of the people in entire stronghold seemed to have left too. Their intentions could easily be guessed at if one wasn't stupid. Why did Ling Han search for a place where the cold and heat intertwined? Because crimson-red chilling ice grass only grew at such places, and this spirit grass had the two special qualities of cold and heat. The more severely cold and the more torridly hot it was nearby, the better the crimson-red chilling ice grass grew and the more mature it could become. Hunyo was bored from staying inside the Black Tower, so Ling Han found a remote place to let her out. Soon, an adult and a child holding hands were going for a stroll inside the forest, as if it weren't the extremely vicious and sinister dark demon forest, but just a normal small forest. However, this harmony was soon broken. Youngsters, stop. 5 people suddenly appeared in front, each one revealing a ferocious look. As ha-sha-sha, 5 more people came out from behind, preventing Ling Han's retreat. Ling Han was shocked because amongst those who blocked his path in front was the brawny man who tricked him of one origin crystal, later had a bounty placed by him, and at last begged him for forgiveness. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "You really remain unrepentant to the end? Is it uncomfortable to be alive?" Chapter 389, A Minor Conflict. Reverie Undersh. This was a medicine harvesting team's even martial artists as guards along with 12 medicinal farmers who carried bamboo baskets on their backs. There was also a beautiful red-clothed woman who looked like their employer. There were 20 people in total. Such a medicine harvesting team in the dark demon forest could only be considered a small-scale team. There were 100 and even 1,000 people medicine harvesting teams here as well. Ling Han's gaze swept by. The 7 guards were at the spiritual ocean tier, quite an impressive strength. The one who invitated him was a 40-year-old brawny man, tall and sturdy, with arms thicker than Ling Han's waist and shockingly well-defined muscles. Without waiting for Ling Han to reply, somewhat displeased, the red-clothed woman spoke. "Guard Wu, if you want to invite someone into the team, why not seek for my opinion first?" The brawny man laughed loudly and said, "It was already agreed upon when we left that we were going to recruit 10 guards, and now we've only recruited 7. I, as the guard squad captain, naturally have the right to recruit people." "So the other people aren't qualified," the red-clothed woman said. "He qualifies." The brawny man pointed at Ling Han. "The 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, is that not enough?" What, this young man was actually at the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. The other people were shocked, feeling that Ling Han was just too young. Lady Ding let him join the team. "Yeah, the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier isn't weak." The other guards all began to urge. Although the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier certainly wasn't high in terms of cultivation, entering this level in the teens clearly meant something. What? The fact that Ling Han's background was extremely remarkable. Although it was an extremely chaotic place, if there was someone of the Winter Moon sect or the Half Moon sect around, then it could be life-saving at key moments. Thus, these people naturally wouldn't refuse Ling Han joining and adding an insurance to their lives. The red-clothed woman pondered and said, "All right, but Guard Wu, you have to be responsible for keeping him out of trouble. Deal?" The bronze man laughed as he nodded, then cracked a smile at Ling Han and said, "Little brother, how about it? One day for one origin crystal, you won't encounter such a good job every day." Spiritual ocean tier warriors could only refine 1 origin crystal per month, and now obtaining 1 per day, the treatment was certainly not bad. Ling Han broke into laughter and said, "You guys have been speaking of your own accord. I don't remember saying that I wanted to join you guys, right? You've got an objection?" The red-clothed woman wasn't too happy to begin with. Hearing that Ling Han refused to join the team, she appeared even more displeased all of a sudden. Such great nerve, slap him. Ling Han shook his head. He felt that he was truly unjustly attacked while walking down the road properly without provoking anyone. How did misfortune come upon him? Could he really have a troublesome constitution, attracting trouble wherever he went? "You think I'm easy to bully?" He was angered and raised his hand, lashing towards the red-clothed woman. "Stop." The 7 guards shouted at once and intervened one after another, blocking Ling Han. These people's tiers had highs and lows, but the worst was at the 6th layer and the strongest at the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. However, none of them had battle prowess surpassing their own tier after all. Most people were very ordinary. Ling Han smiled lightly as sword intent instantly burst forth. Shio 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 shio, 7 flashes of sword chi shot out, slicing towards the 7 guards. What battle prowess did he have? When he was at the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier, he had 16 stars, and now it rocketed to 20 stars. Surpassing the other party's strongest person by 11 stars of battle prowess, this was definitely overwhelming. The 7 guards struck by the 7 flashes of sword chi were sent flying at the same time. Fortunately, Ling Han held back, merely opening a small wound on their chests. Otherwise this attack would have taken their lives. Pa, the red-clothed woman was slapped right on the face, whipping out 3 of her teeth. Don't always look at people with that condescending look. This slap is a small lesson for you. If there's a next time I'll take your life, Ling Han said coldly. The red-clothed woman clenched her teeth with an expression of disbelief. First, Ling Han was only at the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier and actually sent 7 of her guards flying, and second, this guy actually dared to hit her. She was a daughter of the Ding family and looked beautiful as a flower. Was this guy blind? Even more, how ruthless was he to hit a beautiful face such as hers? Ling Han turned to leave. Whether it was the 7 guards or the medicinal farmers, they all stayed quiet without making a sound. Ling Han's strength was so far beyond their imagination that they hadn't come back to their sense even till now. A bunch of good-for-nothings, the red-clothed woman reprimanded angrily, covering her dainty swollen face and said, "Hurry to Rising Wind Stronghold. Gao Yang clan's brother is there, ask him to handle that damned brat." Lady Ding, that youngster has the cultivation of the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier at such a young age, and his battle prowess is even more shocking. He must have strong background, so why not let this go? The brawny man surnamed Wu advised. Since he was the one who spoke of recruiting Ling Han, he felt somewhat responsible. Humph, in the dark demon forest, so what if he has a strong background? It'll be useless if he dies here. The red-clothed woman's gaze was bitter with resentment. She couldn't stomach this insult. Go. The team continued to advance. Walking for half a day, a stronghold appeared in front of Ling Han. This was Gust Demon Clan's territory, a place providing temporary shelter for martial artists. Ling Han also wanted to inquire about Crimson Red Chilling Ice Grass, so he entered the stronghold, the price for which was 1 origin crystal. The stronghold wasn't large, it had the area of a small village. The surrounding sturdy trees were made into a barricade, but the houses inside were made of bamboo, boasting extremely poor soundproofing and privacy. There were truly people of all trades here. Ling Han saw several girls dressed revealingly standing by the roadside, shooting coquettish glances at passers-by. If they liked what they saw, they'd get together and leave. Soon, groans and moans, which made people's blood vessels swell, would come from the bamboo houses. 4 martial artists, after experiencing an intense adventure, they naturally hoped to relax a little. Where there was need, there would be market. Even if it was a dangerous place such as the Dark Demon Forest, the most ancient profession thrived. As Ling Han walked by, quite a few of these girls tried to entice him, but he paid them no attention, walking straight to a tavern. He ordered a few things but was mostly here to ask around. "Hey, have you guys heard the renowned fairy Zhu came here several days ago?" "What? Zhu Xuan Er, the one known as the most beautiful woman in the North region? Is she really that beautiful?" "Far more, as I see it, she should be called most beautiful in the world. But, since she dares enter the Dark Demon Forest, is she not afraid of being like a lamb in a tiger's den? Who knows how many people want to take this beauty for their private pet. Besides, this is the Dark Demon Forest. If someone falls into enemy hands here, even the Half-Moon sect can't do a thing. You don't have a share anyways. Pa, neither do you." Hearing everyone's conversations, Ling Han shook his head. Zhu Xuan Er was only a spiritual pedestal tier cultivator. If she encountered a flower blossom tier, she wouldn't even have the chance to run away. It was surprising she dared to come here alone. He held up his wine cup, approaching a table with 3 people, and said, "3 fellow brothers, I've got something to ask of you guys. Is there a place here where the cold and hot intertwine?" Chapter 390. You're tricking me? Reverie Undersh. "Youngster, you just came to the Demon Forest, right?" a 30-year-old brawny man said with a smile to Ling Han. "Yes." Ling Han nodded. This could be told with one glance. Other people all reeked with an intense, muddy smell, which was from being exposed in the forest during day and night. The brawny man laughed quietly, reaching out his hand and said, "Here, everything is a deal. If you want to ask questions, you have to give people benefits. How much? Ling Han smiled lightly. His wallet was now bulging again, so he naturally was more indifferent to origin crystal. 1 origin crystal. The brawn man put up a finger. 1 question for 1 origin crystal, so shady? Ling Han didn't really care, as long as he could find crimson red chilling ice grass, even if he paid 1,000,000 origin crystals for it, he wouldn't feel regret. He handed over 1 origin crystal at once. The brawny man took the origin crystal and suppressed a laugh. Time to answer the question. Ling Han knocked on the table. All right. The brawny man nodded and said, I don't know. Ling Han's gaze immediately turned sharp and said, You're tricking me? Youngster, I'm teaching you a lesson. Grow up a bit when you're out in the world, don't believe people so easily. The brawny man laughed, not worried at all that Ling Han might attack him. Because this was Gust Demon Clan's territory, if Ling Han dared to use violence here, he would be driven out and at worst killed. Otherwise, this place wouldn't be a safe refuge. It was said that strongholds like this even had many notoriously vicious wanted criminals who ran here from being chased by sects like the Winter Moon sect and the Beast Emperor sect. However, they didn't dare to use violence inside the stronghold. It was clear just how domineering the 4 large forces were here. Ling Han took the man's arrogance all in and casually waved his hand on the table. Instantly 10 ginsengs appeared on the table, each one was as thick as an arm, the roots as muscular as a dragon. Hiss. As people saw this, they stared with wide round eyes. These were at least 200 to 300-year-old precious ginsengs. Inside the dark demon forest, there indeed were some precious ginsengs like this, but one needed to enter the core area of the forest. Since it was too dangerous there, not to mention that no one usually entered it, even the beasts were very scarce, so there were large amounts of spirit medicines with surprisingly maturity. Such a precious ginseng would easily sell for several dozens of origin crystals, 10 of which was worth several hundred origin crystals. This was a large fortune. If spiritual ocean tier warriors didn't steal or rob it, they would need at least a dozen years to refine it. At that moment, people's breathing sped up and their eyes turned red, itching to snatch it. Ling Han smiled lightly. Pointing at the brawny man from earlier, he said, These ginseng will belong to whoever kills him. Instantly, all eyes were on that brawny man. This man was only at the 2nd layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Annihilating him wouldn't be much harder than the flip of a palm for late-stage spiritual ocean tier martial artists. Where would one find a business that paid several hundred origin crystals for just lifting a finger? Moreover, 100-year-old ginsengs were greatly tonic. Normal medicinal pills couldn't heal the hidden injuries that were inevitably left after these martial artists fought with people and beasts. Only such great tonics could heal them completely. Such a treasure might come by with luck, but not through searching. Youngster, violence can't be used inside the stronghold, someone said. Ling Han smiled and said, No matter, you guys just keep an eye. Although I will leave soon after, I'll place the 10 ginsengs with the stronghold master. Whoever kills him can get it from the stronghold master. Is everyone reassured now? Okay. That works. Everyone nodded. There were certainly people who issued missions inside the stronghold, asking for people's help. However, as it happened through the Gust Demon Clan, there was an inevitable rake-off. Therefore, everyone hoped that the brawny man left the stronghold soon. Killing him without delay, they received the reward from Ling Han directly. This way they could avoid losing part of the reward to the Gust Demon Clan. The brawny man's face turned green. Never would he have thought that tricking 1 origin crystal from Ling Han would result in him being possibly killed. He hurriedly took out the origin crystal as if a hot potato and threw it towards Ling Han. I don't want your origin crystal, hurry up and withdraw your bounty. Which family's spoiled 2nd generation was this? Wasting precious ginsengs like this? Did his mother know that he was this kick-ass? Ling Han didn't catch it and said, Take it, it'll be just enough to order a good casket. The brawny man was on the verge of crying from fear. He only wanted to take a small advantage of him, but who could have thought that it would attract a deadly misfortune? He hurriedly dropped to the ground and knelt down facing Ling Han, then said, Little Lord, I was wrong, please forgive me. You really know your wrongs? Ling Han smiled. I really do. The brawny man kept slapping himself in the face, one slap after another with a lot of force such that blood even came out. Ling Han nodded and said, All right, this bounty is cancelled. Instantly, the brawny man gasped in relief, but the other people were dissatisfied, feeling they were messed with. There weren't many people here who were amiable. Many of them stared at Ling Han with an ominous glint, and once Ling Han left the stronghold, hee. Ling Han was unperturbed and said, "The bounty just now is cancelled and changed to a new one. Whoever knows, tell me where in the forest do the cold and hot intertwineth these 10 precious ginsengs will be theirs." For real? People's expressions turned back to pleasantly surprised ones. Ling Han nodded and said, "Of course it's for real. However, if anyone takes me for a fool and mentions a random place, then I won't mind issuing another bounty for that person." People clicked their tongues. The brawny man only tricked Ling Han out of 1 origin crystal, and yet the latter issued a bounty of 10 treasure ginsengs. If one tricked Ling Han out of 10 treasure ginsengs, then what price tag would Ling Han offer for that bounty? Such a spoiled second generation was truly scary rich, and thus intractable. For a moment people were silent. Some who thought of deceiving were really frightened. "This young lord, I know a place that suits your description." After a while a person spoke up. He spoke of a place in the northwest part of Dark Demon Forest and gave Ling Han a map, clearly labeling the location. Ling Han inquired carefully but was very disappointed. It certainly was a place where the cold and hot intertwined, but it was far too different from his requirements. However, to show his sincerity, he still gave the person 10 treasure ginsengs to establish his credibility. "Anyone else that knows of such a place, 1 clue for 10 treasure ginsengs." Ling Han waved his hand and took out 10 more 100-year-old ginsengs. This thing was like cabbage to him anyways. Someone received a reward. This instantly excited many others. Even those who were looking on wanted to have a try. If they personally didn't know, it didn't matter. Couldn't they ask around? "I'll be staying here for 2 days. If anyone has news, come find me," Ling Han said for all to hear, and left the tavern, renting a guest room. Chapter 391, A Clean Sweep. Reverie Undersh. That damn guy. The brawny man was called Pu Chuan and was at the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Such strength wasn't weak. It could come and go freely just about anywhere with it and was barely qualified to be called an elite. However, he had been forced by Ling Han to kneel down and beg for forgiveness in the public's eye. Just how humiliating was that? Such a grievance on top of coveting the belongings on Ling Han meant he couldn't possibly stare blankly and let Ling Han leave. The battle prowess of a spoiled second generation at a mere 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier was definitely not past 4 stars. Even if he wasn't a match for him alone, there were still 9 other people, weren't there? "Youngster, hand over the spatial ring obediently and we can let you live," another person said. This was obviously a lie. After they took the spatial ring, they'd commit murder. Ling Han laughed and said to Hunyo, "Nyo, do you think I'm an idiot?" Ling Han obviously isn't an idiot. Ling Han is a smart person. Hunyo said hurriedly and patted her small chest, adding, "Hunyo is also a smart person. Hee, but some people just want to trick me like I'm a monkey." Ling Han shook his head. Hunyo instantly revealed an ominous glint and said, "Nyo will bite them all to death." "Nyo, don't kill people with your mouth, it's too dirty." Ling Han rubbed her small head. Hunyo nodded repeatedly at once. Although she didn't think biting people to death was dirty, Ling Han didn't like it, so she would avoid doing so. "You guys done yet?" Pu Chuan and the 9 others were infuriated after being mocked by an adult and a child. However, what was strange was that they didn't see that little girl yesterday, right? She probably followed him into the stronghold and always stayed inside the bamboo room. Everyone soon understood. Since he won't listen, then kill him in case of undue trouble. Pu Chuan and the others clamored. There were many groups in the entire stronghold that conspired against Ling Han, so naturally it was best to strike first lest other people got ahead. "Let me." Pu Chuan immediately jumped out. With a chong he unsheathed a long saber, striking towards Ling Han. Hunyo made a move and she leapt overhead of Pu Chuan. With a paw she fired her small fist at him. Instantly, Pu Chuan's head actually spun around his neck 7 to 8 times and the skin on the neck was twisted off. A perfectly fine head instantly fell down, and blood rushed 10 feet high as if a blood fountain, finally falling back down rapidly. Martial artists were full of chi and blood, especially those in the spiritual ocean tier. After his head fell off, he didn't immediately die, still prancing around for a while before finally thumping onto the ground, hands and legs still twitching. Hiss. How was this possible? Despite Pu Chuan having the cultivation of the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean tier, he was killed with a single punch? And the one who attacked was a 5 to 6-year-old little girl. Who could believe this? "Ho! Hunyao bared her teeth and roared, striking once again. Pa 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 pa, each of her punches took care of one person, rapidly reaping their lives. With her terrifying high speed, even a spiritual pedestal tier warrior would have a headache, let alone spiritual ocean tier ones. Run. 10 people instantly turned into 3 remaining, all of them breaking into a run, but competing in speed with Hunyao? Truly laughable. Within a mere 2 breaths, the 3 people all had their hearts blasted by a single punch. 10 people completely annihilated. Hunyao hadn't had enough as she turned her fierce gaze behind. Her divine consciousness was extremely sensitive, easily capable discovering that there were more people behind. However, it was too far, she couldn't find exactly where these people were in that moment. Run. These people clearly saw that a young lady killed 10 spiritual ocean tier warriors in a clean sweep. Such battle prowess was completely freakish. They didn't want to throw away their lives, running hurriedly towards the stronghold. Ling Han only laughed but didn't chase after them for an open slaughter. Let's go. He held on to Hunyao's hand, continuing onwards. Truly out of the ordinary. On a large tree afar, a 60-year-old man focused his gaze on the entire process. Ding Gaoyang, not only is that youngster a freak but so is that young lady. That speed, tsk extremely surprising. Behind the old man stood Ding Gaoyang and Wan Qing, both appearing very respectful. Elder Mo, you're a spiritual pedestal tier elite, no matter how freakish they are, they wouldn't be your match. Ding Gaoyang bootlicked hurriedly. Elder Mo felt pleased, revealing a smile. He said, dealing with 2 spiritual ocean tier opponents, the price tag won't the previous night has to double. Ding Gaoyang instantly revealed a pained expression. Could asking a spiritual pedestal tier elite to take on a task be cheap? Now it just had to be doubled. He only hoped that the belongings on Ling Han were worth that price, otherwise he'd suffer a tremendous loss. Elder Mo looked at Wan Qing once more, revealing a perverted expression and said, and let Wan Qing stay over at this old man's tonight for a night. Ding Gaoyang immediately jumped in anger. This old man had gone too far, still coveting his woman. He snorted and said, Elder Mo, don't you take it too far, and don't forget who my brother is. Elder Mo involuntarily shivered inside. XN was a figure on the previous Prodigy roll, and his rank wasn't low either. Those who could ascend onto the roll would definitely reach the Flower Blossom tier as long as they didn't die. There was never an exception. This was the Dark Demon Forest, where fists were words. If he offended XA, the result would be unimaginable. Even the Gust Demon clan wouldn't stand up for him, would simply die for nothing. Then just twice the pay. Elder Mo snorted and leapt down from the treetop, chasing in the direction of Ling Han and Hunyao. He was in a bad mood and could use these 2 to vent his anger. Follow him, I want to see how that guy dies. Ding Wanqing said to Ding Gaoyang. The 2 also chased behind. A spiritual pedestal tier warrior's speed was more than just fast, and Ling Han and Hunyao weren't walking too quickly, so after 1 or 2 minutes, Elder Mo already caught up. The presence of a spiritual pedestal tier cultivator spread out, appearing extremely terrifying. Youngster, leave your life here, he said threateningly. Ling Han stopped, turned around, looked at the other person and said, if I recall correctly, you're one of the guardians of the stronghold, surnamed Mo, right? Gaga, that's right. Elder Mo laughed eerily. Since you know this old man's identity, why not surrender yourself? While they spoke, Ding Gaoyang and Ding Wanqing also caught up. Ling Han looked at Ding Gaoyang once and came to a realization. This was the middle-aged man who told him about the place where the cold and heat intertwined. It turned out he intentionally lured him out of the stronghold so as to let other people deal with him. He laughed loudly and said, old man, one moment you're a guardian and the next moment you're a bandit. Your old face really changes quick. Impudence. Elder Mo was furious, swatting from afar as origin power shot out and turned into a giant palm, pressing towards Ling Han. This was a spiritual pedestal tier elite's attack. Locked in anger, how could its power not be shocking? Chapter 392, 3 Feet Iron Body. Reverie Undersh. Ling Han was unafraid. With a hong, the thunder battle armor burned brightly, forming a lightning barrier in front of his body. Peng, the large hand of origin power, swatted down, smashing into the lightning barrier as if lightning that came from the ground, shaking heaven and earth and almost turning Ding Gaoyang and Ding Wanqing deaf. After this attack, Elder Mo's large hand made of origin power already shattered and Ling Han still stood upright. Treasure armor. Elder Mo immediately revealed a greedy look. Being able to neutralize one of his angry attacks, this treasure armor was definitely not simple. Besides, if it had such power in the hands of a spiritual ocean tier warrior, what if it were in his hands? He would probably be invincible within the spiritual pedestal tier. Gaga, well thank you. Elder Mo attacked again trying to grab Ling Han. This time he not only shot out origin power, but also infused the attack with his martial intent, sending out radiant and boundless light as if a spirit was coming out. The spiritual pedestal tier meant building a heaven-reaching spiritual pedestal inside the spiritual ocean, connecting heaven and earth. Precisely because of the crossover in the spiritual pedestal tier could living beings transcend mortals. Such an elite's power was way too strong. Ling Han simply laughed, unleashing the demon birth sword. Two obscure vein-like lines lit up, emitting a powerful presence that could awe both heaven and hell. Elder Mo's complexion immediately turned white. His breath turned rugged and his palm instantly swatted nothing. What? The old fellow stared at the sword in Ling Han's hand and cried out, "What sort of spirit tool is this? How could it have such a terrifying oppressive aura?" Ling Han smiled lightly. In reality, the Thunder Battle Armor was also a 10th tier spirit tool, but it was damaged too heavily, losing its oppressive aura. Otherwise, when he added the two 10th tier spirit tools together, it would be guaranteed that the old man wouldn't even be able to stand. Unfortunately, spirit tools weren't enchanted decrees. One could be used for a long time and the other was a disposable, so in terms of power, spirit tools couldn't compare against enchanted degrees of the same tier, unless the spirit tool had a tool spirit that could come to life on its own. If he truly had a 10th tier spirit tool with a controllable tool spirit, then Ling Han would be able to sweep all of heaven tier. Old man, reach out your neck, I can let you experience the power of a spirit tool. Ling Han smiled. Impudence. Elder Mo snorted. A mere spiritual ocean tier warrior dared to speak rudely in front of him? Didn't he know of respect for seniority in the world of martial arts? He unleashed a bronze ring, waving it fiercely. With a hoo, a raging flame turned into a fire wolf, pouncing at Ling Han. Ling Han struck with his sword. Although Demon Birth Sword only had two vein-like lines activated, the tier of it was clearly there. 7 flashes of sword chi shot out together, compounded by Demon Birth Sword. The power of the sword chi was absolutely invincible. Pew as expected. Although the Fire Wolf was launched by a 5th tier spirit tool, once it clashed with 7 flashes of sword chi, it immediately scattered. In its anguished wailing, it immediately turned into a flame, evaporating into the air. Ding Gaoyang and Ding Wanqing revealed shocked expression at the same time. This youngster was too scary. A spiritual pedestal tier cultivator attacked and unleashed the might of a spirit tool, yet he still couldn't deal with Ling Han. In reality, Ling Han didn't even use his full strength, or else with his current cultivation on top of 2 10th tier spirit tools, his battle prowess would definitely surpass 20 star. So what if it was an opponent at the first layer of the spiritual pedestal tier he was facing? Laws have no bounds for division and 8 conjunctions. Elder Mo began to fight desperately. He couldn't tolerate being inferior to a spiritual ocean tier junior. Additionally, Ling Han was so fierce now, just how strong would he be when he broke through to the spiritual pedestal tier? Therefore he had to be killed to end all future troubles. As he bellowed, his body size suddenly increased, growing taller by a fold. The clothes on his body completely broke into pieces. Fortunately, there was still underwear to act as a fig leaf, or else it would be too offensive a view to public decency. His presence also increased by a whole lot, rocketing from the 2nd layer of the spiritual pedestal tier to the 4th layer. Ling Han shook his head and said, "Your power manifestation is too weak. Other people measure 30 feet as bronze body, 300 feet as silver body, and 3,000 feet as gold body, yet yours is only 3 feet. Is that an iron body?" Hunyo instantly giggled. If other people didn't give Ling Han face, she obviously would. Die. Elder Mo raised his foot high up and then stepped down fiercely at Ling Han. Like I said, your power manifestation is too weak. Using it is an absolute joke. Ling Han raised his sword and carried out the 4-season sword art as the conception of spring, summer, winter, and autumn continued endlessly. In theory, his power was far short of Elder Mo's, but with the Thunder Battle Armor's blessing on top of the sharpness of Demon Birth Sword, He could match the battle prowess of a 4-star spiritual pedestal tier warrior. Of course, other than him, how many other people in the world could take out 2 10th tier spirit tools? The two battled fiercely while Ding Gaoyang and Ding Wanqing looked on with their jaws slack. It turned out that Ling Han's battle prowess was overbearing to such a degree. They really shouldn't have provoked such a freak. But now they could only pray that Elder Mo would not disappoint them and absolutely suppress Ling Han. Otherwise they were doomed. However, the situation was worsening. Although Elder Mo's battle prowess was certainly astounding, Ling Han had the Thunder Battle Armor's protection, so Elder Mo couldn't harm him at all. Contrarily, Ling Han's attacks were enough to cause considerable threat to Elder Mo. This was a completely unequal battle. Impossible. How could this be? That's the spiritual pedestal tier. Ding Gaoyang and Ding Wanqing were numb across their faces. Unexpectedly, Ding Wanqing was first to react and said, "Take this chance, hurry back to the stronghold. As long as we hide there, even that kid wouldn't dare come kill us in there." "Alright, let's go. Once my older brother comes, this brat will die for sure." They hurriedly turned to leave, but as they turned around, a beautifully decked-out little girl stood quietly in front of them. She was so cute that one would have the urge to squeeze her little face. However, Ding Gaoyang and Ding Wanqing were struck with terror. This little princess had attacked viciously and her battle prowess was shocking. She wiped out 10 spiritual ocean tier warriors almost instantly, even they could only be ashamed of being inferior. She was absolutely a little devil. And now the little devil blocked their path. "Little lady, be good, let us leave, alright?" Ding Wanqing tried hard to squeeze out a gentle smile. "Not alright, Nyo won't let you guys go." When Nyo stared at the two. She only planned to block this too, leaving it to Ling Han to take care of them. "Damned little girl." Ding Gaoyang's gaze turned grim. As his hand swayed, a sharp sword was already in his hand. On the blade were red vein-like lines that emitted a gloomy and dreadful presence. "Blood Wave Sword." Ding Wanqing exulted. "Brother Gaoyang, when did the family pass on the Blood Wave Sword to you? Haha, now we won't have to be afraid of this cheap little brat." Ding Gaoyang didn't respond, waving his sword at Hunyo. Blood-red lines like spider webs spread out, covering the entire world. Chapter 393, Ice Fire Gourd Valley. Reverie Undersh. Hunyo was completely unafraid. Her small body scuttled through the red vein-like lines, and if she couldn't avoid it, she used her nails and mouth to tear and bite it apart. Such terrifying ability made Ding Gaoyang and Ding Wanqing dumbstruck. Two freaks, they were definitely two freaks. On the other side, Ling Han had already completely gained the upper hand. He didn't even need to use the 3 styles of black origin. His right hand unleashed the 4-season sword art and his left hand clenched into a fist, blasting out War Elephant Fist continuously. Hong, 7 flashes of sword chi flew unhindered. With the sharpness of Demon Birth Sword, even a spiritual pedestal tier wouldn't dare to receive it head-on, or else it would at least leave a gash and at worst, sever his hands or feet. Ling Han was somewhat in a bad mood. He could only launch 7 flashes of sword chi, but couldn't send out 6 flashes of fist chi at the same time. The two things couldn't be used simultaneously. He was very depressed but immediately laughed loudly. If it could be stacked infinitely, then he could strike with his sword, send out punches and throw kicks. How much chi would he shoot out? "Old man, it's time to end this," Ling Han said. He had no time to tangle with him. Zhu Xuan Er came here earlier than he did, and since that woman's charm was tremendous, who knew how many people it could influence in helping her find crimson red chilling ice grass? He had to hurry. Elder Mo was both shocked and angered. As a spiritual pedestal tier elite, he was actually suppressed by a youngster? He felt very unwilling to be outdone. It was mainly because of the 2 spirit tools that were too domineering on Ling Han, making him unsuccessful in his attacks and confounded in his defenses. If this went on, he would truly lose. "Youngster, we have no grudge and this old man was deceived, so why not just stop the battle now?" He thought of retreating, finding no reason to fight Ling Han to the death. He only received some benefits from Ding Gaoyang. It wouldn't be worth it at all if he fought so desperately. Ling Han sneered and said, "That's really funny. You chased to kill me, and if you could kill me you definitely wouldn't show mercy. When you can't beat me you actually want to leave just by saying we have no grudges. Old dog, your head got asterisk messed up? Brat, how dare you?" Elder Mo was trembling with anger. This kid's mouth was too malicious. His gaze turned grim as he said, "You really want to force this old man to fight to the death?" Whether you fight to the death or not, the result will be the same, Ling Han said indifferently, taking a deep breath as Mysterious 3000 was ready to be launched. Umph. Elder Mo threw 3 consecutive palms and actually turned tail and ran. Still want to run now? Too late. Ling Han unleashed his sword as the Mysterious 3000 was launched. 800 sword lights moved simultaneously, covering the sky and the earth. This was sword light set off by the demon birth sword. What kind of power would it have? Elder Mo turned around, raising his palm to parry, but the sword light came pouring vast and mighty, swallowing him like a tsunami. When all the sword light disappeared, Elder Mo disappeared from the spot and only fragments of blood, flesh and bones fluttered in the air. Ling Han leapt over, picking up a ring that once belonged to Elder Mo from the ground. He then looked at Ding Gaoyang and Ding Wanqing, who were obstructed by who knew he wanted to escape but just couldn't manage to. Nyo, let me. Ling Han charged over sword in hand. Ding Gaoyang and Ding Wanqing were panic-stricken. Ling Han even killed Elder Mo, and in comparison what were they? Friend, keep calm, we're Ding family's people. The Ding family, Four-Way City's Ding family. The Lord Master is a Flower Blossom tier elite. My brother is Ding *XN, a figure on the last term's Prodigy role. Now he's at the cultivation of the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, and is in this forest, Ding Gaoyang said, pretending to be calm. Hunyo was unable to be reasoned with. Ling Han wouldn't also be unreasonable, right? Ling Han scoffed and said with a smile, don't they say that backgrounds are useless in the dark demon forest? No kidding. Inside the dark demon forest, one's background was certainly useless. They could only look at who was the stronger one. The problem was that they were no match for him now, so Ding Gaoyang could only bring out his background to scare people. Ding Gaoyang saw that Ling Han didn't immediately attack, and thinking that it worked, he hurriedly said, friend, it's all only a misunderstanding. Me killing you guys is also just a misunderstanding. Ling Han laughed and waved his sword, striking outwards. Pew, 2 flashes of sword chi flew by and Ding Gaoyang and Ding Wanqing were easily killed. In front of Ling Han, who brandished a 10th tier spirit tool, it would be strange if they weren't killed in one move. Ling Han picked up 2 more spatial rings. The profits were pretty good. Let's go, Ling Han said with a smile. Hunyo immediately agreed in a crisp voice and began signing cheerfully. This primitive forest was the place where she felt most at ease. While walking, Ling Han rummaged through the things inside the 3 spatial rings. Ding Gaoyang and Ding Wanqing's spatial rings were almost all empty. This was normal as they had just arrived at the dark demon forest for medicinal harvesting and naturally wouldn't have any gains yet. However, Elder Mo's spatial ring had plenty of origin crystals. Majority was 1-star ones and only a dozen were 2-stars. It wasn't abundant either. Other than origin crystals, there was also a book of martial arts technique as well as a map. Ling Han stored everything in the Black Tower, then took out and flipped through the book. Surprisingly, it was a claw technique at Earth grade, but Elder Mo didn't display it earlier, most likely having obtained it just recently. Earth grade martial arts techniques could only be cultivated at the spiritual pedestal tier. Ling Han threw this book into the Black Tower, then looked at the map again. With a single glance, he revealed a smile. This was a very detailed map of the dark demon forest. Every single place other than the core region was labeled. For example, every single stronghold and what force it belonged to, and what areas had precious spirit medicines. Other than that, the areas flower blossom tier beasts were active in were also marked by a red circle to emphasize danger. Not bad, this map was quite valuable. Ling Han searched briefly. The place Ding Gaoyang had mentioned was labeled Ice Fire Gourd Valley. On the map, half the area had been covered by chilling ice for years, while the other half had lava spurting out with scarlet flames surging into the sky. It certainly was a place where the cold and heat intertwined. This place could give birth to crimson-red chilling ice grass. Ling Han hurried over. The distance wasn't too big. Inside the valley was a peak stage spiritual pedestal tier beast. It was an extremely terrifying large snake and it was very sly. When it encountered flower blossom tier cultivators, it would worm into the ice caves to hide, and when it encountered other martial artists, it would attack unrelentingly. Thus, very few people entered this valley. However, with the valley's harsh conditions, it was almost impossible to birth any other spirit medicines, so no flower blossom tier elite intentionally went to kill this large snake while the medicine harvesters stayed far away. One day later he arrived at the Gourd Valley. He hadn't entered the valley yet but was suddenly alerted, turning around in a rush to see that a person had appeared unknowingly 30 feet away. Feng. This guy definitely came chasing after him, but it was the disguised identity he pursued. Han Lin. Feng had a killing intent written all across the face, but seeing Ling Han turn his head, he was momentarily startled. It actually wasn't the one he was searching for, so how come they looked so similar from behind? Chapter 394. Encountering Feng again. Reverie Undersh. Ling Han looked at Feng. Several months had passed, yet this genius of the family already crossed into the flower blossom tier. He had an intangible constitution, clearly standing there yet non-existent like the void. That feeling made him sick to the point of wanting to vomit. The best solution was not to look at him. Flower blossom tiers surpassed mortals. Even spiritual ocean tier warriors couldn't stare at the man inkling of their power. His expression was calm, but inside he was extremely vigilant. Flower blossom tier martial artists were too strong, such that even if he were at the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier now, he wouldn't necessarily be able to resist. This limit was extremely hard to cross over. If Feng made a move, he would immediately enter the Black Tower. Thunder battle armor? Not to mention whether the power it could unleash in his hands was able to block Feng or not. As long as he used it, wasn't it equivalent to telling Feng that he was Han Lin? Who are you? Feng asked indifferently, unleashing his godly might like a supreme god. Cocky. Ling Han said inwardly. Only those newbies who just crossed into the flower blossom tier would make a show of their presence. It was a sort of mentality as their strength surpassed the mortal limit, but would their mentality also make the same leap? He showed no sign of fear, took out his golden badge, brandishing it, and said, I am Ling Han, low-level Earth-grade alchemist. Hiss. Feng involuntarily gasped in astonishment. Such a young Earth-grade alchemist? That was way too ridiculous. However, with his vision he could tell that the badge was real with a single glance. He was a flower blossom tier warrior, which was certainly out of the ordinary. The problem was that low-level Earth-grade alchemists were treated as equals to flower blossom tier warriors, and because of the rarity of alchemists, they were actually a level higher. Even spiritual infant tier elites had to be very courteous toward alchemists. But could flower blossom tiers earn the courtesy of spiritual infant tier warriors? No way. The tiers of martial arts were rigidly stratified. If someone at the flower blossom tier were smug in front of someone in the spiritual infant tier, the former would be swatted to death. Unless they had a father at the deity transformation tier or the heaven tier or something, and if you had a shattering void tier cultivator as your father, then making spiritual infant tiers kneel down to lick your feet wasn't something impossible. So it's Master Ling. Feng withdrew his lofty attitude. He just entered the flower blossom, and there might be a time in the future where he needed to ask Ling Han to refine pills. Besides, alchemists were a very united group, so offending one could mean offending the entire group. Thus, he'd rather not become enemies with Ling Han. Of course, it was mainly because he had the thought of asking Ling Han to refine pills in the future, or else who would know that he killed Ling Han in the Dark Demon Forest. Ling Han cupped his hands and said, You're too polite. He was neither cold nor indifferent, just right in expressing the arrogance peculiar to alchemists. This was his true quality, so he naturally handled it with ease. How come Master Ling has come to Dark Demon Forest alone? No, with just the two of you? Feng asked. He had just saw Hunyou and felt somewhat astounded that he overlooked her earlier. At such heights as his, all things should be reflected in his consciousness regardless of size, but he overlooked Hunyou, an extremely strange thing. Fortunately, it was just a 5 to 6 years old little girl. It mattered not if he overlooked her. I need a stock of spirit medicine. If Brother Ao can find it, there'll definitely be a handsome reward, Ling Han said smilingly. Hearing this, Feng instantly felt full of revulsion within. He was a flower blossom tier, but a 17 to 18-year-old youngster with the spiritual ocean tier cultivation was actually calling him a brother. It naturally made him feel very out of sorts. It couldn't be denied that Ling Han was an Earth-grade alchemist, and having a low cultivation and being young weren't a problem at all. What spirit medicine is Master Ling searching for? Feng asked. He had set out to get on friendly terms with Ling Han, and now he naturally placed his stance lower. Crimson red chilling ice grass, Ling Han said seriously while laughing inwardly. If Ao Feng really found the spirit medicine, then when he refined the Restore Spirit pill for Ling Dongxing in the future, making his father's cultivation skyrocket before at last suppressing Ao Feng and telling Ao Feng the truth, would this guy spurt out blood from anger? It was truly something to look forward to. All right, I've remembered it. If there's a chance, I'll definitely deliver the spirit medicine myself. Ao Feng nodded, then went on, I have other things to take care of, farewell. Please. Ling Han also nodded. Ao Feng left treading on wind, and very soon disappeared into the horizon. Ling Han's gaze turned cold. He was contemplating if he should become blood brothers with Ao Feng. Won't this guy have to call Ling Dongxing uncle? He immediately shook his head and forgot such distasteful stuff. Ling Han dislikes that bad guy? Nyo suddenly asked. Ling Han said smilingly, Nyo is real smart, you even saw through that. Nyo giggled. She was most sensitive to presence and emotions. Even if Ling Han intentionally suppressed the hatred, deceiving even Ao Feng, it couldn't escape Nyo's eyes. However, we'll have to be careful from now on, Ling Han said, walking into the valley with Nyo. The ice-fire Gourd Valley was half a world of ice and half surging with lava. Once one entered, there was boundless snow that covered the entire valley, a field of white without a single shred or inch of mottly. It was a rather splendid sight. There's a large snake here, Ling Han said. Nyo wants to eat snake meat. Nyo's eyes immediately lit up, saliva almost drooling out. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, that's a peak stage spiritual pedestal tier being, I can't beat it, can you? Nyo can't beat it. Nyo sighed dejectedly, appearing extremely disappointed. This shock was too great for a foodie. Our main purpose is to find crimson red chilling ice grass. This large snake can be taken care of when we come back in the future, Ling Han said. And? Nyo nodded lovably. The two walked very fast, passing through the ice valley, and a sea of fire appeared before them, crimson-colored lava rolling around, a scene that would make one's scalp creep. Between the sea of fire and the layer of ice was an expanse of boiling water that acted as a buffer. However, no matter whether it was the sea of fire or the layer of ice, the power of either was extremely strong, so neither was devoured by the other, existing like so for several thousand years. To Ling Han's knowledge, there had been no such place like the Dark Demon Forest. Well, there might have been such a place, just that he didn't know after all, the vast lands were too massive. Ling Han carefully searched locations where crimson red chilling ice grass could grow. Such a spirit medicine could only survive in the buffer zone, absorbing the power of the chilling ice and the raging flames, or else it wouldn't be able to survive at all. However, the buffer zone was all boiling water without any surfacing rocks. This dictated that crimson red chilling ice grass couldn't possibly grow, because this spirit grass disliked water environment. He came for nothing. Ling Han took out the map. On it were several special landforms that were marked, but other than this ice-fire Gourd Valley, there were no other places that was suitable for the growth of crimson red chilling ice grass. Unless, it was Dark Demon Forest's core area. Hong. At this moment, earth-shattering sounds reverberated as a fully silver-colored large snake broke through the ice. The snake's head alone was several meters high, and the length of the snake's entire body was extremely shocking. Ling Han was astounded not because of the large snake's length, but because of the tumor on the top of its head. Was it turning into a flood dragon? Chapter 395. Battling the Great Snake. Reverie Undersh. Snakes turned into flood dragons and flood dragons turned into dragons. Such was the usual path of transformation. The problem was that flood dragons had two horns, but what was that tumor on its head? Was it transforming into a unicorn? Nyo immediately crouched down, opened her mouth and revealed her white teeth, making a roaring stance. If she had fur, it would definitely be standing on ends. Ling Han also revealed a vigilant look. This great snake was the tyrant of the Gourd Valley, a ninth-layer spiritual pedestal existence. But for some reason it gave Ling Han a feeling that it was scarier than Ao Feng. That was quite right. It was because Nyo also had that feeling that she immediately entered a defensive and threatening stance. Earlier, when Ao Feng appeared, Nyo was very calm. The giant snake slowly stood up. The snake head kept rising as if its body was endlessly long. After it had reached the height of the valley, its body still wasn't fully out of the layer of ice. This was very unbelievable. It was at least 1,000 meters and maybe several thousand meters long. Ling Han was puzzled. Could a spiritual pedestal tier beast snake grow this large? The larger the body, the more powerful a living creature was. For example, if a living creature during their maturity could grow to the size of the vast lands, then it didn't need to cultivate. It only had to trample down a few times. Even if the vast lands didn't shatter, the people and other beasts would be decimated and only a few elites could survive. Precisely because of this, the heavens strictly limited a living being's body size. For beasts, only when their strengths increased could their size also increase accordingly. For a spiritual pedestal tier, the body size limit was about 100 meters, and only a flower blossom tier beast could reach 1,000 meters, but not surpass this limit. However, this large snake was only at the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, and its body size not only broke past 100, but also 1,000 meters, advancing into the spiritual infant tiers. On top of that, the tumor on its head was even stranger. There had never been stories of a spiritual pedestal tier snake beast that could turn into a flood dragon. Turning into a flood dragon was something to happen after heaven tier. Strange, too strange. It was a long story, but it was a matter of a breath's time. With a hong, the large snake descended from the sky and smashed its head straight down, barbaric and rough, using terrifying power to gain the upper hand. Ling Han's face was all green. He took hold of Hunyo, who still wanted to soar into the sky to battle to her heart's content, and their figures flashed. They entered the Black Tower. With the giant snake's power, weight, and inertia of falling from the sky, such massive strength was enough to pound him and Hunyo into minced meat, guaranteeing their deaths through and through. This was truly unreasonable. There was no comparison of skills, but simply crushing by brute force, yet it completely unleashed the great snake's power. Strange, why do I sense a familiar smell on this large snake? Ling Han pondered, stroking his chin. Spiritual pedestal tier beasts all had a special elemental attack, for example, spraying chilling mist or venom, and Ling Han had even seen beast snakes that turned all its scales into sharp blades and launched them. However, this large snake didn't seem to plan on using its special abilities at all, smashing with its head right off the bat. It was extremely well practiced. The snake had to be a habitual offender. Ling Han looked outside through the Black Tower, seeing that the large snake was searching for his and Hunyo's flesh and blood. The large snake's eyes revealed it was at a loss, seeming to be puzzled by how the two just disappeared. Idiot. Extreme idiot. Ling Han felt it even stranger. Being able to cultivate to peak stage of the spiritual pedestal tier, which was one step away from crossing over the line of mortals, how could its intelligence be so lacking? Beasts possessed very high intelligence, and the higher their tier, the smarter they were. The intellect of flower blossom tier beasts was definitely no lower than that of the wise men. However, no matter how he looked, this large snake was sluggish and stupid, as if it only knew how to smash people with its head, battling with its instinct. Let's try to fight it. Ling Han came to a decision, and Xiao, his figure flashed, exiting the Black Tower with Demon Birth sword in hand and Thunder Battle armor already activated. Hong, his left hand, launched a flash of lightning while his right hand swung the sword, and Xiao, 7 flashes of sword chi flew unhindered. Pew, 2 attacks fired into the large snake's body, but what surprised Ling Han was that the 7 flashes of sword chi only left a few white marks on the snake's scales, while the lightning's effects were only a bit greater, penetrating through scales and leaving a wound on the large body. However, for a large snake, this was truly neither painful nor ticklish. The large snake was infuriated, smashing its head downwards again. Ling Han hurriedly entered the Black Tower, evading this attack. Ping, the entire valley trembled, showing the giant snake's terrifying power. Ling Han, however, laughed and said to himself, if this were another 9th layer spiritual pedestal tier, I really wouldn't be able to deal with it, but this snake is too stupid. I could just exhaust it to death. He exited the Black Tower again, then shot out both fists continuously and activated Thunder Battle armor's power, forming flashes of lightning and firing it towards the large snake's eyes. The large snake was stupid for sure, but its instincts allowed it to avoid injuries to vital parts such as the eyes. It immediately tilted its head to evade. Then it smashed its head downwards again, setting the valley quaking. Ceaselessly accumulated snow shot into the sky, then snowflakes fluttered all over the sky, while on the other side, the sea of flames boiled like the tide, splashing crimson-red lava. Ling Han continued to enter and exit the Black Tower, tirelessly attacking the large snake's eyes. He only had to succeed once to gain a great victory, so he was absolutely in no rush. The large snake was still sluggishly stupid, and if Ling Han's strength were stronger, it would definitely have drilled into the layer of ice long ago, not fighting Ling Han at all. However, from its point of view, Ling Han would die in one smash, and faced with such a tick, how could it run? Besides, it was continually getting struck by Ling Han, and although it was thick-skinned, feeling only a bit of pain, the anger made it resolve to kill Ling Han. One man and one snake exhausted each other like this. Several hours later, the large snake appeared more irritable, continuously smashing its head at the ground as if it held the initiative. Ling Han searched for an opportune moment. The instant the large snake pounded the ground, he attacked from the black tower. Shio, a flurry of sword strikes, 800 rays of sword light soared into the sky. It was mysterious 3000. Pu piu piu piu, the sword light fired simultaneously at the large snake's right eye. At this time, the large snake's intimidating defensive power was displayed to its greatest extent. Even if the eye was a very frail vital area, several hundred rays of sword light shot into it were actually not enough to shatter it at first. Only after the last 100 rays of sword light surged by did the eyeball finally show a gash. Then, as if porcelain had been smashed, it suddenly shattered. With a body of liquid poured out like tidal water from a dike. Under the pain, the large snake violently twisted, and a massive power bashed sideways and straight on. The entire valley was as if it were going to be demolished. Ling Han entered the black tower, immediately recovering origin power. Now, striking out mysterious 3000 at full strength wouldn't consume all his power, but 1/3 still seemed to have been depleted. He crushed a dozen pieces of origin crystal and recovered his origin power at an extremely fast pace. He exited the black tower again after that and attacked the hole opened up in the large snake's eye with his sword. 2 vein-like lines were activated on the demon birth sword. Sword chi flew unhindered as Ling Han slashed recklessly to his heart's content. Chapter 396, Chaos Origin Source. Reverie _ Despite the large snake's stubborn frame that far surpassed normal spiritual pedestal tier beasts, it couldn't tolerate a flurry of slashes inside its head. Not to mention Ling Han used the demon birth sword, a 10th tier spirit tool. Even if it could only emit a tiny bit of its power, the power of its sharpness was plain to see. Add the thunder battle armor's prowess, and the large snake was electrocute, burnt on the inside and crisp on the outside. Slash 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 slash, Ling Han destroyed to his heart's content. He bustled about in the snake's head, and 10 minutes later, the large snake no longer showed any signs of movement. Ling Han swung his sword and broke through the head, feeling fatigued all over, and sat abruptly onto the ground. This large snake was truly terrifying. Under the circumstances of allowing him to attack at will, he still exhausted all his energy to kill it. If this large snake possessed the intellect of a normal beast, then the result would be the complete opposite. He wouldn't be able to do anything about this huge monster. Ling Han let Hunyo out. The little girl kept kicking the large snake, fully showing her childish temperament. Ling Han was very interested in the bump on the snake's head because it meant that it was growing flood dragon horns, which were treasures, absolute treasures. Flood dragon horns ground to dust could be used in medicine. Their effects were manifold, of which the most famous was boosting the sex drive, making men as vigorous as a dragon and as fierce as a tiger. Of course, Ling Han was not at all interested in boosting his sex drive. He was very confident in this area. According to the legends, a true dragon was an auspicious sign of the divine plane, possessing the supreme power of toppling mountains and overturning seas. Inside the flood dragon horn was a shred of the true dragon's godly qualities, and if it could be extracted, wouldn't that be kick-SS? He used the demon birth sword as a butcher's knife, slicing the bump on the snake's head carefully in case it damaged the flood dragon horns. The progress was very slow, not that demon birth sword wasn't sharp enough, but Ling Han's power was a bit weak. This large snake's scales were truly too hard, making his progress extremely slow. However, half an hour later, Ling Han finally peeled off the scales, cutting open the skin and revealing the bump completely. He sliced it open but didn't find the corneum, so he cut and cut. Only after digging much more did a small black dot appear. Ling Han was startled. He sliced open the surrounding flesh, only to find that it was actually tiny black stone. He reached to grab it, but as he made contact he groaned. Endless chaos charged into his consciousness, making his head feel like it was about to burst. He forcefully endured it, wanting to enter the black tower. However, as his consciousness was attacked, he actually couldn't immediately make any contact with the black tower. He couldn't help but be shocked as the thoughts of chaos in his consciousness continued to expand. Black chi grew from his entire body as his divine consciousness was rapidly being possessed. Ling Han. Hunyou yelled, baring her teeth and roaring. Ling Han at this moment gave her the feeling of a complete stranger. Ling Han forcefully endured it, maintaining one last shred of clarity. At last he finally gained contact with the Black Tower and he entered the Black Tower, instantly summoning supreme power. Waves of black chi surged out from within his body as if a pit of snakes that were reluctant to leave, still wanting to worm its way into his body. However, inside the Black Tower, this was absolutely unrealistic. Ling Han soared into the sky, completely expelling the power of chaos. He breathed rapidly and heavily. It was truly too terrifying. If he were slightly slower, his consciousness would have been infested completely by the chaos. He'd become like the large snake, muddle-headed and living based on instincts. He never would have thought that a small piece of black stone could actually be so dangerous. I understand now. It's no wonder the large snake gave me a familiar feeling. That's demonic chi. Ling Han clapped his hands, finally remembering. He exited the Black Tower. Hunyou immediately dove towards him, nudging him with her head and looking like she never wanted to let go. All right, I'm fine. Ling Han laughed and rubbed Hunyou's hair, then looked towards the black stone inside the snake's head. The black stone was the size of a peanut, not uniform in shape and different from Azura Demon Emperor. This black stone looked like nothing special and had no shred of demonic chi circulating within it, which was why Ling Han had been careless and almost became infected with no hope of reprieve. He used the demon birth sword to scoop the stone up, and with a paw the black stone rolled on the ground several times before lying silent on the accumulated snow. A strange scene appeared. The large snake immediately shriveled up, and within only a few breaths' time the large corpse was already rotten. Its scales turned into ash and the bones broke one after another. Hunyou's meat. Hunyou screamed in anguish. Ling Han's face twitched. Earlier when he was attacked by the chaos from the black stone, the little girl didn't scream so tragically, did she? Alas, a foodie was always going to be a foodie. However, this large snake's peculiarities were all because of this black stone. Otherwise, how come the entire corpse crumbled once the black stone was taken out? This could explain why a spiritual pedestal tier beast could grow up to several thousand meters, but why the black stone had such effects was another problem. Stinky rock. Hunyou raised her feet and trampled down fiercely at the black stone. The little girl's speed was too fast and Ling Han couldn't stop her in time at all. But he was immediately shocked, because nothing happened to Hunyou after stamping it over and over. Moreover, Hunyou even picked up the black stone, smashing it, yet it still had no influence on her at all. Were the heads of foodies so empty that they couldn't be affected? Ling Han didn't dare to try and let Hunyou take the black stone again, taking Hunyou into the Black Tower before letting Hunyou hand it to him. The intent of chaos attacked once again as endless demons and hells manifested the chaos of the universe. Ling Han activated the power of the Black Tower. These demonic thoughts were instantly blocked from his consciousness. He discovered that this could toughen his divine consciousness, though of course, it was under the Black Tower's help or else it would be courting death. Small tower, what's this thing? Ling Han asked. Missing too much memory, might know but can't remember it all right now. Small Tower's emotionless voice sounded out. Ling Han put the black stone, looked towards Hunyou and said, but how did Hunyou block the attack of the chaotic intent? Hunyou pat her chest as she said, Hunyou's a genius. Haha, you certainly are a genius. Ling Han remembered the strange spirit base inside her body. Even if he activated Eye of Truth now, he still wouldn't be able to see through Hunyou's dantian. The little girl's strangeness index was also ridiculously high. CC1. Hunyou smiled happily. Ling Han picked up the black stone, weighed it in his hand and said to himself, it's not bad. It can be used to toughen divine consciousness and increase the soul's strength. Not only that, Small Tower spoke up, there's a shred of chaos origin source inside. Chaos origin source? What's the heck is that? Ling Han asked. Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things, Small Tower said. Tao is the great Tao of heaven and earth, and great Tao forms the supreme ultimate, which turns into yin and yang. Yin and yang can also be seen as order and chaos. Ling Han was astounded and said, this piece of black stone can actually trace back to the origin source. Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, three begets all things. All things carry the females and embrace the male. And by breathing together they live in harmony. Chapter 397, Blood Lighthouse Changes Master. Reverie Undersh. What was Tao? Heaven and Earth's origin source, the true essence of the world. According to legends, gods grasped the Tao of heaven and earth and were invincible in the world, transcending life and death. Martial arts, alchemy, and formations were three different angles of pursuing the origin source, searching for Tao. However, just as Small Tower said, Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, and three begets all things. Mortals were commonplace. Even Ling Han, who was a heaven tier in his former life, remained at the level of all living things, striving to trace the source origin and searching for the three. He was still very far off in martial arts, but in alchemy he reached the peak stage of heaven grade, with 1 foot into the path of godhood, qualifying to contact the three. But now, a small piece of black stone actually contained the chaos origin source, reaching the 2 level. If one could completely grasp the source of chaos within the black stone, couldn't one jump straight into God realm? As Ling Han said that, Small Tower immediately shook in negation and said, "Impossible. There is too little chaos origin source within the black stone, and it's only a fragment of the colossal chaos origin source. Even if you could completely grasp a branch of it, it's still far from the chaos source origin. However, I can absorb the shred of chaos origin source, and extract the source power, repairing my body by 1/1000th. That news was massive. After Ling Han was shortly startled, he blurted out, "You can extract the power of origin source? And Black Tower is damaged? Even the power of origin source can only repair by 1/100000th? Small Tower shook lightly and said, "It's precisely because I was heavily damaged that I was struck to this realm, losing almost all my memories. Extracting the power of origin source shouldn't be hard. My instincts tell me that I can do it and that this piece of black stone is really too small, so being able to repair 1/100000th is already an optimistic estimate." Ling Han's jaw dropped. Just what level was the Black Tower's existence, needing the power of origin source to repair it? In this lifetime, would he be able to wait till the day the Black Tower completely recovered? However, he was only at the spiritual ocean tier and had already received a piece of black stone, which meant that his fortune was heaven-defying. Perhaps the Black Tower could be repaired without breaking into God realm. One had to be optimistic. Ling Han temporarily had no intention of giving the black stone for Small Tower to refine. The chaos intent could toughen his own martial intent, especially now that he was stuck at 7 flashes of sword. Part of the reason for that was that his martial intent was not tough enough. He exited the Black Tower, bringing Hunyo towards the core area of the Dark Demon Forest. It was very possible that there were more black stones there. After all, the Dark Demon Forest was known for its demonic chi-like mists, and the beasts in the core area were all possessed and terrifying as they thirsted for blood. Before, Ling Han didn't know the reason, but now, thinking about it, if the black stone existed there for a long time, it definitely influenced the environment, thereby influencing the living creatures there. Whether it was for crimson-red chilling ice grass or for the chaos origin source within the black stone, Ling Han had to make this trip. One day later, a stronghold appeared before them again. The stronghold was much smaller than the previous one, but its defensive powers were increased a whole lot. Spiritual ocean tier martial artists patrolled the surroundings with weapons in their hands, all extremely alert. Ling Han pondered, deciding to lodge at this stronghold. He walked over and was requested to hand over 5 origin crystals. Fortunately, probably seeing that Hunyo was too small, her ticket fare wasn't collected, saving Ling Han a small amount. This stronghold's infrastructure was also consisting in wooden walls and bamboo houses, but simpler it couldn't be helped, because this was the 3rd ring of the Dark Demon Forest. The entire Dark Demon Forest was divided into 4 rings. The first ring was obviously the core area. Because of the great influence of demonic chi, no single force could set foot there. Normally, only Flower Blossom tier elites dared to enter it, but they also came and went with haste, not daring to stay long. Next was the second ring, which was the foothold of the Blood Lighthouse and the Gust Demon clan. It was also the foothold on the foremost front line, often suffering assaults from beasts that came out of the core area. If one wanted to rest and reorganize there, each day of stay would cost 110 origin crystals. Fiery sun grass was in this area. The danger there was still quite high because there was a possibility of encountering flower blossom tier beasts that came from the core area. Ling Han was at the third ring and the nearby beasts were already very frightening. There were spiritual pedestal tier existences. Even martial artists at spiritual pedestal tier had to be careful, slight inattentiveness would be their perdition. He brought Hunyo to a tavern. It was the best place to seek out information. Great news, Blood Lighthouse has changed hands. What, is it real? Haha, I just came out of the second ring, only 50,000 meters away from the headquarters of the Blood Lighthouse. It's news I heard personally, it couldn't possibly be fake. Strange, wasn't the head of Blood Lighthouse at his prime? How come he abdicated? He didn't abdicate on his own accord, but he was defeated. Hey, Blood Lighthouse's head is a flower blossom tier warrior, an almighty expert who can stand side by side with Heavenly Silkworm Court's head, Devour Bone Court's head, and Gust Demon Clan's head. He was actually defeated by someone? Exactly, and it's rumored that the one who defeated the Blood Lighthouse's head is a Grandmaster of Fists, able to burst forth with 10 flashes of fist chi. It was only 19 consecutive punches before Blood Lighthouse's head was put down, forced to submit his authority. Who was that? That's way too fierce, right? Don't know, that person is very secretive. He calls himself the Fist Emperor. Fist Emperor? That's quite domineering, isn't it? Ling Han listened and was somewhat shocked. Of the 4 large forces, the Blood Lighthouse was forced to change heads a major event. Just where did this Fist Emperor come from, not only having strength, but also having high aspirations? Emperor titles shouldn't be used rashly. In his former life, there was only Sword Emperor and Setting Sun Saber Emperor who were called emperors, while he attained supreme accomplishments in alchemy and was still being called the Grandmaster of Alchemy. This represented invincibility within a tier. Sword Emperor, invincible in the sword path. Saber Emperor, the sole supremacy in the saber path. As for him, he stood at the peak of alchemy. Calling oneself the Fist Emperor would probably attract many fist experts to challenge him, because if they accepted his title, then it was equivalent to acknowledging that he was first in fist path. How could these Grandmasters of Fists tolerate that? Ling Han stroked his chin. Should he also call himself some sort of emperor and attract some aggro? It seemed to be quite an interesting idea. Your news is not really new, that was at least a month ago. Someone on the side was unwilling to have the limelight taken away, immediately interjecting. Now, many figures on the Prodigy roll are gathered at the Dark Demon Forest, and that's the most sensational event. Why? This news attracted the curiosity of many. After all, the figures on the Prodigy roll were elites that could become Flower Blossom tier and even spiritual infant tier warriors. With so many of them gathered at the Dark Demon Forest, it could be called a distinguished gathered. It's said that a treasure has come into being at the core of the forest, that person said, feigning mysteriousness. What treasure? Everyone asked in surprise. Chapter 398, Heavenly Luck Stone. Reverie Undersh. What treasure? Everyone revealed a curious look. Treasure, just that word alone made people's blood boil. Moreover, it was able to draw the attention of the people on the Prodigy roll. Such a treasure was obviously extremely precious. The person chuckled. Seeing everyone's gaze concentrated on himself instantly gave rise to a strong sense of vanity. They continued, exactly what, I'm not sure, but I heard it's a rock. A rock? Everyone was astounded. What was so special about that rock that it actually attracted so many figures on the Prodigy roll? Ling Han was startled. Could it be the Black Stone? Inside, it harnessed the Chaos origin source. However, he immediately shook his head inwardly. Such power, even he couldn't absorb it in his previous lifetime's peak, not to mention a few spiritual ocean tier and spiritual pedestal tier warriors. Leaving other things out, he couldn't even endure the chaos intent inside the Black Stone with his heaven tier divine sense, and had to rely on the Black Tower to suppress it, so other people were naturally even less qualified. Unless, they were as strange as Hunyo. Haha, you're slinging the bull, nothing about a rock is worth fighting over, someone mocked. It really is a rock, I'm not lying to you guys. That person immediately swore. Martial artists all liked respect, and being doubted instantly made the person anxious. However, most people still didn't believe it. What about a rock was worth fighting for? That's right, it certainly is a rock called Heavenly Luck Stone, someone said. Yes, yes, I remember now, it is called Heavenly Luck Stone, the person from earlier said in a hurry. Everyone couldn't help but look towards the one who revealed the identity of the Heavenly Luck Rock. It was a lanky male in all white clothing. He wore a straw hat and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, judging from his voice earlier, this person should be quite young. White-robed Sword King Xinzhong Cheng, someone said with a quaver after seeing the treasured sword he placed on the table. White-robed Sword King. 29th place on North Region's Prodigy roll. The only one who squeezed into top 40 with the cultivation of the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, absolutely heaven-defying. Everyone cried out one after another. Although Xinzhong Cheng's ranking wasn't the finest, not even squeezing into top 10, he was only at the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. One that could push back 11 first-layer spiritual pedestal tier martial artists with his cultivation. The 40th place even possessed 2-star battle prowess. The freakishness of Xinzhong Cheng could be imagined. Even Ling Han nodded. If it weren't for the demon birth sword and the thunder battle armor, he could at most annihilate a spiritual pedestal tier expert with his own battle prowess while relying on mysterious 3000. However, he was now at the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, still some distance away from the 9th layer. When his and Xinzhong Cheng's cultivations would be the same, his battle prowess would definitely be more than spiritual pedestal tier's 2-star sit would be 4 stars, even 5 stars was possible. Conversely, did Xinzhong Cheng reveal all his trump cards? Like Ling Han, the demon birth sword was used at the most crucial moments, and maybe Xinzhong Cheng also had such a great killing tool? In any case, a warrior at the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier being able to battle spiritual pedestal tier opponents was certainly freakish, and Xinzhong Cheng's current age was only 20. Even Ling Han wouldn't dare to underestimate him. Dare I ask young Master Xin, what sort of treasure is Heavenly Luck Stone? Someone asked daringly. Xinzhong Cheng's mark was his treasured sword. A white ribbon was tied to the sword sheath in a butterfly shape. He also wore a white robe all year long. However, since he ascended onto the Prodigy roll, more people mimicked his attire, so this person might not actually be the true white-robed Sword King. Ling Han could be certain that he was Xinzhong Cheng because he felt the presence of an elite, like an unsheathed sword displaying his abilities to the full extent. Heavenly Luck Stone, a blessing of heaven and earth. Refining it into the body for martial artists at the spiritual pedestal tier and below means that the essence inside the stone will have a miraculous effect when breaking through a large tier. It will increase one's overall physique, and once advancing into the large tier, one's battle prowess can rocket 4 to 5 stars, Xinzhong Cheng said in a calm tone. Pooh, everyone spurted out. Normally, battle prowess surpassing 1 to 2 stars was already quite exceptional, and 3 to 4 stars was the level of geniuses, but Heavenly Luck Stone could directly grant 4 to 5 stars battle prowess. What sort of concept was this? Indeed, a rare worldly treasure. No wonder it attracted so many figure on the Prodigy roll. Young Master Xin also came for the Heavenly Luck Stone, right? Someone asked. Of course, young Master Xin is already at the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, obviously suppressing his cultivation and planning on compacting his cultivation before breaking through. With the Heavenly Luck Stone on top of young Master Xin's talents, he could possess battle prowess above 10 stars at the 1st layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. However, Heavenly Luck Stone is so precious, not to mention the figures on the Prodigy roll, even those who have already made a name for themselves would come. Moreover, Flower Blossom and spiritual infant tier elites would appear, seizing this opportunity for their descendants. If these elites appear, then the young generation will definitely have no game. Even the people on the Prodigy roll added together would be helpless. Ling Han, however, thought about how the news on Heavenly Luck Stone spread. Such a precious thing, anyone would conceal it, so how did everyone end up as if the whole world knew? The answer was soon revealed. 10 days ago, a small scouting team entered the core area, discovering the Heavenly Luck Stone by chance. However, a powerful beast kept watch nearby, so they couldn't seize it, deciding that after they returned, they would recruit people again before moving out. However, this team was an army of malcontents assembled only temporarily. Some became greedy, so 3 brothers from a clan poisoned and assassinated everyone else on the team. Other than one person was poisoned, but he himself was a poison expert. Having a degree of poison resistance abilities, he didn't die immediately and escaped to a stronghold, spreading the news before his death. Thus, the people in the entire Dark Demon Forest knew of the Heavenly Luck Stone, but as to where it was exactly, the poisoned person died before saying that, so people only knew that it was in the core area of the forest. Consequently, the news only spread amongst the people in the Dark Demon Forest. The various large sects didn't receive the news yet, but as time went on, it could be imagined that large amounts of elites would come. The Heavenly Luck Stone could create a heaven-defying expert for a sect that was worthy of a sect elder taking action. Ling Han shook his head. First was the crimson-red chilling ice grass, next was the mysterious black stone, and now was the Heavenly Luck Stone. Was it destined that he wouldn't have peace on this trip? Xinzhong Chong, never would I have thought to encounter you here, come out to spar a bit. A voice resounded outside the tavern. Someone immediately extended his head to see, crying out, "It's Shadow Weaver Dual Sword Luo Da." Shadow Weaver Dual Sword, the 42nd place on the Prodigy roll. The difference is too great, right? No, that was the ranking a year ago. I heard that Luo Da has already advanced into the spiritual pedestal tier and beat several famed experts at the second layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. No wonder he dares to issue a challenge. Chapter 399, White-Robed Sword King. Reverie Undersh. Xinzhong Qing sat upright and still and said indifferently, "I never spar with an already defeated opponent." Xinzhong Qing, you're scared, right? Luo Da's voice floated over from outside. Xinzhong Qing picked up his wine bowl, took a sip and said, "I dislike people like you who don't know their own limits, so if you force me to fight, I definitely won't hold back." "Haha, all the better, I want to see how your strength has improved," Luo Da said, but his laughter was extremely gloomy, showing extreme displeasure. Xinzhong Qing stood up, reached for the sword on the table and walked with large strides out of the tavern. Hong, the crowd instantly surged out. This was a fierce fight between two figures that ranked towards the front, who wouldn't want to witness it. "Let's go check it out too," Ling Han said smilingly. Wenyo nodded. With one hand grabbing onto the corner of Ling Han's clothes while the other hand didn't forget to grab some dried meat to chew on, left the tavern together with Ling Han, leaving the stronghold and arriving at an open area outside. At this moment, Xinzhong Qing was standing opposite of a 24 to 25-year-old youngster. That youngster's physique was tall and sturdy, probably taller than normal people by 2 heads, and instantly made Xinzhong Qing look like a child. This person was obviously Luo Da. Such a stalwart guy's choice of weapon was actually not the brute force type like a rod or an axe, but rather a sword as well, and it was 2 short swords, which were like embroidery needles when held in his hands. He looked extremely incongruous. However, no one laughed. Luo Da was 42nd place on the Prodigy roll, and that was definitely not earned by joking. "Draw your sword," Luo Da said loudly. "If you can force me to draw my sword, I'll naturally draw it," Xinzhong Qing said indifferently. Those words were pretty pretentious, yet the girls that watched the battle in the vicinity shot out smitten radiance from their eyes. Arrogant. Luo Da attacked, brandishing both short swords. Martial intent burst forth, forming white silk lines that convolved around Xinzhong Qing. Ling Han couldn't help but nod. Luo Da certainly was a spiritual pedestal tier elite, he just hadn't stabilized his cultivation at mid-stage of the first layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. These silk lines were concentrated from sword chi. He obviously cultivated a strange sword art that could actually turn sword chi into silk lines without it scattering, which was certainly somewhat impressive. Being able to be listed on the Prodigy roll, could he even be a mediocre person? Xinzhong Qing used his fingers as swords and shifted his feet, waving his fingers to unleash sword chi. Sword Qi, was it called sword chi? That was because it needed a sword to compound the sharpness of a treasured sword before being used. However, when shot out with fingers, the sharpness would be largely decreased. Why wasn't fist chi sent out instead? That was because the power of fists was in the power of the strike, and not in effects of slicing, cutting, or dicing. Now Xinzhong Qing used his fingers as a sword, and the power of the sword chi was naturally much weakened. If the sword in his hand were a 4th tier or even a 5th tier spirit tool, then the effects would naturally lower even more. Everyone involuntarily cried out. Xinzhong Qing was truly talented and bold, being clearly lower than Luo Da by a large tier. He still dared to act so arrogant, not even drawing his weapon. However, Xinzhong Qing wasn't wildly arrogant, but genuinely talented, moving his fingers as if playing a lute. Xiao xiao xiao, he fired flash after flash of sword chi, just enough to neutralize Luo Da's attacks. The two actually tied. However, Luoda was a large tier higher and using weapons. The two short swords were clearly spirit tools on which were shining vein-like lines. Under the situation of having such a large advantage, he could only tie with Xin Zhongcheng when in fact he already suffered an overwhelming defeat. Hunyo's eyes began to light up, staring at Xin Zhongcheng's figure and revealing a bellicose expression. Ling Han also somewhat itched to fight as he was also a sword user. As expected of the white-robed Sword King, too strong. Being able to match Luoda, who is at the first layer of the spiritual pedestal tier while himself being at the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. If he advances into the spiritual pedestal tier, his estimated battle prowess should rocket to 9 stars or even 10 stars. Yeah, there's still 4 months' time. Xin Zhongcheng can definitely advance into the spiritual pedestal tier. It'll be a good show at the year-end Prodigy battle with yet another anomaly. Everyone nodded one after another, giving complete approval of Xin Zhongcheng's strength. Ah! Luoda roared, unable to accept such a result despite having clearly advanced into the spiritual pedestal tier. He had been assuming that he could rely on the advantage of a large tier to suppress the powerful opponent before him, but still ended up empty-handed. His eyes turned red as he decided to use a few trump cards. He definitely couldn't lose in public. Ha ha! Are these the so-called experts on North Region's Prodigy role? A youngster arrived in a streak. Hong, the presence of the spiritual pedestal tier overflowed without restraint, instantly suppressing everyone to the point of gasping for breath. Everyone was shocked. This youngster was only 24 to 25 years of age, yet he was a high-level spiritual pedestal tier warrior and definitely had shocking battle prowess. However, no one recognized his identity. Such a genius should be a well-known figure on the Prodigy role. Xin Zhongcheng and Luoda immediately stopped their fight, looking at the youngster simultaneously. Truly disappoints me, so weak that I can't bear to look. The youngster shook his head, disdain across his face. Trash like you guys have the nerve to rank on some Prodigy role? It really makes me laugh my head off. Who the hell are you? Luoda said in anger. This guy basically looked down on all 100 people on the Prodigy role. Me? The youngster leapt out, pressing his left hand towards Luoda while firing a fist towards Xin Zhongcheng. He actually challenged two outstanding figures on the Prodigy role at the same time. Luoda immediately slashed with his sword while Xin Zhongcheng hesitated. With a chong, his long sword was unsheathed. Shwa shwa shwa, 7 flashes of sword chi instantly struck towards the youngster. Puh. With 2 suppressed sounds, Luoda and Xin Zhongcheng were both sent back, dripping blood from their mouths and suffering a loss on this exchange. Hiss, everyone couldn't help but be dumbstruck. 1 against 2, fighting 2 prodigies, he not only won completely but also injured the 2. His strength was truly shocking. Although high-level spiritual pedestal tier certainly should show such a performance, this youngster was only 24 to 25 years old. It could be said as very fair. No wonder he dared to act so arrogantly. He certainly was very monstrous. Who are you exactly? Luoda cried out in surprise. Xin Zhongcheng took off his bamboo hat and showed an average-looking face. However, his eyes were like dazzling stars, making people stare at them uncontrollably, unable to free themselves. His bellicosity soared through the sky as he was holding his long sword in front of him and emitting waves of a profound aura. Ling Han shook his head slightly. The tier was a shortcoming, but if Xin Zhongcheng advanced into the spiritual pedestal tier, he would qualify to battle with that youngster. But now, he didn't. That youngster was at the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, and from this attack earlier, his battle prowess should be around 12 stars or 13 stars, not too freakish. However, to crush spiritual ocean tier warriors, the 1st layer of the spiritual pedestal tier was more than enough. Chapter 400, Sword Emperor II. Reverie Undersh. I am Tong Ji-ming, the youngster said loftily. Everyone racked their brains. Just where did Tong Ji-ming come from and how come they never heard of his name before? Such a genius should be renowned. Tong Ji-ming suddenly looked like he was listening attentively, then nodded and said, My family's master wants me to ask you guys if you know of Fairy Zhu's whereabouts. Puh. Hearing those words, everyone spurted out, revealing an expression of disbelief. My family's master. A prodigy like this was only a servant? No way, a 24 to 25-year-old that was already a high-level spiritual pedestal tier elite would be the finest prodigy in the North region. How could he be a servant? Who's your family master? Someone asked with a quivering voice. Tong Ji-ming immediately glared at them and said, Who the hell are you? Are you even fit to ask for my family master's name? Don't forget, I'm the one asking you guys. Now tell me the whereabouts of Fairy Zhu. Humph, we aren't your servants answering whatever you ask. Everyone was infuriated by his arrogant attitude, so no one was willing to cooperate. Looks like I'll have to kill a few idiots to warn you country bumpkins. Tong Ji-ming sneered, attacking brazenly. Poo pew pew pew, his figure swept by and several heads were plucked right off, dancing in the air. The blood within the severed necks soared into the sky as the headless bodies pranced. The scene was as if from Azura hell. Run. Run into the stronghold. Everyone instantly lost the will to fight, breaking into a run. Tong Ji-ming's murderous disposition erupted as he started chasing after their people into the stronghold, but a large hand immediately swatted at him as an aged voice said coldly, You've gone too far. Tong Ji-ming was instantly sent backwards. Which old bastard is it? Come out and I'll cut you up. Tong Ji-ming suffered a small loss, yet it further incited his viciousness. He took out an oddly shaped saber reminiscent of a lion from a spatial ring. Where did this junior come from, having such nerve? An old man appeared, standing atop the stronghold's wooden walls. It's Senior Pai. This is great. Senior Pai is a veteran spiritual pedestal tier elite. It said that he advanced into the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier 20 years ago. Although he couldn't cross into the flower blossom tier, with 20 years of continuous cultivation as honing, his battle prowess is definitely beyond 15 stars. He can definitely suppress that arrogant brat. With a new backbone, everyone was instantly reassured. Ignorant old man, come over, let me cut off your head. Tong Ji-ming shouted, waving his saber towards the old man surnamed Pai. As the saber struck out, a golden lion appeared, emitting a frightening, ominous presence. One man and one lion attacked towards the senior surnamed Pai. That strange saber was a spirit tool, not only reaching 5th tier, but also harnessing astounding martial intent. The golden lion was more powerful than Tong Ji-ming himself. Tong Ji-ming's own battle prowess was only 13 stars and couldn't match the 15 stars battle prowess of the old man surnamed Pai. However, this golden lion reached the battle prowess of 16 stars, completely suppressing the old man. At this moment, the entire scene was silent, with only the continuous resonation of the two fiercely battling. Even Senior Pai's 15 stars battle prowess was suppressed. If Tong Ji-ming were to attend the Prodigy battle, wouldn't that mean he could take first place? This year, those like Yuan Luan who were 30 years old were automatically disqualified, and the highest-ranked Lu Yang was only at the 3rd layer of the spiritual pedestal tier with 12 stars battle prowess. Even on top of his beast pet, it would still be impossible to rival Tong Ji-ming. What was going on? A random person that came out of nowhere had the strength to sweep across the entire Prodigy role? Ling Han spread out his divine sense, finding another man. Tong Ji-ming's master, who apparently used a sound transmission technique to communicate with Tong Ji-ming. This meant that the master was nearby. There. Ling Han immediately determined the location, then opened Eye of Truth, finding a youngster at a treetop several hundred meters out. His entire body was enveloped by golden divine light, which was shaped like a sword. That youngster seemed to sense Ling Han gaze, immediately focusing his eyes to look back at Ling Han. Their gazes collided, and Ling Han instantly felt pain like being pierced by an exceptional treasured sword, causing him to hurriedly withdraw his gaze. However, a streak of tears of blood already dripped down. Sword Emperor. Ling Han cried out within but immediately shook his head. It was impossible. Sword Emperor's appearance looked too different from that youngster's. There was, however, a striking resemblance between the two, because Sword Emperor was also enveloped by sword-shaped divine light. The difference was that Sword Emperor was infinitely more powerful. That person could be seen as the younger version Sword Emperor because he just crossed into the Flower Blossom tier. It was very shocking since that youngster was only 24 to 25 years old. A guess immediately welled within. That youngster was a disciple of the Heaven Sword sect. That was why Tong Ji-ming looked down upon the Prodigy role, wasn't from the North region at all. Old Pai, let me help you. With a large roar, another spiritual pedestal tier old man appeared, joining hands with the old man surnamed Pai to battle Tong Ji-ming. Senior Ma, everyone cried out again. The old man surnamed Ma's strength was a whole lot stronger than the old man surnamed Pai's, just enough to tie with the Golden Lion. In this way old man Pai was liberated, and with full battle prowess unleashed, Tong Ji-ming was instantly suppressed. With only a few moves, Tong Ji-ming was perilously close to death, backed up against the wall time and time again. Although he escaped, several wounds were left on his body. Wang, at this moment, a terrifying oppressive presence transmitted over. A man treaded through the sky, each step clearly extremely casual and yet 100 meters long. He instantly arrived above the battle. With each step, a sword pattern blossomed underneath his feet, evolving into several thousands of divine swords, making people terrified. Strolling in the sky, the flower blossomed tear. Instantly, they all lifted their heads to look at the sky, revealing an expression of reverence. Flower blossom tier warriors were like gods on this land. However, when they saw the appearance of the person in the sky, they were all dumbstruck. How could the person be so young? A 24 to 25 years old person at the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier could already be crowned the best in North region, and now a 24 to 25-year-old elite of the flower blossom tier appeared. This was too ridiculous, right? Master. Tong Ji-ming immediately knelt down, paying respect to the youngster in the sky. Hearing this, everyone shuddered within, exclaiming that this was as expected. No wonder a genius like Tong Ji-ming would be someone's servant. This youngster was even stronger, unimaginably strong. The youngster in the sky frowned and said, "It's only asking a question, why was it so difficult?" "Master, these two old guys won't cooperate." Tong Ji-ming hurriedly answered. "Since that's so, die." That youngster extended one finger and 10,000 rays of sword light instantly surged. Pew 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 pew. Infinite rays of sword light instantly drowned the two old men, and not even a corpse remained. Everyone was aghast. This youngster's murderous disposition was way too great. Chapter 401, Untended Willow. Reverie Undersh. Ling Han's eyes focused. The technique the youngster used just now was the mysterious 3000. However, the youngster advanced into the flower blossom tier, so a casual attack had supreme might, killing two at the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tiers instantly. Therefore, from this attack alone, the youngster's aptitude on the mysterious 3000 couldn't be perceived at all. This also best demonstrated a sword user's strength in the path of the sword. The mysterious 3000 was driven by sword chi, and the more sword chi one cultivated, the more rays of sword light were fired out and the stronger it was. In the sky, the youngster said indifferently, "Now, will someone answer my question?" I'll say, Fairy Zhu should have headed towards the depth of the forest. First, to search for crimson-red chilling ice grass, and second, she might contend for the heavenly luck stone, someone hurriedly said in quavering voice. The youngster revealed a smile and said, "The heavenly luck stone? Xuan Er is only at the spiritual pedestal tier. Refining a heavenly luck stone would be of great benefit to her when she breaks through to the flower blossom tier in the future." He paused and then went on, "Ji-ming, if I obtain the heavenly luck stone and gift it to Xuan Er, would she be very happy?" Ji-ming revealed an envious expression. The heavenly luck stone, for martial artists below the flower blossom tier, it was the most precious treasure. He was now at the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. If he could use a heavenly luck stone. TSK. However, he immediately forgot such envy and said respectfully, "Fairy Zhu would definitely be extremely happy." Ha ha ha. The youngster laughed loudly. "Alright, then I'll make an exception and play with the people here." With that said, he turned to leave, each step equaling one sword pattern like a resplendent blossoming flower. Tong Ji-ming sneered at the people all around and hurriedly followed. Although he couldn't fly, a spiritual pedestal tier elite speed wasn't slow. He passed through on the treetops, following behind that youngster. Until this moment, everyone sighed in relief. Many people even slumped down onto the ground, drenched in sweat. However, not everyone was shocked to point of losing the will to fight. Shen Zhongqing stared at the place where that youngster disappeared, clenching his sword tightly with his right hand and revealing an undying will to battle. Ling Han was also no different as the battle intent inside him burned. That youngster was comparable to Sword Emperor back in those years. Unfortunately, he was focused on alchemy in the previous life and only pursued tier improvement on martial arts, never contending with the 6 heaven tier monarchs. However, in this lifetime, his regrets could be made up, and that youngster's talent or comprehension on the sword path was extremely surprising, just like a second sword emperor. Contending to be the best with such a prodigy, Ling Han was filled with fighting spirit. "I know who that person is," someone suddenly cried out. "I once heard that an elite from the Heaven Sword sect traveled to North region for pleasure and fell in love at first sight with Fairy Zhu, even having the intention to invite her to the Heaven Sword sect. That's the man. The world's second best sword, Yao Huiyu." As those words dropped, it instantly brought on repeated cries of surprise. Who was this person, daring to proclaim himself as the world's second best sword? Didn't he fear eating his own words? Yao Huiyu was certainly strong as a flower blossom tier at this age segment was absolutely unattainable, but to say, the world's second? This was truly brazen. There were plenty of sword users in the world, and would the spiritual infant tier and the deity transformation tier sword users be inferior to him? It said that Yao Huiyu had thought of claiming to be the world's first sword, but to show respect to the older seniors of the Heaven Sword sect, he stepped back to claim second. His world's second, that's called modest. However, already being a flower blossom tier elite only in his 20s, this world's second at his age segment should be fully worthy. My God, are our martial arts standards so greatly different from that of Middle States? Everyone says that Middle State is the holy land of martial arts. Not wrong at all. Everyone exclaimed. They had been foolishly conceited before. Only after seeing a true expert genius did they realize that the world was far vaster than they'd imagined. However, 2 9th-layer spiritual pedestal tier elites were annihilated, so this stronghold was no longer safe and could be destroyed instantly by a spiritual pedestal tier beast's assault. Therefore, everyone went their own way, either harvesting medicine and capturing beasts or heading to other strongholds. Ling Han also headed towards the core area of the forest. He exclaimed, thinking that his cultivation advancement was fast enough, but when compared to Yao Huiyu, his speed might not be slow, yet it couldn't be said as much faster. After all, a millennia-old sect such as the Heaven Sword sect. Could the abundance of their cultivation resources be compared to what normal forces have? If they focused on a few genius disciples, then Yao Huiyu and other prodigies' cultivation progress naturally wouldn't be slower than Ling Han's. However, after crossing into the flower blossom tier, the spirit medicines above 6th tier were pathetically meager, such that even a large sect like the Heaven Sword sect would feel that they were poor, not being able to speed up fostering of the sect's pupils at all. Ling Han didn't need to feel inferior. How long has it been since he started cultivating? 1 year and a teeny bit, rocketing from the 2nd layer of the body refining tier to the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Could Yao Huiyu compare to such advancement speed back then? After all, Ling Han never needed to worry about tier comprehension. However, now that Yao Huiyu, Ao Feng and others have appeared, the difficulty in obtaining the crimson red chilling ice grass and heavenly luck stone has increased quite a bit. Ling Han stroked his chin. These 2 things were something he was determined to get, but from the looks of it now, it was beset with difficulties. Ling Han. Hunyo suddenly ran towards a location. Ling Han followed, only to find that Hunyo stopped at the side of a plant. This plant was pure red as if burning. What fiery sun grass? Ling Han was shocked. This was truly a case of an untended willow. He came to the dark demon forest this time for something other than the fiery sun grass, but he actually just came upon it along the way. What kind of luck was this? No, it wasn't that he was lucky, but Hunyo seemed to have the ability to find medicinal ingredients. This was pretty good. His chances of obtaining crimson red chilling ice grass were a bit greater. As long as he obtained it first and hid inside the black tower right away, it wouldn't matter which sword you were in the world, nothing would work. Since he encountered it, then he naturally wouldn't leave it. Ling Han dug up the fiery sun grass by the roots, planning to transplant it into the black tower. These spirit medicines had to grow for 100 years to blossom and have seeds, but inside the black tower, it took only 1 month to complete the entire process. Thus, harvesting 1 fiery sun grass meant that after a few months, this spirit medicine would grow like white cabbage. In case I really return to the Winter Moon sect, I can report on fulfilling my duty. Ling Han smiled but immediately straightened up, feeling an intense sense of danger. As expected of the person who destroyed the stronghold at Sea Gust City. An old man's voice came from behind. It was like the friction of metals, making people pain to the point of wanting to cover their ears. Ling Han turned around slowly, only to see an emaciated old man standing behind him silently, holding a red crutch and hunchbacked, looking old and shaky. Elder Nine Clouds, right? He revealed a smile. Do you flower blossom tier cultivators have the habit of being like ghosts, appearing behind other people soundlessly? Are you not worried about frightening them? Chapter 402, Elder Nine Clouds. Reverie Undersh. Youngster, you've got some real nerve. The old man was precisely Elder Nine Clouds. He had been pursuing Ling Han's whereabouts and ran to the extreme Yang city not long ago. However, he then found out that Ling Han went to the Dark Demon Forest, so he chased him over here. Thankfully, he finally found Ling Han. "Hi, your face." Elder Nine Clouds stared at Ling Han, and very soon revealed an angered look. "So, the one who destroyed our sect's great plan at the Fallen Moon Gorge was also you?" Ling Han clapped and said, "Correct, but no rewards. Geezer, what methods did you guys use to find me?" "Humph, you entered the large tomb and was tainted by dead spirits' chi, which won't disappear in half a year. Those who cultivate corpse chi can easily find you out." Elder Nine Clouds unexpectedly didn't keep Ling Han on tenterhooks and just revealed it. As he saw it, Ling Han was already a corpse soldier, so he naturally wouldn't mind speaking a bit more. The flower blossom tier against the spiritual ocean tier. The only possible result was absolute subjugation. So that's how it was, Ling Han suddenly realized. No wonder Duan Zhengji could always catch up, and now he was targeted by an old monster. "Hand over that spatial spirit tool that can accommodate living things. This old man can be gentler, letting you die more wholly," Elder Nine Clouds said indifferently. Thoughts flashed across Ling Han's mind. How did this old man know that he had a spatial spirit tool that could accommodate living things? He only used it in front of Duan Zhengji, and Duan Zhengji already died. Could it be? "How cruel, refining even your own men into corpse soldiers," he immediately said. "Gagaga, contributing somewhat for the sect even after death, isn't that how it ought to be?" Elder Nine Clouds smiled. "Don't play any tricks in front of this old man. This old man has already lived for almost 200 years, no small tricks can escape this old man's eyes." Ling Han first put Hunyo into the Black Tower, taking care of any other worries. As expected. Despite Elder Nine Clouds having seen this in Duan Zhengji's memories, it was still extremely shocking. Such a treasure was truly too rare. If this spatial spirit tool's capacity was large enough, then this was supreme treasure for the Hausen Corpse sect, even surpassing 10th tier spirit tools in worth. "Don't get all excited, it's got nothing to do with you," Ling Han sneered. "Youngster, you can't run. Once you move, this old man will immediately stop you. With this old man's flower blossom tier strength, it's as easy as the turn of a palm. So, don't struggle in vain and quickly hand over the spirit tool." Elder Nine Clouds snorted. "Hand over your old mom." Ling Han cursed, unleashing the demon birth sword and striking out right away. Xiao sword chi assailed the old man like a dragon. "Ha!" Elder Nine Clouds' eyes immediately lit up. What tier is this spirit tool that even this old man feels a shred of fear? "This is Dog Beheading Sword," Ling Han said smilingly. "Insolent boy, how dare you joke with this old man?" Elder Nine Clouds was infuriated, no longer having any patience and reaching out with his palm to swat towards Ling Han. "Don't you want the spirit tool? Come get it." Ling Han laughed loudly, entering the Black Tower. Hong, Elder Nine Clouds' palm instantly hit nothing. "How's it possible?" Elder Nine Clouds stared wide-eyed. To enter a spatial spirit tool, it definitely wasn't instantaneous. With his flower blossom tier strength, he should completely be able to grab Ling Han in that instant. This was just like storing an item in a spatial ring. With flower blossom tier strength, seizing the stored item was completely possible. Elder Nine Clouds naturally had experience, which was why he was so confident. However, reality slapped him heavily in the face. "Looks like the rarity of this spirit tool is above this old man's anticipations. If I can obtain it for the sect, it'll definitely be substantially beneficial, but as to how to get this treasure also becomes difficult. However, spirit tools can't fly away without a trace, and if this old man refines all of the nearby areas, I won't believe that the treasure wouldn't be refined to appear." The old man immediately got into action, digging 3 feet deep and then refining everything with supreme mystical power. Martial intent descended, easily annihilating soil and turning it into fine granules imperceptible to the eye. However, he was disappointed. After he refined all the nearby soil into fine ash, he still was unable to find anything suspicious. Inside the Black Tower, Small Tower shook lightly in disdain and said, "A mere flower blossom tier warrior wants to find a mustard seed micron, such foolish exaggerated hopes." Ling Han was curious and asked, "Then how strong does an elite have to be to find it?" "At least in this realm no one can do it," Small Tower said very assuredly. Ling Han nodded, remembering what Small Tower once said: if the Black Tower fully unleashed its power, it could destroy the entire vast land here. How could trash, like shattering void tier warriors, possibly find such a grand kick-ass treasure? With nothing to do, he took out the black stone and tempered his soul spirit. Disordered thoughts of chaos arose as Ling Han stably guarded his mind, fending against it and improving the power of his divine sense. When Ling Han's spirit power was exhausted, he felt a clear improvement in the durability of his divine sense. Although it was now terribly fatigued, it was filled with tenacity, and was even more solidified. Sensing once again outside, there was already no trace of Elder Nine Clouds. He was probably hiding somewhere, waiting for him to appear on his own. Ling Han smiled and had a sumptuous meal with Hunyo before leaving the Black Tower. Looking at the place, it was already 5,000 meters away from where they were. Black Tower turns into dust, moving with the wind, so it's naturally far away from the original place, Small Tower said. Ling Han nodded. Originally, the Black Tower wouldn't float randomly, but Elder Nine Clouds dug 3 feet deep as the dust flew upward. Black Tower naturally danced along with the wind, leaving far from the original place. Presumably, Elder Nine Clouds should still be guarding the original place, staring with concentrated attention. "Ha, good luck to thee," Ling Han said inwardly and walked off swaggeringly. After another day he arrived at the second ring of the forest. This was the last place where strongholds were. Further ahead was the core area of the forest, where terrifying demonic chi bred and influenced the living things inside the forest to crazily thirst for blood. When martial artists stayed there for long, their temperament would change drastically, turning them into monsters that knew only of slaughter. Ling Han didn't rest here and advanced directly, entering the last area. He was very careful. From here on out, flower blossom tier beasts would appear. That was no joke. Without advancing for long, he encountered the assault of 3 beasts. One was at the spiritual pedestal tier, and the other 2 were at the spiritual ocean tier. They were not at all afraid, launching their attacks at Ling Han and Hunyo. Ling Han took a while to annihilate the spiritual pedestal tier beast. He captured a spiritual ocean tier beast alive, then brought it into the Black Tower after knocking it out and studied it quite a bit. The result greatly surprised him. He didn't find anything like the demonic chi. These beasts should have been imperceptibly influenced by the chaos intent of the black stone, becoming more bloodthirsty instinctively. In other words, the living creatures here were completely crazy. Chapter 403, Spirit Grass Appears. Reverie Undersh. Ling Han exited the Black Tower and walked inside the forest. Venturing deeper with each step, he felt the chaos intent influencing him imperceptibly. If it weren't for his heaven-tier divine sense and him having a strong first impression of the chaos intent, he really might not have discovered it. He activated the Eye of Truth and saw black-colored demonic chi everywhere, rising from the ground in threads and strands 1,000 meters above the forest before disappearing. This demonic chi was very weak, far from being comparable to what Azura Demon Emperor had used to control him, but it was greater in amount, covering the entire core area of the forest. The demonic chi here couldn't control people, but it would cause a drastic change in temperament of living creatures. What did the Black Stone have to do with Azura Demon Emperor? According to reason, Azura Demon Emperor had already been suppressed for several millennia, but the Dark Demon Forest? He had never heard of it in his previous lifetime, so it should have appeared in the near millennia, meaning that the two shouldn't have any relationship. However, this might not be for certain. If the Black Stone appeared several millennia ago in the vast lands but was only buried deep underground, the demonic chi would never come to the surface. However, with the changes in the landscape, it was complete possible that the Black Stone would come to the surface. That had explained the delay of several millennia. His own understanding of this world was still very, very little. Ling Han withdrew the Eye of Truth. Inside the Black Stone was Chaos Origin Source, which could repair the Black Tower. He had to get it. Advancing forward for a while, he suddenly felt a wave of heat rush over. Soon after, another wave of cold came pressing in, making his bones almost freeze. The thunder battle armor was instantly activated, forming a barrier around him. Heat and cold intertwined. Found it. He hurriedly leapt out. Shio. After several leaps, an extraordinary sight appeared in front of him. This was a vacant area of 30-meter radius, forming a perfect circle. Half of the land was fiery hot, with every single rock burnt red, while the other half was frozen by the cold. There wasn't a trace of an intermediate region but clear opposites. At the center of this area, a rock bulged out, roughly half a meter tall, milky white, without a speck of dust. On top of this rock an oddly shaped plant grew. It was 2 feet tall, and on the bottom of it was a foot of crimson like agate, but on top 1 foot was crystal clear like ice. It only had 2 leaves, one on the bottom crimson like fire, and one on top like an ice sculpture. Crimson red chilling ice grass. Ling Han recognized it at first glance and was overjoyed beyond all expectations. He never would have thought it would go so smoothly, finding crimson red chilling ice grass so quickly. He hurriedly walked forward, but only after a few steps he felt a startling heat wave that even the thunder battle armor couldn't assault him. Moreover, he also became severely dizzy. Poison. He hurriedly retreated and took out a petal of golden flower of the stone, which was top-grade antidote. In a short while the feeling of dizziness immediately disappeared. He moved the other end, wanting to enter through the icy glacial land. However, similarly, his blood began to freeze as the skin on his body began having traces of frost only after a few steps, making him feel severely nauseated. Poison again, but this time it was chilling poison. Ling Han took out and swallowed another golden flower of the stone, retreating to a safe distance. Cold and heat should be balanced, otherwise it wouldn't form a symmetrical circle and one side would definitely be stronger. Thus, he couldn't break through from the end of blazing flames, and evidently couldn't enter from the chilling end either. No wonder this spirit grass could live for so long. He couldn't even get close, let alone harvest it. With the thunder battle armor's defense he could endure cold and heat at least at the spiritual pedestal tier in strength, but if it were flower blossom tier then there was no way. Not that the thunder battle armor was unimpressive, but his tier was too low, unable to fully unleash the power that the treasured armor should have. Such forces of cold and heat were probably very hard to withstand even for flower blossom tier warriors, which was the reason why this stalk of spirit grass could live to this day. Ling Han thought, if I use Black Tower's power boost, then I can make my cultivation reach the 5th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. Then, if I activate the thunder battle armor, I should be able to obtain the defense of late-stage flower blossom tier. But is such defense enough? He hesitated because there was only one chance to use the Black Tower's power boost. Although it was better used later for his father, he naturally wouldn't mind using it now. The condition was being able to obtain the stalk of spirit grass. Him? Someone's coming. He was slightly startled, sensing 2 presences speedily approach, one of them extremely strong. Shio, 2 figures appeared one after the other. The one in front had revolving divine light all over that turned into sharp swords, extremely terrifying as if it could tear apart heaven and earth. The world's second sword, Yaohuiyu. Behind him was Tong Ji Ming, with humbleness written all over his face. But when his gaze swept by Ling Han, he immediately revealed an arrogant look and said, "After seeing my master, hurry up, kneel down to pay respects." Ling Han sneered and said, "I don't have your body full of lowly bones, kneeling at every turn." Impudence. Tong Ji Ming glared. This youngster was too arrogant, having only the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier cultivation. Wait, this youngster was at most 17 to 18 years old, and was already at the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Even put in the middle state, it wouldn't be seen as weak. Strange, North region could actually foster such a talented person. Ji Ming. Yao Huiyu reached out to hold him back. He looked at Ling Han filled with interest and said, "I like proud people, but only those that truly have the capacity for arrogance. You're not bad. When I was your age I was about the same cultivation." "Master is too humble," Tong Ji Ming hurriedly said. Master was already 9th layer spiritual ocean tier at 17 years old and spent 1 year to solidify tier thereafter, fighting without meeting a match at spiritual ocean tier. Yao Huiyu smiled slightly and said to Ling Han, "Youngster, cultivate diligently, I hope that one day you'll qualify to challenge me. Master. Tong Jiming cried out, never thinking that Yao Huiyu would think so highly of Ling Han. I have a feeling you might be a great rival in the future, Yao Huiyu said. Tong Jiming was even more shocked. This evaluation was too high, right? Since that was so, why not kill Ling Han earlier? I look forward to your challenge. Yao Huiyu said extremely boldly. This guy was really like Sword Emperor, arrogant and confident, unafraid to of all challenges. Ling Han laughed aloud and said, then wait 2 years for me. 2 years? Tong Jiming almost fainted. 2 years to catch up with Yao Huiyu in tier? You've got to be dreaming. Ha ha ha, interesting, meeting someone even more self-confident than I. However, I don't have much patience. I won't kill you this time, but the next time I see you, I'll definitely take your life. Yao Huiyu laughed boisterously. Definitely won't disappoint you, Ling Han said indifferently, not caring at all. Chapter 404. Initial Success on Formations. Reverie Undersh. Yao Huiyu no longer paid attention to Ling Han. Honestly, with Ling Han's current strength, he really couldn't interest him to fight. Waving his hand could instantly kill Ling Han. He looked at the crimson-red chilling ice grass, taking large strides forward. He chose the flame area, and instantly waves of flames rose from the ground, spurting towards him. Yao Huiyu brushed casually with his hands as flashes of sword chi shot out, annihilating all of the flames. However, as he approached the center with each step, the power of the flames were more violent and turned into a fire snake, convolving around him. Extinguish. Yao Huiyu used as his fingers as a sword. Shio, 9 flashes of chi shot out in unison. Ling Han's gaze brightened. 9 flashes of sword chi. This was a person who possessed the most potent sword chi he had seen thus far. It was unknown whether this was Yao Huiyu's limit. If he reached 10 flashes of sword chi, then he qualified to form Sword Ray, stepping into the second level of Sword Path. However, the limit of Sword Chi should be near 30 flashes. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't form Sword Rays hastily, but instead push the amount of flashes of Sword Chi to the limit and then form the rays. This way the power of Sword Ray would be stronger. The power of 9 flashes of Sword Chi was shocking as expected. Although it was with fingers as a sword, it suppressed the fire snake completely. However, 3 more fire snakes gushed out, assaulting towards Yao Huiyu. Now, even the exceptional talent revealed a cautious expression. Waving both hands as sword light instantly shocked the heavens. He used the mysterious 3000. Yes. Ling Han watched and confirmed it with his own sword technique, instantly feeling like he benefited profoundly. After all, the Heaven Sword sect passed down this sword technique and Yao Huiyu could receive the devoted guidance of elites within the sect. But Ling Han could only fumble on his own. The difference was too great. There were some subtle changes which Ling Han praised inwardly as he kept becoming enlightened on why and how things were. Although Yao Huiyu was a talented swordsman, this land of fire was surely terrifying as endless flames swept over, forcing him to draw his sword. Ding! A cold ray of sword light, dazzling heaven and earth. The fire snake was once again suppressed, but the fiercer the suppression, the fiercer the backlash. More fire snakes scuttled out as if they were inextinguishable. Yao Huiyu is very strong. Ling Han said inwardly. This person's tier was only at the first layer of the flower blossom tier, but his battle prowess was at least 10 stars and easily surpassed 9 stars. Moreover, this obviously couldn't possibly be Yao Huiyu's full strength. Yao Huiyu was still advancing but turned slower and slower, finally stopping 2 meters from the crimson-red chilling ice grass. It seemed he was a few steps away from being able to harvest the spirit medicine, but because of the difference of these few steps, it was so close yet worlds apart. At last, Yao Huiyu could only retreat without choice. Ling Han assessed it. Apparently only the defense of the peak stage of the flower blossom tier could get close to that spirit medicine. So, he definitely had to improve his cultivation to the 9th layer spiritual ocean tier and then use Black Tower's power boost, then he would have 70% certainty. It was enough. He took out another petal of golden flower of the stone, threw it towards Yao Huiyu and said, "The fire and ice are both strangely poisonous. This is golden flower of the stone, it detoxifies." Yao Huiyu caught it, shoving it in his mouth without thinking. Tong Jiming was just about to shout out, "Master," but Yao Huiyu had already swallowed it, nodding towards Ling Han in gratitude. Ling Han smiled and turned to leave. His current cultivation was still a bit weak and staying here had no meaning. It would be better to first find the heavenly luck stone and return when he'd reached the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, which would roughly take 3 months. In the following few days he wandered all over, searching for the whereabouts of the heavenly luck stone, but had no results. Instead he encountered a flower blossom tier beast and was chased closely, hiding inside the black tower in the end. Flower blossom tier opponents were too strong. Even if he had 10th tier spirit tool at hand, he wasn't qualified to fight them. Other people couldn't stay in this area for long, spending at most 10 days before they had to leave. They had to at least retreat to the second ring, dispelling the chaotic evil thoughts before re-entering the core area. However, Ling Han was unafraid of them entering Black Tower once. He could expel all the violent chaotic thoughts inside. Moreover, after he kept enduring and toughening his divine sense with the black stone, he gained a considerable immunity to such assaults of chaos. In a flash, 1 month's time had already passed as more and more elites entered this area. The news of the heavenly luck stone had already spread. Perhaps spiritual infant tier elites would be enthused, seizing this chance for their own descendants or inheritors. Ling Han's cultivation advanced into the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean tier and reached the late stage, not too far from breaking through to the 7th layer. This was within his expectations, but what made him exalted was that he had a breakthrough in formations. He successfully carved 15 formation patterns on a rock. Not only was it without a teeny bit of error, but also was it without pauses. Perfect. After carving different formation patterns on 7 stone rods, he sprayed them off-handedly, but it fanned out orderly into 7 positions. Instantly, each formation pattern lit up, drawing the power of heaven and earth in a miraculous way through the 7 stone rods. A spirit snake was forming, but as it had just started, the 7 stone rods exploded into pieces and the formation immediately crumbled. It couldn't be helped. These were only normal stones. How could they possibly bear the power of heaven and earth drawn by a 4th tier formation? Not to mention 4th tier, even 2nd tier and 3rd tier where a Nogothi would only be able to bear a formation at the 1st tier. Ling Han carved on rocks, not wanting to waste the purple pattern gold he had bought. 5th tier rare gold naturally shouldn't be wasted, and fortunately it weren't 6th tier. Otherwise he might not even be able to buy it even if he were willing to put up a large amount of 3-star origin crystals. Worldly treasures were extremely rare. He returned inside the Black Tower, starting to carve on the purple patterned gold. Small heavenly origin spirit snake formation needs 7 formations eyes. In reality, if I can carve 180 basic 4th tier water type formations eyes, I can set up all 4th tier water type formations. However, formations are truly boundless. If I wanted to set up all formations, how much formations I would be needed? The cost of the materials alone would make a heaven tier elite go broke. I only grasped small heavenly origin spirit snake formation. If I obtain more formations in the future, I'll think about the cost of the materials then. Moreover, there might be formation eyes passed down from the ancient times, and I only need to refine them to set the formation up. He focused all his attention and began to carve formation patterns on purple patterned gold. Inside the Black Tower, he didn't need to worry about the lack of strength, unable to carve formation patterns on 5th tier rare gold. This was a huge advantage, virtually decreasing the amount of possible errors. Every formation pattern was very complex. Ling Han wasn't fast, but his hands were quite stable without the slightest pause or delay. After 1 hour, the first formation eye was completed. When he stopped, he instantly felt like his brain was emptied. This was due to expending too much power of the divine sense. Chapter 405, Attracting Hatred Again. Reverie Undersh. Ling Han no longer made formation eyes. Carving formation patterns consumed a surprising amount of soul power. Even if he was now at the late stage of spiritual ocean tier, he still felt there wasn't enough soul power to use. He exited the Black Tower, strolling and continuing to search for the whereabouts of the heavenly Lux Stone. He waited until his mental spirit recovered fully, and then continued to make the second formation's eye. In this way he spent a whole another 7 days to create all 7 formations eyes, and his cultivation also reached peak stage of 6th layer spiritual ocean tier. Maybe tonight or tomorrow would be able to break through. Originally, formations eyes needed to be refined by divine sense, branding one's own consciousness in order to use it. However, the 7 formations' eyes were originally carved by Ling Han, leaving his will behind during the creation process, so he didn't need to go out of his way to refine it again. He waved his right hand and pa 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 pa, 7 formations' eyes appeared one after another around him as 7 virtual images also appeared in his consciousness, corresponding to each one of them. Even the formation patterns were exactly alike. 1. Inside his consciousness, the formation patterns on every formation's eyes began to light up. Each of the 105 formation patterns send out 104 light beams, linking the other formation patterns together and forming a miraculous veined pattern. Hong around him, 7 of the real formation's eyes were also immediately activated. Like in his consciousness, the formation patterns lit up, linking together and forming a formation. The power of heaven and earth collected, swiftly solidifying into a spirit snake that was snow white all over and emitting a shockingly imposing presence. In an instant, this spirit snake was fully formed. It was over 30 meters long, coiling around in the sky above the formation like a divine dragon. With Ling Han's thought, this spirit snake also began to operate perfectly at his command, just as he pleased. All of this was because he had a small heavenly origin spirit snake formation in his consciousness that communicated with the 7 formations' eyes. Once the power of his divine sense was exhausted, this formation would either disappear on its own or the spirit snake would get out of control. Fortunately, while branding formation patterns expended a great deal of divine sense, the expenditure of maintaining a formation was much smaller. Based on Ling Han's estimates, he was completely capable of operating it for one entire day. Go! Ling Han lightly shouted and the snake spirit instantly rose up like a flood dragon, ramming everything in its path, shattering large trees and rocks from time to time and at other times wrapping him up and forming a defense. Exploring for half an hour, Ling Han knew the effects and limitations of this formation inside out. The spirit snake could attack and defend like a beast pet, advancing to harm enemies or retreating to guard. However, there was a condition that it couldn't leave for more than 30 meters from the formation. This was a shortcoming, but it could also be solved easily simply by moving the formation as one moved. So this flaw wasn't fatal. The natural enemy of formations was the environment. Small heavenly origin spirit snake formation was a water-type formation, so the spirit chi it drew was also of the water element. When at a place with thinner water spirit chi, the power of the formation would decrease greatly. At a place where all spirit chi was thin, changing to other formations would also have no use at all. Why did formations have to borrow the power of heaven and earth? Without the power of heaven and earth to borrow, it'd definitely be ruined. Try one last move, Ling Han shouted loudly and said, "Spirit snake enter." Xiao, the 30-meter-long spirit snake, merged into his chest, disappearing, but Ling Han's presence immediately grew drastically, reaching the level of the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Formation spirit entering the body can increase battle prowess, and the higher one's normal battle prowess, the greater the extent of the increase. For instance, in case of someone who has 1-star battle prowess, if the battle prowess of the formation is 10 stars, then one would have 10 stars battle prowess. However, in case of someone who has 10 stars battle prowess, merging with a 10 stars formation will lead to the two overlapping, so having 12 stars or 13 stars battle prowess would be pretty decent. This is the same as spirit tools. People with low battle prowess that use it would be like sending coal in the snow, but it was superfluous for people with strong battle prowess. The effects are completely different. Now, with formations, how many stars can my battle prowess reach? Ling Han scratched his head. It really was hard to measure because he never even reached 20 stars battle prowess even while overdosing on pills in his previous lifetime. He really was unclear on how to evaluate battle prowess above this. Whatever, all I need to know is that I'm strong enough. Ling Han stored the 7 purple pattern gold rods. The higher grade the materials used for formation's eyes not only could withstand the rampant power of heaven and earth, but also could fend against others destroying the formation using brute force or weapons. Otherwise, if the formation's eye was destroyed, the formation would also be broken. He walked around randomly, thinking that although there weren't any gains temporarily, with 2 more months, he would advance into the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. He could at least retrieve crimson red chilling ice grass, which was the main purpose of his trip. No matter the black stone or the heavenly luck stone, those were just flowers added to embroidery. After walking a while, he heard light footsteps from behind. Very soon, 2 people walked out from the forest one after the other. The one in front was a girl in full white clothes and concealed by a white veil, but obviously pretty and nearing perfection. Zhu Xuan Er. Behind her was a youngster, but it wasn't Yao Huiyu. If Yao Huiyu truly appeared here with his haughtiness, he would definitely walk alongside Zhu Xuan Er, couldn't possibly follow behind someone. It was Luoda. Lady Zhu, Ling Han greeted. Zhu Xuan Er's knit her willowy brows slightly. She knew Ling Han also came for crimson red chilling ice grass, and this made her extremely displeased, but the spirit medicines in the world didn't have a label to show who owned them. Would she chase Ling Han away then? Moreover, she hadn't the right. Therefore she only bowed to greet Ling Han, and then walked off showily. Luoda stared coldly at Ling Han as he had never seen Zhu Xuan Er treat a man so modestly, making him burn with jealousy and wanting to kill someone right away. He met Zhu Xuan Er by coincidence and immediately followed by the goddess's side, but Zhu Xuan Er couldn't find crimson red chilling ice grass all this time. She was in an extremely foul mood, and had no mood to talk nonsense with him, making him that he received a cold treatment. First, Zhu Xuan Er was as noble as a goddess, and second, her strength was way above his. Even if he tried to fight, he wouldn't beat her. Nonetheless, Zhu Xuan Er treated him coldly, but bowed to pay respect towards a youngster. Once comparing the two, how could he not be infuriated? Zhu Xuan Er disappeared quickly and Luoda followed, but in a short while Ling Han heard footsteps from behind. He turned to look and saw Luoda was quickly chasing after him. "Boy, stop!" Luoda shouted loudly. Ling Han didn't stop moving, pretending not to hear. Xiao Luoda leapt out and landed in front of Ling Han, blocking his path, and said furiously, "You deaf, didn't you hear me? Oh, so you were calling me? I thought it was a dog. Don't you say you really look alike?" Ling Han said smilingly. Luoda was temporarily startled but soon became furious. This youngster dared to mock him? He said threateningly, "Are you tired of living?" Chapter 406, Fighting with a Twig. Reverie Undersh. Good dogs don't block the road, get lost. Ling Han waved his hands. Ah. Luoda laughed grimly. The youngsters nowadays were the epitome of the ignorant knows not fear. Facing he who was a spiritual pedestal tier elite and on the prodigy roll, Ling Han still dared to be so arrogant. He snorted and said, "I won't argue with you for now. Say, how do you know Fairy Zhu?" After all was said, he was still bothered by Zhu Xuan Er's attitude towards Ling Han. Exactly what was the relationship between the two that Zhu Xuan Er would be respectful to Ling Han? "Oh, you're talking about Xuan Er." Ling Han laughed mischievously and began to spout nonsense. "She's a daughter-in-law to be in my family, of course she has to pay respect when seeing me. My Zhu Xuan Er really knows her 3 obediences and 4 virtues." Luoda was stunned by his nonsense, then came back to his senses and said, "Lies." Zhu Xuan Er was a proud disciple of the Half-Moon sect, and couldn't possibly be some family's daughter-in-law to be. Tsk, you even found that out, such high intelligence. Ling Han intentionally complimented. Luoda's face turned dark. This youngster dared to trick him like a monkey? Fire erupting from his eyes, he said, "If you still don't explain honestly, don't blame me for being merciless." He unleashed his spiritual pedestal tier presence, which came rolling at Ling Han. For a genius like him, a month's time was enough to change a lot. He completely stabilized his tier and pushed his cultivation to late stage of the first layer of the spiritual pedestal tier 3 times the strength of when he battled Xinzhongcheng. He possessed unlimited improvement space, but no matter how much the 9th layer spiritual ocean tier warriors solidify their tiers, there was always a limit. The closer to that limit, the harder it was to improve, so in the same amount of time, his strength improvement definitely surpassed Xinzhongcheng. Battling Xinzhongcheng again, he had complete confidence in winning. Ling Han intentionally hugged his own shoulders and said, "Don't scare me, I'm easily frightened." "Haha, you certainly should be shocked because you're facing Luoda of the Prodigy role." Luoda said proudly, content with Ling Han's fear. Ling Han continued, "When I'm frightened, I go insane and like to punch people. Not sure how many people have been beaten and knelt on the ground calling me grandpa. You're not thinking of calling me grandpa, right?" The corner of Luoda's mouth twitched. He only felt that the youngster before him was truly caustic as he said balefully, "Your bad-mouthing is simply seeking your own death." Hey, you're scaring me again," Ling Han said smilingly. I'm not scaring you, I'm really going to hit you. Luo De attacked, reaching out with his left hand. As martial intent circulated, Hong, brilliance burst forth as if he came stepping on divine red clouds with a formidable presence. Ling Han smiled slightly and formed a fist with his right hand. As Luo De was about to seize him, he abruptly threw out a punch. Pum. With a heavy sound, the two both fell several steps back. Ling Han was shocked and said, I underestimated you a little, you're actually able to force me backwards. Sai, one can't be too proud, this needs to be changed. Luo De was both shocked and furious, those words were for him to say. He was a spiritual pedestal tier warrior and should have battle prowess, completely suppressing Ling Han with his spiritual ocean tier, but in this exchange, while he didn't use full strength or arts, it was still an attack of a spiritual pedestal tier. The key was that Ling Han hadn't even reached the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, yet had such shocking battle prowess. He was almost like a second Shin Zhongqing, a true monster. On this term's Prodigy role, this youngster was definitely a dark horse that was going to shine. Thinking so, Luo De's murderous character instantly emboldened the Prodigy role didn't need another freak to contend with him. Harboring killing intent towards me? Ling Han shook his head and said, well, originally, we had no grudges nor grievances and I would drop it after beating you up. But you've shown killing intent towards me, so I have no choice to kill you. That's called not getting taken advantage of. Kill me? Luo De sneered, even Shin Zhongqing definitely wouldn't rival him now, not to mention Ling Han wasn't even at the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. He brandished his sword, looking quite out of sorts as a brawny man like him held two short swords in hand. Ling Han casually waved and Xiao, a twig landed in his hand. He said smilingly, I'll kill you with this twig. Luo De was furious. Shin Zhongqing refused to draw his sword against him, and now Ling Han said he would use a twig to kill him. They were looking down on him completely. With strength comes the confidence. Ling Han laughed loudly, initiating the attack. With one sword strike, Xiao, 7 flashes of sword chi broke out. 7 flashes of sword chi. Luo De cried out, revealing an astounded expression. He only cultivated 6 flashes of sword chi. Die. Luo De waved the dual swords. Threads of white silk intertwined, forming into something like a spider web. This was the mystical art he cultivated that could turn sword chi into a fish net. Once it retracted, its terrifying lethality would be explosively revealed. He had one less ray of sword chi, but he had a large tier's advantage and a spirit tool in hand, enough to make up for it. Pu Piu Ling Han's sword chi struck the fish net, instantly tearing open a hole, but at the cost of the former disappearing they were even. However, Luo De's expression was getting worse and worse. He clearly had a large tier's advantage in spirit chi that was activated by a spirit tool, but even so, the quality of their sword chi turned out to be the same. One had to know that the quality of sword chi was decided by 3 points: one's own power, comprehension of the way of the sword, and the medium which the sword chi was unleashed from. He had an absolute advantage in power and medium, yet it was still a draw. It was clear just how great of a difference there was between their comprehension of the way of the sword. So, Ling Han said smilingly, raising his branch and slicing towards Luo De. Under the instillment of origin power, the twig was also as solid as a metal sword. Arrogance and conceit only brings one's own destruction. Luo De sneered, waving his sword as infinite threads intertwined, seeking to trap Ling Han inside it. Ling Han had no intention of being entangled. His expression turned stern and he exercised the mysterious 3000. Luo De instantly felt a chill all over his body. The presence Ling Han emitted reminded him of Yao Huiyu. When Yao Huiyu simply raised a finger, sword intent reached the heavens, easily annihilating 2 9th-layer spiritual pedestal tier elites. 2 completely different people, but the presence they emitted was shockingly similar, making his legs go soft. Hong 276 flashed of sword light rippled, shooting towards Luo De. Luo De clenched his teeth. Shwa, he waved his sword as he retreated, weaving a tight-knit web of sword chi in front of him. Pu Piu, sword light stormed over and this large web instantly shattered. His weaving speed was far from comparable to the sword light's destructiveness. Although 10 flashes of sword light were lost, there were still over 200 that struck at him. Luo De roared, blocking with all his strength. Sword light gushed over. Luo De was covered with wounds, but he saved himself. After all, a twig set off these sword lights. Not only did it not reach the amount of 800, the lethality of it was weakened by a lot as well. Additionally, Luoda was a spiritual pedestal tier elite after all, possessing elite battle prowess. So, he scored a narrow escape in the end. Chapter 407, Battling Ding Yuan Xian. Reverie Undersh. I actually didn't kill him? Ling Han was startled, then shook his head, loosening his grip as the twig turned into fine powder. That was just a normal twig and couldn't possibly endure his sword intent. Once the origin power dispersed, it naturally crumbled. Luoda looked overwhelmed with shock at Ling Han. Was this youngster a monster? He was only at the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, but his battle prowess was stronger than Xinzhong Cheng's, almost annihilating him with a twig used as a sword. Ling Han stroked his chin and said, "What to do? I said to use a twig, but I couldn't kill the man. Now that's awkward." Luoda's teeth chattered, but his expression was resolute as he said, "Kill me if you want, don't humiliate me." Ling Han laughed mischievously and said, "Surely a figure of the prodigy role, at least you have some guts. Alright, if you want to die so badly, I'll have to fulfill your wish." Luoda's face twitched involuntarily. Could Ling Han have had the thought of letting him go, but was his unyieldingness going to make him lose his life? The price of this unyieldingness was too great. Ling Han's expression suddenly turned stern. Lifting his head and looking at the sky, he said, "Since lordship has come, there's no need to stay hidden. He just passing by and watching the fun." A middle-aged man in his 30s leapt off the top of a tree, his body lanky, but still emitting a charming demeanor even in his 30s. The 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. Ling Han evaluated him in his mind. If he were unarmed, his battle prowess would be about 2 stars spiritual pedestal tier. Using the mysterious 3000 could upgrade his battle prowess to 3 stars, and on top of the 2 spirit tools, he could reach 7 stars, and then with addition of the formation, his limit could match spiritual pedestal tier's 9 stars. This was extremely shocking as he was now only at the 7th layer spiritual ocean tier. Battle prowess that crossed an entire large tier, this was truly going to be nature-defying. Of course, taking Black Tower's power boost into account. Never mind, this wasn't normal battle prowess and could only be used once every tier. However, he was freakish, but his opponent could also be freakish. A 9th layer spiritual pedestal tier elite didn't necessarily only have 9 stars battle prowess. It could be 10 stars and maybe 15 stars or even 20 stars, who knew? "What is your lordship called?" Ling Han said smilingly. "Surnamed Ding and named Yuan Xn," the middle-aged man said smilingly. As his gaze swept by Ling Han, a baleful presence was emitted. "Ding Yuan Xian?" Ding Gao Yang's older brother, a figure on the last term's prodigy roll, and not ranked low at all. Now, Ling Han was immediately certain that the opponent's battle prowess was definitely not just 9 stars. Without the ability to fight beyond one's tier, could one ascend onto the prodigy roll? No way, one had to have at least battle prowess surpassing 5 stars. Ling Han let out an "oh" and said, "I might have heard of one called Ding Gao Yang, you know him?" "That's my brother," Ding Yuan Xian said. "Then I'm truly sorry I butchered him." Ling Han shrugged his shoulders. "I know, so I've come to kill you," Ding Yuan Xian said calmly, but his tone emitted an extreme coldness. Ling Han stroked his chin and said, "You sure you can kill me? You certainly are extraordinary, being only at the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier but having battle prowess that broke through spiritual ocean tier's limit, reaching spiritual pedestal tier 2 stars, and even 3 stars. But that's all that it is. I am at the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier and my battle prowess can reach 15 stars, how can you resist?" Ding Yuan Xian said indifferently, appearing extremely calm. "So what are you waiting for? Let me test out 15 stars spiritual pedestal tier battle prowess." Ling Han laughed loudly. "As you wish." Ding Yuan Xian snorted. His figure flashed and already cut to the front of Ling Han. A palm swatted towards Ling Han's forehead, and before the palm hit, origin power had already struck overwhelmingly, filled with terrifying destructive power. Ling Han's figure shot backwards. Wang, the thunder battle armor was already activated, forming a lightning barrier. The demon birth sword also appeared in his hand, and as he lit up 2 vein-like lines, he sliced with his sword and 7 flashes of sword chi waved. Pa! Under this attack he was still sent flying. His palm, neck and other areas revealed cracked skin and traces of blood. The spiritual pedestal tier 15 stars battle prowess was too terrifying, and he hadn't activated small heavenly origin spirit snake formation, so he was even less of a match. Ding Yuan Xin, however, revealed an astounded expression. Although he didn't give it his all in this attack with his strength, a casual attack was at least 10 stars battle prowess. Yet it only shocked and cracked open Ling Han's skin. This was too ridiculous. Ling Han neglected it on the inside. If it weren't for the fact that he was still at the rock cliff body and hadn't yet advanced into the iron sheet body, the shock from such power wouldn't even be able to crack his skin. Only Luoda was frightened to the point of sweating bile. Ling Han was actually strong to such a degree, and he actually wanted to kill Ling Han. He truly had an exaggerated opinion of his own abilities. The problem was, how could Ling Han be so strong? What spirit tool is that? Ding Yuan Xin stared at Demon Birth Sword in Ling Han's hand. Just now, if he weren't intimidated by the sword, making his battle prowess drop by a whole lot, Ling Han definitely wouldn't have simply been sent flying. It wasn't only this sword, but the battle armor also had surprising defense. The two together gave Ling Han battle prowess that could match spiritual pedestal tier 10 stars battle prowess. You guess, Ling Han said smilingly. No matter if you don't say after I seize it from you, it'll be mine. Ding Yuan said, filled with confidence. His battle prowess was as high as 15 stars, and Ling Han had difficulty in receiving a casual attack of his, so how could Ling Han fend against him at his full strength? Ling Han clapped and said smilingly, your imagination is quite rich. Whether it's imagination or reality, you'll know very soon. A hint of greed was revealed Ding Yuan Xin's eyes. The 2 spirit tools made his eyes red with desire. Whether it was to avenge his brother or to seize the 2 spirit tools, he had to annihilate Ling Han. Hong he attacked, a palm striking out, moving the wind and clouds. The 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier was the limit that mortals could reach, so the might was naturally terrifying. His palm struck out as vein-like lines lit up one after another, and with a Hong, boundless flames sprayed outwards, turning the surroundings into a sea of flames. Ah! Luoda screamed tragically, hurriedly trying to frantically escape. He was only at the 1st layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, so how could he defend against the might of the flames? On the thunder battle armor, vein-like lines wove closely and emitted ceaseless light of lightning, convolving around Ling Han and blocking the might of the flames. However, this was quite unbearable. His tier was still somewhat low and the power of lightning activated wasn't strong enough, unable to match the might of the flames. Ling Han struck with his sword, and as 7 flashes of sword chi danced, he circled around Ding Yuan Xin. Not enough. Ding Yuan Xin sneered. The advantage in his cultivation was too great. The difference couldn't be changed no matter what methods Ling Han used. Ling Han didn't respond and simply fought on. His left hand shook, unleashing the purple golden patterned rods, laying out small heavenly origin spirit snake formation. Instantly, a spirit snake appeared and entered his body, increasing his battle prowess furthermore. Ha! Formations? Ding Yuan Xin revealed a shocked expression. Never would have thought you're also a formation master. However, even if you've set a formation, you're still not my opponent at all. Ping, 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 the 2 battled fiercely, but without a doubt, it was one-sided. Ding Yuan Xin had the complete upper hand, and with only a few moves, signs of danger already surrounded Ling Han. This was also because he had the thunder battle armor, or else he would have already died several times. Nevertheless, he was still riddled with scars and in some places even wounded to the bone, affecting his battle prowess greatly. Chapter 408, The 8th Flash of Sword Chi. Reverie Undersh. Battling till near exhaustion, Ling Han began to run. Ding Yuan Xin was obviously in hot pursuit. The 2 played out a flee and kill. Why didn't Ling Han hide in the Black Tower? That was because he didn't want to rely too much on the Black Tower. The Black Tower was certainly the most precious treasure for saving his life, but if Ling Han always treated it as an omnipotent trump card, then should he encounter an expert the Black Tower couldn't fend against, what would he do? This wasn't exaggerated at all since the Black Tower was heavily damaged and there were plenty of elites in the world. Besides, forming the habit of hiding inside the Black Tower when faced with danger would make Ling Han lose unyieldingness and courage. To want to climb to the peak of martial arts, courage was definitely a trait that couldn't be lost. So Ling Han would rather lick the blood on his wounds and not hide inside the Black Tower. He was using Ding Yuan Xian to toughen himself, because he felt that the door to the 8th flash of sword chi would very soon open up to him. He was the type to be more resilient and have a stronger fighting spirit the greater the pressure, so Ding Yuan Xian was a good whetstone that could hone his sharp sword even sharper. Time and time again Ling Han almost fell into the land of everlasting perdition, but activating the indestructible Heaven's Scroll, each injury would be quickly recovered no matter how heavy it was, allowing him to keep circling around. Continuing for 7 days, Ling Han retreated whilst fighting. The most dangerous time was when an attack landed on his chest where the hole in the thunder battle armor was, making his heart almost explode. Fortunately, with a drop of the indestructible true fluid, he immediately recovered, but it also made him break out in cold sweat from fright. But lingering near the line of death this one time, Ling Han received enough realization, and as he struck his sword, 8 flashes of sword chi fired out. What? Ding Yuan Xian's eyes almost fell out. He clearly almost pierced through Ling Han's chest, and under the shock of origin power Ling Han's organs should have exploded. However, Ling Han was not only completely fine, but also improved further, forming the 8th flash of sword chi. What a true freak. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "Thanks. Thank your sister Og." He never had the intention of helping Ling Han's enlightenment. Ding Yuan Xian's expression turned stern as he said, "So what if you have 8 flashes of sword chi? This absolutely can't make up the difference in tier between you and I." "You're right, so I'm not going to play with you anymore." Ling Han leapt and wormed into the thick forest, and with a flash he entered the Black Tower. He couldn't possibly defeat Ding Yuan Xian in the short term, and since he formed the 8th flash of sword chi the mission was completed. There was naturally no need to keep tangling with the latter, still had to cultivate. Ding Yuan Xian chased to the point, but Ling Han's traces were already all gone, naturally making him bellow repeatedly in wrath. After chasing for 7 days and 7 nights, he still hadn't killed a small martial artist at the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, but instead let Ling Han form the 8th flash of sword kit was a direct slap to his face. "I'll definitely find you." Ding Yuan Xian said a stern voice. "Your treasures are all mine." "What?" Ling Han cultivated for a while in the Black Tower. These few days he was either fighting or running, having no time to cultivate, but fighting was certainly the best method to improve. He found that his body was in a very special state, no matter spirit chi or origin power, both had an extremely good confluence. In this state, his cultivation's effectiveness could increase by 10-fold. This was extremely surprising since he hadn't cultivated for 7 days, but only used 1 day to make up for it. Moreover, the effectiveness was better by 3 to 4 times. No wonder Sword Emperor, Heavenly Phoenix, Divine Maiden, and the others were so bellicose in his former lifetime. After advancing into the Flower Blossom tier, the spirit medicines that could improve cultivation were extremely rare, and origin crystals were also the same. Which deity transformation tier or heaven tier would be willing to refine large amounts of origin crystals for others to use? At most they were refining 1 or 2 pieces for their juniors, mainly to help them comprehend martial intent. Thus, nurturing through battling was the best choice. After all, there was only one exceptional alchemy emperor in Ling Han's lifetime, and no one could copy his path. Ling Han nodded. It looked like he'd have to find some strong opponents to fight in the future. Of course, they couldn't be too strong or else he'd die once coming to grips with them. Then what more would there be to do? Ling Han had long been unable to see through Hunyo's cultivation. Only after fighting her did he know that the little girl improved to the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, lower than him by a tiny bit, yet with her momentum surpassing him. It was like waving a whip behind Ling Han's back, supervising and urging him not to relax for a moment, or else Hunyo would surpass him. Being surpassed by a 5 to 6-year-old little girl would be quite embarrassing. Ling Han and Hunyo left the tower, and after walking for a while, they bumped into the campsite of a party. There were 10 tents in front, and it just happened to be mealtime. 13 people surrounded the campfire and ate. "Ha ha, guys, look, this youngster actually brought a little girl into the dark demon forest." Seeing the two of them, several of the people instantly began to make a fuss. Certainly Hunyo was indeed too small. Being able to walk here, This youngster must be a piece of work. Someone saw through even more. Isn't he just at the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier? Hiss, the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. A 7th layer spiritual ocean tier short of 20 years old was somewhat surprising. Youngster, you've come for the heavenly lucky stone too, right? Hee, several flower blossom tier elites have already appeared. Even spiritual pedestal tier honors have no right to speak, let alone a small spiritual ocean tier. Running around recklessly like you do will only bring the disaster of death to yourself, said an old man at the 7th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. Ling Han responded with an "oh," and said smilingly, "Senior, why say such a thing? Could it be that the dark demon forest now doesn't allow others to enter?" "It certainly is so." The old man nodded. "The heavenly luck stone's value is extremely high. Although it has no use for flower blossom tier and spiritual infant tier elites, for those martial artists below, it's extremely precious as it can create a genius. Currently, spiritual infant tier elites haven't appeared, but many flower blossom tier ones have already come. A small character like you wandering randomly might just be swatted to death by someone. Youngster, join us Heavenly Silkworm Court just for these few days of work. It's 2 pieces of origin crystals each day, how about it?" Ling Han pretended to be shocked and said, "Senior, I'm only at the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, what use could I be? Encountering flower blossom tier elites, I'm absolutely no match." The heavenly luck stone's location has already been determined, but everyone is worried about the beast that guards it. No one will attack rashly lest it gives others an advantage. However, this impasse won't continue for long, since everyone would definitely first form an alliance to kill that beast. At that time, the alliance would naturally break, and the stronger the group, the higher the possibility of seizing the heavenly luck stone by them. Even spiritual ocean tier warriors are powers not to be neglected, the old man explained. Ling Han laughed. What powers not to be neglected? This only sounded nice, but it was simply taking them as cannon fodder. Seeing the killing intent deep within the old man's eyes, Ling Han knew that if he shook his head in rejection, the old man would definitely attempt to kill him. Although he was unafraid, why not play with them for now? When he found the location of the heavenly luck stone, he'd just fish in troubled waters. "All right," he readily agreed. The old man also revealed a smile, smothering the killing intent instantly. Chapter 409, Golden Blood Demonic Ape. Reverie Undersh. This was a team of Heavenly Silkworm Court, but only that old man truly belonged to the Heavenly Silkworm Court. His name was Zhu Dao. The others were like Ling Han, recruited along the way. Needless to say, they were completely a cannon fodder party. If they encountered a great battle, they would simply be putting out their lives. Some had anxiety in their eyes, evidently seeing the truth, but others were filled with joy, earning 2 pieces of origin crystal per day. Where else would one find such a good job? However, if a great battle broke out between the large forces, the people here would probably all die, so why would the Heavenly Silkworm sect need to pay dead people origin crystal? Ling Han was calm and collected. He had the Black Tower in hand and was filled with confidence, having the thought of fishing in troubled waters. He and Hunyo were ringers, seeing that they were just a youngster and a little girl. How could everyone else be on guard? After eating, the party headed southwest. With half a day's effort, a mountain valley appeared before them. A vast crowd was outside the valley as if convening a general meeting. Ling Han's gaze swept by. He saw that the place was divided into circles of the many forces, each simply surrounding a small area of tents. Most of the forces also planted their flags. For example, Heavenly Silkworm Quartz was a purple-colored beast silkworm, Devour Bone Quartz was a skull, and Cold Water Sects was an ice river. The Cold Water Sect also came, Ling Han smiled mischievously. When he was at the Fallen Moon Gorge, he annihilated one of Cold Water Sect's disciples. If he were to reveal his identity now, would the elites of the Cold Water Sect come and make him pay? If they met on a narrow path, then they might, but under the eyes of the crowd, who dared to lay their hands on an alchemist? Unless this alchemist did something that truly would cause the wrath of God and the resentment of men and gave rise to public indignation, they definitely had to consider the Leviathan that was the Alchemist Society. Besides, Ling Han was now an Earth-grade alchemist. Would they offend an Earth-grade alchemist deeply for a mere spiritual ocean-tier disciple? Ling Han looked around. All the forces he knew came except one. The Blood Lighthouse. It was rumored that the original master of the Blood Lighthouse was defeated by a man who called himself Fist Emperor, yielding the position of House Master. The successor really had restraint, not even making a move for the heavenly luck stone. Even if this thing wasn't used for oneself, throwing it to the Spirit Treasures Pavilion and auctioning it off would definitely get a sky-high price. Ling Han was extremely low-key, hiding within the cannon fodder of the heavenly silkworm court. He cultivated every day, fathoming the way of the sword and formations. All the paths of the heaven and world were interlinked, and he gained comprehension by analogy, forming the 8 flash of sword chi. Becoming aware of such benefits naturally made him full of confidence. Yao Huiyu was just 24 to 25, and yet he formed 9 flashes of sword chi, possibly even more, giving Ling Han immense pressure. The older generation had all arrived, and the youngsters on the Prodigy roll could no longer garner attention. However, Zhu Xuan Er was still like a bright moon and would set off a commotion no matter where she walked, always surrounded by countless people. Inside the mountain valley was the heavenly luck stone, but inside the mountain cave, a beast kept watch and blocked the path. Till this day no one dared to venture on. Because this beast was the golden blood demonic ape, a king amongst beasts. Being at the 9th layer of the flower blossom tier and a king amongst beasts determined the beast's amazing strength. Furthermore, the mentality of the beast here was affected by chaos intent. Each and every one only knew of slaughter, making the golden blood demonic ape even scarier. Although there were quite a few flower blossom tier elites present, there weren't many that reached the 9th layer. Not to mention that even if 10 or even 20 of them joined hands, they might not even rival that demonic ape. Therefore, everyone was waiting. Fighting with such a vicious thing carried an extremely high chance of dying, so the more certain they were, the better. However, this wouldn't last for long because the demonic chi influenced the minds of living creatures, driving people insane, something that no one wanted to happen to themselves. Now these powerful people were negotiating. Who would take the heavenly luck stone and what benefits would the recipient take out to settle with the others? Moreover, the golden blood demonic ape was king tier, so its blood, flesh, skin, fur and bones all had immense value, so how would that be distributed? These days were just about arguing back and forth as if during an auction. Each force wanted to pay the smallest price to receive the greatest benefit, but once there were too many people, it naturally became an endless conference. However, after 2 days the golden blood demonic ape initiated the attack. It was over 30 feet tall and fully covered in red fur that reached 2 feet, gently swaying under the mountain breeze. Its claws were appallingly long, each one reaching 3 feet, and as if a sharp spear, the gleaming look of it alone would scare people. This was beast of the king tier, as strong as the 9th layer of the flower blossom tier, emitting an extremely terrifying presence that could rival the 1st layer of the spiritual infant tier. Even the lot of flower blossom tier elites didn't dare to easily start a battle. The people below flower blossom tier all went soft at the soles of their feet, almost falling to the ground. The presence of it was too terrifying. When Feng took out a magical decree, it stunned all spiritual pedestal tier elites, and now this demonic ape had about the same strength. However, a few people were the exception, such as Zhu Xuan Er and Shen Zhongqing, and a few youngsters that Ling Han didn't recognize. They actually resisted the presence. These youngsters were kings amongst the humans. Although they were still young and immature, a young king was still a king, so how could they kneel or lower their heads towards another king? Ling Han didn't want to stand out and pulled on Hunyo to sit down on the ground. Everyone sat anyways, and there was no need to worry about people blocking their vision. Moreover, this demonic ape was over 30 feet tall. The target was way too obvious. Kill, kill. The demonic ape actually slobbered the words of man, its red eyes filled with ruthlessness as it immediately began its massacre. Waving its demonic claws, 5 flashes of momentous chi shot out, turning into a 30,000 feet long attacks. Pew 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 pew. The momentous chi swept over, and those who lay, sat, or knelt on the ground were undoubtedly split into 2. Stop. With its one attack, these flower blossom tier elites could sit no longer, and attacked the ape one after another. There wasn't only cannon fodder here but also their disciples, and if all of them died here the loss would be too great. 1 2 3 4 5. Ling Han counted a total of 34 flower blossom tier warriors. Of those, 3 reached the 9th layer, 5 the 8th layer, 9 the 7th layer. Those below 7th layer actually held little significance. Against a king tier they could at most impede it and had no ability to fight it head-on at all. Just like Ling Han, even if 109th layer spiritual ocean tier elites came, wouldn't they all still be easily killed instantly? Honk, honk, honk. The great battle began, and although the demonic ape was fighting against the masses alone, it still had the initiative. As it waved its demonic claws, every claw lashed out with momentous chi, impossible to overcome, forcing these flower blossom tier elites to dodge all over the place. A king amongst beasts was truly powerful. Chapter 410 Not Foolish. Reverie Undersh. The demonic ape waved its arms, sweeping out flashes of momentous chi filled with unstoppable destructive power unrestrainedly with its 10 fingers. At least it was almost invincible in the flower blossom tier. Chi. The flower blossom tier elites unleashed their spirit tools to parry, but even 6th tier spirit tools were left with graze marks. Seeing this, they gasped in astonishment. If the spirit tools were to be scratched by the demonic ape's claws, then wouldn't they be cut in half immediately? And if their bodies were scratched, would it be of use? Even they used origin power to defend. As this thought arose, even the 9th layer of the flower blossom tier elites didn't dare to directly oppose the ape's attacks and restrained it in the surroundings. With no one daring to take the vanguard, the demonic ape naturally came and went freely, displaying fully its vicious might. Although its physique was massive, its movements were extremely agile and deceitfully quick. Suddenly left, then suddenly right, suddenly in the front, then suddenly from the back, so strange that it disgusted people. It was completely like an agility-type beast. However, when the flower blossom tier elites really thought that it was an agility type, the demonic ape launched a violent assault, targeting only one person. That person was at the 2nd layer of the flower blossom tier. His face turned green as his strength was so vastly different compared to the demonic ape. Everyone hurriedly tried to rescue him, but the demonic ape's physique was overbearing. The sword chi, saber chi, and the like unleashed by spirit tools couldn't harm it at all from this distance, not even able to cut off a single hair. There was no way to succeed like that, so they had to charge over one after another. The demonic ape targeted that flower blossom tier warrior anyways, which was equivalent to restraining it at the front, thus they didn't fear close combat. Kill. Kill. The demonic ape suddenly turned its head and attacked the crowd. Everyone knew that the dark demon forest was filled with a weird presence, and the longer one stayed, no matter beast or human, all would go crazy and bloodthirsty. It no doubt increased destructive power but also affected intelligence. The honest saying that losing one's wit, the limit of battle power unleashed would be limited no matter how strong one was true. This was the main reason why the crowd dared to attack the demonic ape on all sides. But who would have thought that such a large group of people would be tricked by the demonic ape, diverting their attention and then unleashing its power? Was this really a vicious creature that only knew slaughter? Not good. The flower blossom tier elites' expressions turned green. Although they won in numbers, could they really block a king of beasts at the 9th layer of the flower blossom tier fighting head-on? After all, they only had 3 elites at the 9th layer of the flower blossom tier. At this moment, the 3 warriors at the 9th layer of the flower blossom tier were the first to retreat, then those at the 8th layer, and those at the 7th layer. The higher their tier, the more control they naturally had over their own power. The demonic ape let out an odd laugh. Pa pa, its arms spread out, easily capturing a flower blossom tier elite each. The 9th layer of the flower blossom tier against the 5th layer of the flower blossom tier, and the ape was king tier. It was an obvious result. Why were their heads only filled with thoughts of running? Save me. Save me. The 2 flower blossom tier elites that were seized yelled loudly as they desperately struggled and spread their martial intent. On the surface of their bodies, endless vein-like lines spread out, covered by astonishing brilliance. Each vein-like line firing down would be enough to exterminate a field of spiritual pedestal tier warriors, but they just couldn't get free now from the demonic ape's control. The might of a king tier beast while fully displayed. Pa, pa. The demonic ape applied force in both hands, causing the 2 to explode. Hong, a terrifying power shock wave resonated through heaven and earth. A martial artist's cultivation was equivalent to taking oneself as a furnace, improving oneself. Especially after advancing into the flower blossom tier, the power contained inside the body was earth-shaking and extremely terrifying. Now that it was crushed, that terrifying power going out of control was naturally shocking. The demonic ape wasn't the least bit afraid and instead opened its mouth, throwing the 2 flower blossom tier warriors into its mouth, munching a few times and swallowing them whole. Seeing this, everyone drew a cold breath. Between humans and beasts, there was really just a relationship of devouring each other because both parties contained flesh that was of great benefit to the other, so eating back and forth was quite normal. However, standing in the position of the humans, seeing one of their own being eaten still had a great impact. Besides, those were 2 flower blossom tier elites. No matter which party they belonged to, it was an insufferable loss. After eating 2 flower blossom tier warriors, the demonic ape's red eyes were even brighter, just like 2 small suns. It stared at everyone again with earth-shaking killing intent. Ling Han shook his head inwardly. If human martial artists kept harboring their own intentions, then they would only be destroyed separately by the demonic ape. Moreover, the demonic ape was already at the peak stage of the flower blossom tier, and if it ate 10 more flower blossom tier martial artists, it might be able to advance. Chapter 411. Obtaining the Heavenly Luck Stone. Reverie under Shio, a momentous chi came slicing from outside the valley, turning into extremely terrifying 1,000-feet-long sharp blades. Everyone was scared sick. The fierce chi was too long, it couldn't possibly be dodged going right or left, nor even up. It was unleashed by the demonic ape, and even if they weren't directly slashed with their cultivation of spiritual pedestal tier and spiritual ocean tier, they would definitely burst into pieces when met with its frightening power. Dig a hole. Someone immediately attacked the ground crazily. There was a general saying of the shield of the earth hiding inside the mud might be able to help them narrowly escape. Everyone followed suit, striking crazily at the ground. The people here were at least at the spiritual ocean tier, so smashing a hole was rather easy. In a moment, everyone turned into ground-burrowing rats, drilling into the mud holes. The fierce chi swept by. Ping, 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 it raised dust from the ground as the frightening energy carried on until it sliced the mountain walls before disappearing. The mountain walls were exceptionally sturdy and weren't sliced entirely by the demonic ape's attack, leaving only a mark barely a foot deep, which was truly shocking. Everyone who was hiding in the mud holes were shocked. Each one of them burst out from the holes with blood all over them. The few who were too weak were even shocked into foaming with blood, but most of the people luckily escaped. For example, Zhu Xuan Er, Ding Yuan Xin, and the others all looked towards Ling Han. The reminder just now came from him. Ling Han smiled slightly and said, "No need for thanks." Although some people here were enemies, he didn't need to borrow the demonic ape's hands to kill people. Did he not even have that much confidence? Besides, some people were not bad and it would be a pity for them to die here. Hurry up and leave. The rescued nodded at Ling Han whether they knew him or not and ran out the mountain valley one after another. The demonic ape's attack spread and caused them to be heavily injured, and a few more times would definitely kill them. Moreover, the mountain walls were so stable and they couldn't possibly dig through them with their power. So, there was only one way to acquire the Heavenly Luck Stone: kill the demonic ape. Fortunately, seeing their own remarkable juniors suffer an attack, the flower blossom tier elites outside the valley began to fight desperately, restraining the demonic ape and not letting it have another chance to unleash a killer move. Ling Han looked around. Seeing that most of the people in the valley had escaped, he then said to Hunyo, "Nyo, can you enter?" Hunyo was a freak. When others had no way, she might have. "Let Nyo try." Hunyo squatted at the cave entrance, opening her mouth and biting at it. With a snap, the cave entrance had resplendent vein-like lines revolving. Once touched, the power set by the demonic ape would automatically manifest. The little girl instead went crazy, biting left and right, eating up all the vein-like lines nearby. What the hell? Even if Ling Han knew Hunyo was out of the ordinary, freakishness to this degree still made the corner of his mouth twitch as he felt unable to accept it. That was a defense set by a 9th-layer flower blossom tier monster that was even a king amongst beasts, but it was still bit through by Hunyo. What sort of teeth did she have? After Hunyo bit open a small hole, she immediately wormed in and ran right off. She knew what Ling Han wanted, and in a short while she ran back from within the cave, wormed out of the cave's entrance and dove into Ling Han's arms, handing over 9 pearl-like things. Immediately, an intense fragrance could be smelled, making all the pores on his body open up in ineffable comfort. The Heavenly Luck Stone. Ling Han hurriedly stored the 9 Heavenly Luck Stones into the Black Tower and picked up Hunyo, walking slowly towards the outside of the valley. Just now he used his body as a screen, not letting anyone discover that Hunyo entered the mountain valley. Who would even think that Hunyo had such capabilities, even being able to bite through the defensive power set by a flower blossom tear? Now everyone had their attention on the battle in the sky. Once the demonic ape was killed, then they would naturally be able to enter the mountain cave and obtain the heavenly luck stone. Ling Han's heart was thumping rapidly. He knew that there were heavenly luck stone inside the mountain cave, but never would he have thought there were as many as 9. This meant that he could create 9 geniuses. 1 for him, 1 for Hunyo, 1 for Ling Dongxing, 1 for Liu Yutong, 1 for Kenyi. These 5 were the most important. As for Guang Yuan, Zhu Wujiao, and Li Si Chan, their martial arts talents weren't outstanding, giving it to them was somewhat of a waste. Whatever, one could only take 1 heavenly luck stone anyways, any more would be useless, so whom else would he give it to? Using it on one's own people would be the best use of everything. That was decided. In a short while he already made up his mind. As for how the remaining 1 would be used, that could be discussed in the future. Perhaps he'd take it out for auction and make a great profit. After he left the mountain valley, he saw Zhu Xuan Er looking at him with a complicated and shocked gaze. Thinking about it, his reminder was what saved her life, but his contention with her for the crimson-red chilling ice grass must have made her have mixed feelings. Ling Han was only at the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier before, and now he astonishingly advanced into the 7th layer. This progression was too scary. You. Ding Yuan Xn jumped out, filled with murderous intent. Ling Han laughed and said, "Just saved your life, now you're returning kindness with hatred." Ding Yuan Xn was startled as his gaze swept by. Many people in the surrounding were looking at him with an unfriendly look. He knew that he angered the crowd, so he snorted at once, took a few steps back and said, "I'll let you go this time, but the next time we meet, I'll definitely have your head." Ling Han simply laughed. The next time they met, he would already have broken through to the spiritual pedestal tier, and it would be uncertain who would be the prey and who would be the predator. The battle in the sky was more and more disadvantageous to the humans. The demonic ape was too strong, and unlike the other beasts inside the forest, its intelligence wasn't affected. Although it certainly was bloodthirsty and bellicose. Its destructive power increased while demerits were avoided. It was natural that its battle prowess improved. "Retreat. Everyone retreat." A flower blossom tier elite shouted loudly. They were going to swallow the defeat in this battle. The plan now was to first retreat, then gather more elites. This time, even spiritual infant tier elites would be alerted. Ling Han didn't care, since the heavenly luck stones were already in his hands. Retreat? Then so be it. He was going to guard the crimson-red chilling ice grass. After he reached the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, he would use the Black Tower's power boost to take away the spirit medicine. This way he'd be able to avoid wasting the chance to improve his physique as well. Hold it. With a bellow, a figure arrived in a flash high up in the air, emitting a shocking presence of holding heaven and hell in awe. Flashes of vein-like lines blossomed around him like a bed of celestial flowers, an astounding sight. At the start, Ling Han thought it was Yao Huiyu, since only such a domineering youngster could unleash such a strong presence. However, as he focused his gaze, he could indistinctly see that this was a mature man in the 30s filled with a natural and forceful presence, like a natural-born monarch. Ling Han's mouth slowly dropped, revealing an astounded expression. This man was Chapter 412, Rain Emperor reappears. Reverie Undersh. Fist Emperor. Below, everyone cried out. That was the new housemaster of the Blood Lighthouse, the mysterious flower blossom tier elite that called himself Fist Emperor. No one knew where he came from, and yet he defeated the original Blood Lighthouse master with his extremely domineering fist techniques, becoming a leader of one of the 4 large forces. Stand with me and kill this slaughterer. Fist Emperor made his move, brazenly unleashing attacks towards the demonic ape. Humph, overestimating your own abilities. A flower blossom tier warrior instantly snorted. Although this Fist Emperor was certainly kick-ass, he was actually only at the 1st layer of the flower blossom tier. How great of a difference was between the 1st layer and the 9th layer of the flower blossom tier. Moreover, the demonic ape was a king amongst beasts, and the higher the tier, the stronger a king. The demonic ape's battle prowess was at least 7 stars higher than a normal flower blossom tier warrior's. For what other reason could 3 warriors at the 9th layer and 5 at the 8th layer of the flower blossom tier fail to give it a run for its money? Besides, this demonic ape's defensive power was astounding. With so many people joining hands, not even a single hair was sliced off it. It seemed completely hopeless. So be it if he were at the 9th layer of the flower blossom tier, but acting so loftily at the 1st layer of the flower blossom tier. Wasn't that just a joke? The demonic ape was obviously unafraid, waving its claws towards Fist Emperor. Hong. The fist and the claw clashed and the martial intent collided fiercely. 2 balls of light burst forth and formed a great explosion, shooting in all directions. Peng 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 peng. Countless people in the surroundings were thrown off their feet. Those with weaker strength even hacked blood repeatedly, while the others were with disheveled hair, appearing very disorderly. Those flower blossom tier elites revealed expressions of disbelief. Each of them was shocked to the extreme. Fist Ray. How's it possible? In the sky, the demonic ape and Fist Emperor stood in the air, separated by 1,000 feet. Blood was at the corner of Fist Emperor's mouth and traces of blood were all over his body, but the demonic ape's claws also dripped with fresh blood. It finally sustained an injury in this battle. Of course, Fist Emperor's was injured more in comparison, but being able to injure the demonic ape greatly increased the morale of the masses. It turned out that the demonic ape wasn't invincible. Rain Emperor. Ling Han muttered. This awe-inspiring Fist Emperor was Rain Emperor. As expected of the strongest ruler since the establishment of the Rain country, he certainly was extremely domineering. Moreover, circles of light rippled around his fist as if tangible. That was precisely Fist Ray condensed by Fist Chi, but its destructive power was countless times greater. This wasn't simply an accumulation, but a refinement on the way of the fist. Rain Emperor was past 60, and he originally looked around 50. Now, advancing into the flower blossom tier, he immediately gained 200 more years of life. In theory, he was equivalent to a normal 20-year-old, and all the functions of the body were greatly revitalized, such that even his complexion became younger. In a few more years, would Rain Emperor become a handsome man in the 20s? It was very much possible. As these thoughts flashed across Ling Han's mind, Rain Emperor already executed the Son of Heaven fist technique, battling fiercely with the demonic ape. Rain Emperor had abdicated as a ruler and was not inside the Rain country, so he couldn't possibly use the power of the nation. However, he advanced into the flower blossom tier and broke away from the confinements of mortals, connecting his body with heaven and earth. Each fist that shot out had the blessing of heaven and earth, while Son of Heaven fist technique was as fierce and domineering as ever. Genius, a true genius. Ling Han nodded. The Son of Heaven fist technique was only a black grade or earth grade technique in the hands of Qi Yongyi and the others, but in the hands of Rain Emperor, it was a heaven grade technique, even a god tier technique. This was a fist technique he created, and as long as he forged ahead vigorously on the path of the fist, his Son of Heaven fist technique would continue to improve and keep up with his tier. Given the time, Rain Emperor really could be crowned the 2 words, Fist Emperor, living up to the name. With Rain Emperor taking the front, the courage of the other flower blossom tiers naturally increased greatly as they stepped forward to attack. They certainly didn't dare to fight the demonic ape head-on, but to restrain it from the sides was more than enough. Flower blossom tier elites were flower blossom tier elites after all, their strength couldn't be fabricated. Things took a turn on the field. Before, the demonic ape had the absolute advantage, but now both parties were tied. Rain Emperor's dominance had to be acknowledged as he turned the battle around single-handedly. Even though this was all because of Rain Emperor was only at the 1st layer of the flower blossom tier. Fist Ray certainly was all-conquering, and Son of Heaven fist technique increased explosively in power as his tier increased, but his tier being low was ultimately a great weakness. Rain Emperor continued to be injured by the demonic ape, and although he still fought hard, anyone could see that Rain Emperor couldn't endure for much longer. Once Rain Emperor was defeated, the situation would return to as it was before. In that moment, everyone's battle intent dropped drastically, beginning to consider retreat. Ha ha, did I come late? With a long laughter, another extremely domineering figure appeared, covered with intertwining sword lights and emitting an overbearing presence. The world's second sword, Yao Huiyu. He was also at the 1st layer of the flower blossom tier, and at the same time a king amongst martial artists who formed at least 9 flashes of sword chi. Moreover, he was a bright disciple of Heaven's Sword sect, who knew what surprising trump cards he had. Come fight. Chang Yao Huiyu's unsheathed his sword and charged unhesitatingly at the demonic ape. With a sword strike he yelled, "Get out of my way, this is my opponent." This one was more arrogant than the one before. He actually wanted to fight the demonic ape alone. If he were at the 9th layer of the flower blossom tier, then there was naturally hope. If Rain Emperor reached the 9th layer, he would also have the right to fight the demonic ape. But the problem was that the difference was too great for both their tiers. Neither one was the demonic ape's opponent, as the demonic ape was infinitely close to the spiritual infant tier. The demonic ape was infuriated. In its eyes, these humans were simply sheep, with at most a few wolves that could cause it some trouble. But wanting to defeat it? Not in a million years. It let out a great roar as its body actually cracked. What, did it kill itself from losing its mind to anger? Everyone very much hoped that this vicious creature would die this way, but that was obviously not realistic. Under their astounded gazes, the demonic ape started to crack open from the nape and all the way to the waist. However, no blood oozed out, and instead 2 demonic apes popped out. No, not 2 entire demonic apes, only the upper half of the body. 3 heads and 6 arms. The 3 demonic apes roared angrily at the same time. The sound waves were like the tide, turning into massive waves that charged at everyone. The flower blossom tier elites hurriedly went up to neutralize it. Otherwise, if this tidal sound wave struck, all the spiritual pedestal tier warriors would explode from the shock. Ping 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 ping, the sound waves were dissolved by the flower blossom tier elites jointly, while Yao Huiyu raised his sword and charged at the demonic ape with an imposing manner. The demonic ape waved its arms, and with a ping Yao Huiyu was sent flying. The demonic ape with 3 heads and 6 arms was truly like a spiritual infant tier elite, displaying its unparalleled position. Chapter 413, Collapsed Mountain Reveals Demonic River. Reverie Undersh. Mystical Power. Ling Han said inwardly, this was the golden blood demonic ape's innate mystical power. It was very strong, 3 heads and 6 arms with each upper body equivalent to a demonic ape. Its battle prowess was earth-shaking. 1 demonic ape could firmly suppress everyone, and now with 2 more, who could resist it? Haha, interesting. Yao Huiyu's battle intent was like fire as he raised his sword and attacked back. His expression was filled with high-spirited battle intent. He seemed to be extremely excited. You have the right to make me attack seriously. His expression turned stern as Mysterious 3000 was activated. 1 sword light looked as if it could shine over the 5 regions. Rain Emperor also returned to the fray, throwing domineering punches continuously with earth-shaking momentum. With these 2 taking the front, the others stepped up one after another. Being able to cultivate to the flower blossom tier, who would be a fool? The demonic ape's 3 head and 6 arms ability might be astounding, but it couldn't possibly be activated endlessly. Furthermore, the ape would become weakened after unleashing an ultimate move like this. When the time came, they'd take the demonic ape's head. 4 flower blossom tier elites, the heavenly luck stone was of no use at all, but the demonic ape was different in that it was king tier and the peak stage of the flower blossom tier. Its flesh was definitely very tonic. The demonic ape roared and waved its 6 arms. Its battle prowess was extremely frightening as it completely suppressed the crowd, but Yao Huiyu kept firing out the Mysterious 3000, posing a great threat to the demonic ape, while Rain Emperor, who formed Fist Ray, also had shocking destructive power. The 2 were riddled with wounds and kept hacking out blood, but they still stabilized the situation. Now the key was whether Yao Huiyu and Rain Emperor could endure longer, or the demonic ape's mystical power could be maintained longer. This would decide which side the victory would belong to. It was really hard to predict. No one knew how much longer the demonic ape's mystical power would remain active, but everyone could see Yao Huiyu and Rain Emperor's injuries. Those were definitely not light injuries. Being scratched by the demonic ape once, bones would be plain to see, and blood splatter across the sky. Bleeding alone was a great problem. Ling Han watched and muttered inwardly, these people are so desperate. If they really defeat the demonic ape and run into cave to see that the heavenly luck stones are gone, will they go crazy? This demonic ape might be wild and violent, but it's not stupid. Could this be due to the heavenly luck stone suppressing the chaos intent? It's rumored that Heavenly Luck Stone is birthed by the fate of heaven and earth and is a manifestation of heaven and earth's will. It's not out of question for it to be able to resist demonic chi. Since I've taken away the Heavenly Luck Stone, this demonic ape will definitely be mentally aberrated from the demonic chi. When the time comes, it'll just be another muddle-headed vicious creature that knows only slaughter. The great battle was still going on. Yao Huiyu and Rain Emperor were both strong-willed and battle maniacs. Fighting with a demonic ape that was a king amongst beasts would be of immense benefit in the future on their paths in martial arts. Therefore they would rather fight desperately and be heavily injured and still continue the fight, believing that the gains would definitely be greater. However, the demonic ape quit. It wasn't stupid, fighting desperately here had no benefit. Retreat. It immediately turned around and shot towards the mountain valley, worming right into it. Not playing with you guys anymore. Rain Emperor and Yao Huiyu exclaimed, following it and entering the mountain cave. Seeing this, the other Flower Blossom tier warriors naturally didn't want to lag behind. Chasing and killing the demonic ape was secondary, the key was that the Heavenly Luck Stone was inside. Entering the cave, everyone naturally couldn't see the combat situation and dared not enter to watch as it would really kill them. They could only hear thunder-like sounds of bombardment, moving the earth and shaking the mountain as if the world was about to collapse. At least half an hour passed. The entire mountain was sent flying and crashed 5,000 feet away with a pung. Instantly, the strong impact shoveled up dirt as the ground from afar arched over 2 feet high and charged towards the mountain valley. 4 spiritual pedestal tier and spiritual ocean tier warriors, this impact was trifling. They only looked at it once and turned their gaze towards the inside of the mountain valley again. The entire mountain was sent flying, so it naturally left behind only a desolate land. However, the Flower Blossom tier elites rose into the air one after another as if running for their lives. The mountain disappeared and left a deep, massive pit. This pit was like a river filled with dense and indiffusible black mist that kept evolving into all sorts of shapes such as beasts, humans, and weapons. It was precisely this black mist that made the Flower Blossom tiers flee helter-skelter. Demonic Chi. Ling Han was astounded at such dense demonic Qi. Could a part of Azura Demon Emperor's body be suppressed underneath? Or was it a massive black stone? Facing this black Qi, even the demonic ape feared it instinctively, escaping swiftly and not wanting to contact it at all. Who would have thought that underneath the Heavenly Luck Stone was such a piece of demonic land? Could this be the source of Dark Demon Forest's demonic Qi? Such terrifying demonic Qi even from this far, it makes me have the urge to go mad. Step back a bit more. If too much demonic Qi enters the body, then one's mind will be completely chaotic, turning into a puppet that knows only slaughter. Everyone stepped back one after another. Losing the mountain that suppressed it, the demonic Qi gushed out uncontrollably as if it were going to completely cover the entire Dark Demon Forest. Gagaga, thanks everyone. A coarse voice sounded, followed by a grating sound. A bronze casket slid over as if it had feet. The Thousand Corpse Sect. Someone immediately shouted and everyone instantly got goosebumps. This sect was definitely detested by all and everyone called for their beating. They were too shameless and immoral, stealing the corpses of elites to refine them into corpse soldiers. Did they still have any humanity? Elder Nine Clouds was also amongst the crowd, showing up to do nothing because once he attacked with full strength, he couldn't conceal his corpse chi at all. Moreover, the people of the Thousand Corpse Sect were strong only with corpse soldiers. Their own battle prowess was actually quite normal. He couldn't help but be irritated. Which idiot was this within the sect, actually appearing in front of the world with such poise? Won't this bring hatred to the sect? Ling Han's expression changed slightly as he recognized this bronze casket. 3 Lives Corpse Casket, Rong Huan Xian. No, now it wasn't the true Rong Huan Xian but Azura Demon Emperor. If it were the true Rong Huan Xian, he should desire for the Heavenly Luck Stone and avoid demonic Qi like plague. But now, with Azura Demon Emperor controlling his flesh, Rong Huan Xian was definitely charging at the demonic Qi, going for the Black Stone. For others, demonic Qi was poison that mustn't be contacted. However, for Azura Demon Emperor that was a greatly tonic thing. If there truly were a massive black stone underneath that was obtained by Azura Demon Emperor, what sort of calamity would be caused? Ling Han didn't hesitate for a single second. He leapt right out, unleashed the Demon Birth Sword and struck at 3 Lives Corpse Casket. Both were 10th tier spirit tools, so it really couldn't be confronted without using the demon birth sword. Hong's sword chi landed and 3 lives corpse casket was forced to stop as the sword chi shocked it, its rays blinding. You're actually still not dead. Peng, the lid of the casket opened and Rong Huanxian's figure appeared. His gaze quickly caught Ling Han, emitting a frightening chill. This time this lord will make you disappear completely. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.